And welcome everyone to the 2025 edition of the ERF Nürburgring 24-hour race here on Gran Turismo 7. For Stint 1, I am your commentator, Noir and Terrace of Clockwork Motorsport. Normally, you'd find me on track with these guys, but for this event, we're sitting this one out. Unfortunately, because this is also, for the time being, going to be ERF's last event. So even if we're not on track out there today, we thought, well, we might as well enjoy this occasion in other ways. And one of them being here behind the booth, calling the action for you all. It's currently well, what time is it over local time anyway? It is almost 11 p.m. where I am right now, and I'm guessing it's around what, 3? No, 2 p.m. or where the race is, and everyone's here sitting on the grid, the pits, waiting for the actual start of the event. And why we're not starting yet? People are having errors, typical GT7 stuff. People that play leagues online be familiar with this by now. But I think once everything is sorted there, we can get the proceedings going. And it looks like it's car 16 of Vez that's been having lobby issues here. Trickle all the way down there. And disconnect them from the race, because there's really no coming back from that once the race is started. Knock on wood there. Bez, if something happens to you, please don't blame me. Everyone giving the signal already up. And at any moment, we are going to get proceedings underway. I'd have just been in orbit 1600 local time, so it's 4 p.m. Well, almost 4 p.m. And conditions look like they're cloudy at the start. Will this have potential for rain? Who knows? We are getting the messages for our drivers to prepare for screenshots. Screenshot being the proof of BOP, because this series uses its own custom BOP. Cars would be lined up on the grid. Now let me explain a bit how this procedure is going to go. The drivers would have taken their BOP screenshots on the countdown screen. Now, they will take a moment after the in-game countdown ends. They will all stop at a designated point here on the start-finish straight. After which, they will send the BOP screenshots to a dedicated PSN chat. Now, BOP check will happen as soon as they start sending in their screenshots. Once that's done, only then will we be able to start our formation lap. Bit of a hassle if you think about it, but given the limitations of Gran Turismo 7's online, this is pretty much the most reliable way we have right now of being able to check everyone's specs if they're following the prescribed balance of performance figures. Go down to the grid here. See these beautiful GT3 cars, all with their custom liveries designed by each respective team. Been a staple of the Endurance Racing Federation and its various endurance races. Now I wonder, did Vez really stop all the way back there intentionally? Or is there something wrong? They're moving, which looks like it's fine. They just stopped there all the way back. And the car's moving. Better get on the brakes there, put the handbrakes on. Then hit pause. Uh-oh. It's moving. Someone forgot to hit the handbrakes on their car. Well, this shouldn't really be a problem, considering that we need to do an entire lap of the Nürburgring 24 track for the formation lap. Pastina can simply slot himself back to his actual position once everyone gets going. Ooh. What? Oh no. Here we go. So that was an issue. Now, here's the problem. Stina did disconnect, at least on my end, on the stream's end. I don't know if that's only on my end or if it happened to everyone else's, but we just got the signal for the formation lap to start. Which means everyone will now do one tour of the N24, the Nürburgring 24 circuit. Before everything gets underway. Now I think it's a good time for us to see the starting grid for this year's edition of the Nürburgring 24. Our pole sitter is the number 67 car of GT Finland Racers. And right now it's Nibelai starting the car. On second place is the Mercedes AMG GT3 of Track Design Racing. Car number 1 here, started by GTS 92 Mohata. In P3, we have the number 24 Mercedes AMG GT3 of Apex Motorsports. It's Super S2K behind the wheel to start up. In fourth place is its a sister car, but on a different model. The number 23 McLaren 650S GT3 with Drift King behind the wheel. In fifth place is the second of the Track Design Racing Mercedes AMG GT3s. This one has Shadow starting the car. Starting alongside it is the Feel Good Racing number 56 BMW M6 GT3. This car has Matty behind the wheel. The fourth row of the grid features car number 6 of Tavernello Racing. This one has Caparoman starting the car. In P8, we have the second GT Finland Racers BMW M6. This one, the car 66, has Juno 2017 starting the car. On row 5, it is Spider GT Racing's Lexus. Car 49, the only Lexus in the field, by the way. My team Ghosted is behind the wheel to start off. In P10 is the legendary Motorsport Performance Car 83, a Nissan GTR Nismo. This one has Mojo behind the wheel to start off. Row 6 has Inferno Motorsports number 27 McLaren 650S GT3. This one has Sonic Marathon starting the car. In P12 is the Vez, or was supposed to be the Vez GTR Nismo with Pestina Calda starting the car. Unfortunately, during the BOP check, this car number 16, disconnected. So they will not be able to start the race, but they will be able to rejoin from the next stint. In P13, the last row of the grid here, we have car number 9's BMW M6 GT3 from GTMA. This one has GTX behind the wheel. And in 14th place is the Inferno Motorsport McLaren 650S GT3. This one has Nick Regier that's starting the car. The graphic shows GTMA in 13 and Inferno in 14, but for some reason on the formation lap they're in reverse with the McLaren in front of the BMW. Not sure what the actual order is, but I'm assuming this is the actual one we're getting on track. And oh, now what is this? Car 54 in P11, car 27 in P12, and car 9 in P13 all have mechanical damage. How has this happened, I wonder? Sonic Marathon has front aero, both front and rear aero damage. GTX has rear aero damage, and Nick Regier has front aero damage. Now Race Control has said 2 formation laps, which I assume would be to allow these 3 cars to repair their damage at the end of this lap, and then we'll do another formation lap, and hopefully everyone keeps it clean at that point. And we're getting info from people in car 16, Vez. Apparently, the Stina Calda's energy saving on his PS4 kicked in, which caused him to disconnect. Not sure how energy saving kicked in when you're in the game, but they say that's what happened, and it's unfortunate that that had to happen once the race got going. But as said earlier, they will be able to rejoin next stint. Well, now that we have an extra formation lap go through, we can talk about how this 24-hour race is going to go. Now, this will be a 24-hour race, a continuous 24-hour race, meaning live driver swaps will be in play. However, because GT7 doesn't have that option built into the game, what will happen is we will be having 2-hour stints to split up each 2 hours of the race, meaning there will be 12 stints overall. Now how that's gonna work is at the end of this stint, which was scheduled to have 15 green flag laps. At the end of lap 16, the drivers will have to enter the pits. Now, by the time they enter the pits, the next stint has already been loaded up, and everyone in stint 2 is already waiting in the pits for the go signal from their driver in stint 1. Once the stint 1 driver pits and gets into the pit box animation, they will give the go signal to the driver in the next stint, whether that be through PSN chat or Discord, however the teams want to do it. They have to communicate. But once the second driver receives that signal, they will then leave the pit box in their stint and they can start their stint, meaning all the gaps will be preserved as is. And that won't be the procedure for the rest of the race until the final stint, which will be a straight up race to the flag. And each stint is set to a fixed lap count, which should approximately take 2 hours. However, in this case, where we have to do an additional formation lap, one of the future stints will be adjusted so that the whole race takes only 24 hours. So let's say if stint 1 goes over 2 hours, probably not immediately after, probably somewhere between stint 5, 6, or 7 will have 1 lap reduced to make it so by the time we reach stint 12, the race is going to end exactly at 4 p.m. the next day. So that's how this race will be conducted. How the endurance bit, the driver swap bit of this race will be conducted. Right now we're looking at our leaders at the end of Dottinger Strait. Normally, they will form up after the Bilstein Bridge, but because we have damaged cars, they will go on for another formation lap while the 3 damaged cars at the back of the grid will pit in to repair their damage and rejoin the back of the pack for the second formation lap. At the end of the second lap, that's when we're going to be going green. Mohata's also got damaged somehow. Front aero and left suspension. Wonder how that happened. If that happened while I was on the tangent on explaining how this race is gonna go, I'm so sorry. But it didn't look like it was any contact with cars around him because Evil Eye's got no damage. S2K is also clean. I mean, even if auto drive is off, there's still some ways you can trigger it. I think if you hit the home button, it will still trigger auto drive. It's a bit weird how that works with the game. As we've seen, the cars that have damage have repaired their cars, and Mohata is working his way back up the pack to rejoin in P2, while Marathon, GTX, and Nick Regier will simply have to rejoin the queue at the back. Now I wonder how much of an effect this is going to have, though, because you guys can see it because of the overlays, but there's already not a significant amount, but some tire wear visible on. Oh, and we have another disconnection during the formation lap. That was Sonic Marathon that disconnected. That was Car 54 of Nexus Racing. I'm assuming Car 54 is also going to have to just rejoin the race in the next stint. Mohata's passing everyone because he's working his way back up to P2, which is where he's supposed to start. I'm assuming because it's not green yet, he can retake the position. But then yeah, here's what I was noticing. Cars that pitted, Mohata, Sonic Marathon, I think Mojo, and GTX. I don't think all of them took tires, but some of them did. I don't know how much of an advantage that will have. I know they have been instructed by race control to repair damage. However, I don't think there was any explicit instruction that said they could not change tires. I don't think it said damage only. That's the bit I'm actually not sure about in the rulebook, because now the cars that pitted could have taken fuel and new tires. But this, it might just be one lap, but you know, it's the Nürburgring as well. It's the Nürburgring 24. One lap means a lot of things. Whether or not this comes into play later on, once we get going with the green flag, who knows? We'll find out as the race plays out. Just food for thought, because that's how things have turned out so far. Nikolai, our race leader, has been instructed to up the pace speed, but at the detriment of what? His tires during the formation lap. These two slow formation laps, even though they're slow, they're still wearing the tires out a little bit. So some cars already have a tire advantage. Theoretically, at least. There we go. Cars that took tires will get 5 seconds added to the next driver swap. That's been cleared up at least. And judging from the state of the tires that here in the broadcast that we can see, that would be car 1, car 9, and car 17 that have taken new tires. Someone in the chat asking, how can we measure the 5 seconds that will be held correctly? Because it's a fixed lap race, and Every stint, these 17 laps will be completed. Everyone will have a replay save. Now, in the next stint, that goes for them as well. So they can count there on the replay if they follow that extra 5 seconds or not. Because they will take the time when the previous stint pitted. There's the gap there between the cars when they pitted. Now if that gap stayed the same, then yeah, it's good. Now if you have a penalty on top of that, you just have to look. If that gap has 5 seconds added onto it, then that means then yes, they did serve that 5-second penalty. Five seconds to the race time, I guess, is also an option, but that one is at the discretion of race control. Seeing as, you know, you can serve the penalty on the next stint as soon as the next stint instead of waiting until the end of the race, then why not, right? It's a 24-hour race. Do you have to wait until the whole 24 hours is up? That's quite the pace speed, though. Even for an accelerated formation lap, that is quite the pace speed. No wonder the tires are getting beat up. But now at least the race leaders are heading onto the Dottinger Straight. And Nibali has just been instructed to decrease pace and bunch up the field. The rest of the field will have to queue up behind the race leader. And once they get past the Bilstein Bridge is when they'll line up double file all the way to the start-finish straight, or the start zone. And somehow Mohada still got damage. This time, it's still front aero and right side suspension. How that happened, I do not know. But it means the car 1 will start the race with mechanical damage. Going down the rest of the field, they're gridding up. Obviously a spot left blank to the left of car 49, which was, I have to guess, car 16. There would also be another gap at the back because car 54 also disconnected. Here we go. Cars are entering the final section of the Nordschleife. R67 GT Finland racers will lead the pack to finally take the green flag and begin this year's edition of the Nürburgring 24-hour race. And they're off. Green flag is now officially out. Nibali holding position there. S2K attempts to move down the inside of Mohata, but Mohata holds on to second place for now. But remember, car number 1, that green AMG, is damaged. The AMS cars will be impeded by that car somewhat here in the GP section. You can already see here the gap is already starting to build up, with Nibelai with 1.2 seconds heading into the Schumacher S. FGR Matty has moved up to 4th place, ahead of AMS Drift King's McLaren. And Nibelai is still with a 1.2 second gap heading into the chicane. And as we enter the Nordschleife, our grid looks like this. It's Nibelai ahead of Mohata, ahead of S2K, Matty in 4th, Drift King in 5th, Juno in 6th, Shadow in P7, Capraman in P8, Nick Regier moving up to P9 from the back of the grid, Mojo in P10, My Team Ghosted in 11, and GTX in 12. The whole grid separated by just 7 seconds as we enter the Nordschleife. Mohata, even with that damage, is still gaining on Nibelai here. Probably too early to say that the tire advantage is already working, but you'd expect with front aero damage on that green Mercedes that it's going to lose time, especially on the straights here against the BMW, and now it is. The gap of 1 second, that flow plot's now going up to 1.3, steadily going up. And S2K right up the back here of Mohata. Right in the slipstream, looking to get past that green Mercedes. And Matty is closing in behind them now, just less than half a second. 2, 3, 4 are within half a second here now. There's already quite a gap to Drift King, 2 seconds now to the McLaren behind, who's leading his own train here. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 cars almost. And by the looks of things, the advantage here is on GT Finland racers, as the car behind has damage, and they can use that to their advantage now, even if car number 1 has new tires than them. Because S2K has not been able to get past Mohata here. AMS stuck behind TDR, and they're quickly losing ground to FGR as well. Getting more pressured by the BMW than it is catching the TDR AMG in front of it. We'll have to look at the replay after this to find out where car number 1 got damaged, but it definitely was during the second formation lap, because it did repair its damage before it pitted. It had front aero and left suspension damage, front left suspension damage. Now it's carrying the opposite side suspension damage, so it had to have happened during the formation lap, probably when it was trying to work its way up the grid. And now we're at Kesselchen, just past Kesselchen, and the legs of the BMW is able to stretch that gap because of the damaged front aero on that Mercedes. 1.7 now the gap heading into Carousel. Mohata still keeping the cars behind him. Oh! And he's also got rear aero damage now on that Mercedes. Combination of all those damages probably caused them to overshoot carousel. Excuse me. And now S2K has been freed from the damaged AMG and is now free to chase after the leading BMW. Meanwhile, Mohata in the number 1 car is being pressured by FGR Matty in the BMW. I think here at this point, Matty just has to be patient. Not far now to go here in the mountain section, but once they get to the Dottinger Straight, the damages that the car number 1 is carrying should be more than enough for it to get past in the straight. Nibelai up in front, still extending that gap. S2K has finally managed to get past Mohata, but the gap is still 1.7 seconds. As we take a look away from the lead pack from a bit, Drift King now having quite a gap both in front and behind, while Juno's leading it. Juno's now leading the train of cars behind him. Shadow's right up behind the GT Finland racers BMW, with Capraman not far behind him. Take a look at the leader entering the Dottinger Straight. 1.8 seconds here, the advantage. And Mohata now 1.6 and losing time. Continually losing time to the car in front. With that much damage, they probably have no choice but to pit that car to repair. And look, Matty just makes easy work of the number 1 AMG on the straight. Drift King's also gaining ground on Mohata, it looks like. Can't imagine the TDR crew would want to keep that car out on track for more. It's just gonna bleed time more and more if it keeps out, and it does dive into the pits to repair. You're gonna assume it's gonna repair the damage, get new tires, and get a full tank of fuel. It's gonna be offset and pit strategy from here on. As we look down the grid, Mojo has gotten ahead of Nick Regier. Remember, when we started this race, Nick Regier made his way up to P8 or P9 with Mojo behind him, and now the positions have swapped. The back 4 cars of the grid are having their own battle here. GTX not far from those cars in front of him. Mohata out of the pits, but 16 seconds behind the next car. And Apex Motorsports AMG is slowly gaining ground. Car 24 is chasing down Nibelai's BMW here. The gap was 1.8 when they entered the Dottinger Straight. Now the gap is just 1.2. Slowly but surely, the gap is closing in. And looking at the graphic here, the tires on the AMG look slightly better than what is on the BMW. So tire wear, given how long a lap of this track takes, will definitely be a factor as the stints play out. Cars that are much better on tires could be much faster near the end of their stints than cars that are heavy on their tires. But then again, listen, on this first stint, everyone started on full fuel, which means everyone is much heavier than they probably would want to run. Then again, this is the Nordschleife. Track position is king around here. Until you get to the Dottinger Straight, that is. But hold on long enough, and with enough of a gap, you can probably keep your position at the end of the lap. Matty not really gaining much time on the cars in front, but holding steady here in P3. He's not gaining much in S2K, but he's actually keeping a close... he's actually maintaining the gap to Drift King, if not actually extending it a little bit by bit. Meanwhile, the Drift King is being hounded by Shadow in the second TDR car. With Mohata now off sequence, it's down to Shadow to really carry the flag here for TDR. But then again, we can expect Mohata to come back later in the race now that he has clean air. Look here, he came out of the pit 16 seconds behind the car in front, and now it's only 11.7, almost 4.5 seconds he's taken away now. Just from the GP section all the way up to Eidener Forst. At this point, I feel like it's a glitch here. Look, on my display, it shows Mohata has front aero and front right, the exact same damage that he had before he pitted. But he's still gaining time on the car in front, so I'm guessing it might be a graphical glitch here on the replay side. Maybe Mohata did repair the damage, but it's still showing that he still has some damage. The rear aero damage got repaired, which leads me to believe this is a new set of damage somehow. But with that pace, gaining on the car in front, I don't think it really is. So who knows if car number 1 still has damage. And now we look here at our race leader. Car 67 is being hounded by car 24. The gap now 1.1, 1.2. It looks like the BMW has the legs on the straight over the AMG. But in the tighter, more technical sections where the AMG gains time, because remember, we saw that gap go down around about after Flugplatz, which is after the technical section entering Nordschleife. Ooh, it looks like Nibali made a mistake there out of the section coming out of Carousel. The gap is now just half a second here. It's a dangerous position to be in for both drivers, really, because Nibali, it's pressure looking behind him, that the AMS AMG hunting him down, but for S2K, being this close means dirty air. And even in these GT3 cars, dirty air is a problem. We got someone in the chat asking where the teams of the German drivers. Our all-German team, Legendary Motorsport Performance, in the number 83 GTR is running strong in P8 within a pack of cars here. So it's in a strong battle for P7 with Juno and Nick Regier of Inferno. As we look back to the leaders here, the gap is currently 0.8, just 0.8 of a second between these two cars. Well within range for slipstream down Dottinger Straight. But even still, the pace is enough to stretch the gap to P3. The gap is now 3.7 to Matty behind them. And Matty is actually getting caught by Drift King now. That gap was 2.5 at the start of Nordschleife. Now it's just 1.8. Both our leaders are on the Dottinger straight now. S2K is gaining, but he's not gaining by enough, I think, to make a pass down the straight, which means the BMW just has a little bit of advantage here down the straight. However, the advantage is slowly going towards the AMG because of the tire wear. The tires on the 67 BMW look much worse than those that are on the number 24 AMG right now. And even in comparison, the BMWs look like they have much worse tire wear, because the number 56 car in P3 has much worse tire wear than the 67 in P1. And just breaking into turn 1, the gap is close to under half a second here between our top two. Matty already starting to struggle on those tires. His last lap was an 8:02. Our leaders are running in the 8:0 low mid ones, and S2K is in the 8:0s with the fastest lap right now, 8:06. Meanwhile, Drift King in P4, relatively, the tires are in much better shape than everyone around them. Both McLarens actually. Looking at the Inferno Motorsport McLaren as well, in comparison to the cars around them. Their tires are in really great shape, same as the, strangely enough, the Lexus RCF. The number 49 has really good tire wear, even better than the McLaren. But it may have something to do with the fact that it's on medium tires instead of soft tires. Ohata here has finally gotten past GTX. That lap was an 8:13, which is an out lap, and GTX was on medium tires as well. The GTX and Ghosted are on mediums. The 49 and the 49 Lexus and the 9 BMW are on medium tires, so it's going to be an alternate strategy for these guys. However, everyone else is on softs, and among the soft runners right now, it looks like the BMW is probably the worst on tires, followed by the AMG and then the McLaren. But again, it might have something to do with the fuel weight right now. If the cars are unable to do the entire length of their fuel tank, then it might just mean the fuel strategies are off at the start of the race because everyone had to go on a full tank. This is going to be interesting for Stint 2 onwards, where the drivers are going to be able to control their starting fuel. So it could be that the BMWs are just not on the optimal strategy because of the heavy fuel to start off with. And once we get to Stint 2, or maybe even the middle of this stint, when the fuel starts going down, they might be able to switch to their optimal strategy here and maybe be able to save their tires a little bit. Matty's doing a great job here holding on, even with those really worn tires on his BMW. Drift King not really closing the gap as much as I thought he would. The tire life difference here is huge between these two cars. And somehow Matty is able to just hold on to P3 even with that tire difference. what this does for strategy is because you have cars that are much better on their tires than others, it could mean that they could go on longer stints over the whole stint. I can see maybe a 2-stop or maybe a 3-stop strategy here for cars that aren't so nice in their tires. The cars that can actually stretch their tires might be able to do just two stops. Might be able to cut one extra stop there, and that's a lot of time you can save. It's almost about around Nürburgring 24. I would say that's about 40 plus, maybe 50 seconds, including fuel. If we're to assume that someone like Drift King is planning for a long stop, being 6 seconds behind the leader is not really a bad thing. Especially if the leader is struggling on tires and the next fastest car is having a hard time passing him or getting even close to make a move. The tire difference, I feel like, is going to show itself here in the mountain section after Carousel. Everything from Hoak to Glansgarden is going to be in the AMG's favor. Then again, the AMG's tires aren't going to be meant forever, and he's having to deal with the dirty air of the BMW in front of him. It's not gonna be an easy task here for S2K to get past Nibelai. Both cars are using the pace advantage. The BMW is definitely using its pace advantage to stretch the gap to P3 here. Matty now 4.5 seconds behind the leading pair, and Drift King is now within a second of that BMW in front of him on much better tires. To be honest, I can't see FGR going for another lap here on these tires. If they are, might be trying to drive these soft tires down to the rim. It's gonna be a risky strat for sure. Nibelai with half a second into Galgenkolb. Oh, and S2K runs wide. No damage, but those are going to be dirty tires, and he's going to be sacrificing a bit of pace here down Dottinger Straight. Momentum is all you need out of Galgenkolb, and S2K just lost his. Nibelai stretching the gap now to 1.1 seconds down the straight. That's going to give him a bit of a breathing room here to look behind him, and the purple AMG is not that close anymore. It could be that S2K got caught off by dirty air, or with the state of his tires being a combination of both, it could be. But it wasn't something you really wanted to do at that point on the track as well. Matty now heading in. Oh, Matty's still out on track. I thought he was heading into the pits. It was Shadow that headed into the pits. No damage on that car, so it looks like it's going to be a routine stop. Now those tires have only done 3 laps of green flag running. Remember, lap 2 of this race was an extra formation lap. The tire wear is going to be tight on this car. Not sure what strategy they're playing here. If 4 laps, maybe a two stop at this point. 2 more stops. If that's the stint length they're going for, they're gonna have to do 2 more. So it's gonna be a 3-stop for number 2 car. Mohata, the 1 car, is ahead of him now. Last lap was an 8:07, only a tenth of the fastest lap. So I'm assuming that damage really is just a glitch. I'm gonna take a moment to reload the spectator mode. Oh, and that was a pass for the lead. What happened there? Oh, so it was in the run up to the chicane. S2K got side by side with Nibali round the outside. That was a great move there by the number 24 car to take the lead of the race. Looks like Nibali's tires really just couldn't hang on to that position. It ended up losing to S2K. Has now stretched the lead almost a full second here even before they get to Flugplatz. Matty 3.3 behind Nibali, and Drift King closing in behind the BMW here. Looks like Nibali is struggling more on his tires than Matty is at this point. They're practically even in tire wear right now. It's gonna be the golden opportunity here if Drift King can hang on to the back of the BMW. Maybe up until after Bergwerk, where he's gonna be able to just get the draft, maybe make a move into mid curve before the carousel. Optimistic at this early point of the race, but it could be a possible move there. Nibali's not giving up. Gap is still under a second to S2K in front of him. A momentary moment of weakness there from the 67 BMW was all the 24 car needed to get ahead. Didn't look like there was contact before that pass either. We're not even an hour into this race, and that's quite the action already up top. Now we look down the rest of the field. Capperman in P5 in no man's land right now, 13 seconds behind Drift King's McLaren and 4.3 seconds ahead of the Infernal McLaren sandwich. He's in McLaren sandwich, and we just lost GTX here. The Lexus, I'm sorry, the number 9 GTMA BMW, we just lost it. We now have 11 cars left running here. We've lost 3 cars in just the first 10. The cars that disconnected are going to be able to rejoin from stint 2 onwards. So they're not completely out of the race yet, but they're going to be in a huge disadvantage time-wise. S2K stretched the lead now, almost 2 seconds now ahead of Nibali, who's losing time to Matty. Looks like Matty's been able to cope with the worn tires better than Nibali has. Looks like the 67 car's performance has just fallen off a cliff. While somehow, even with slightly worse tires, the 56 BMW is just holding on. And Drift King, the straight line speed difference is just becoming apparent here from the McLaren. Even on much better tires than the BMW in front of him, he's losing ground on the straight. We'll keep an eye on how the strategy plays out here. These cars, besides a Shadow, are now on their 4th lap. Oh, look at this gaggle of cars right here. P7 to P10, you can throw a blanket over him. That's Mohata getting past 19 Ghosted. And Shadow chasing down Juno. Now, the 2 TDR AMGs have a tire advantage over the cars around them right now, so it won't be a surprise if they could get past down Donninger Straight. The end of this lap. Shadow just riding the rear bumper of Juno's BMW, whose tires aren't in much better shape than Nibala, his teammate in P2. Oh, look at this! Drift King's right at the back of Matty. Matty probably made a mistake somewhere there, where the tires have started to fall off on his BMW finally. Yeah, that car is unstable down there. That front end is moving around so much right now. Just gotta be careful not to attack the brakes too much, because those tires, if you brake a bit too late, the ABS is just gonna cut all braking and send you straight into the wall. Matty being careful here. The exit out of the mini carousel is so compromised, even with those worn rears as well. And the pass has been made. Drifting now ahead of Matty, but the McLaren is slow on the straight. We've seen that, and Matty might just be able to get the position back here with half a second of tow behind the McLaren. Look, it's already gaining ground here, even with those dead tires. Will it be enough though? He's getting close, less than 2/10, less than a tenth. Side by side, Matty goes past Drift King here, down the main straight. The McLaren really just lagging the legs here to keep the position. But if he can stay close enough, he can mount a re-challenge down into turn 1. But I'm gonna guess Matty's gonna enter the pits here to change his tires, as our race leader, AMS Super S2K, comes in the pit, followed by Nibala behind him. Our top 4 into the pits. So that looks like the strategy is gonna be the 4 or 5 green flag laps. Now, Shadow, the TDR car, Shadow and Mohata basically have an undercut in the field. Where will they end up after this? They're offset on strategy, but the clean air they've got from that undercut might just give them position here. But Mohata pit, I'm gonna guess to repair the damage. Shadow is here, the exit. He's gotten past Nibala. He's effectively P3. And the gap is only 2.2 seconds to the race leader. So that undercut somehow worked for TDR. Shadow hit it in P6 or P5 or P6 if I remember correctly, and he's come out at the end of it P3. And he's got warmer tires. Look, he might be able to mount a challenge on the FGR BMW here, which still has cold tires. You can see FGR's BMW just a bit squarely out of the hairpin there, and it might not be able to go full throttle down. Schumacher S, not quite yet. And the tires on Shadow's car are in really good shape, despite being 2 laps old now. The battle is on. TDR car is back in this. Okay, Mohata pitted to repair the damage, so that damage was legit. Wow, he clocked in a 807, less than a tenth off of the current fastest lap, with front aero damage and front right suspension damage. There is some serious pace hidden in that number 1 car. But it's out of position because of the damage, so, you know, the problem is just keeping it clean. If Mohata can keep the rest of the stint clean, he might be able to make up a lot of ground on everyone around him. You know, somehow the other GT Finland racers found himself at the back in P11. RS2K is about to looking to stretch the gap here to Matty behind them, but with the BMW and much newer tires, it's keeping pace with the 24 AMG. But it's getting a bit of a hurry up from the TDR car behind them, the number 2 car. as well as the 67, who's still within reach there at the back, Nikolai. And that was interesting. Drifting also hit it. Even with the tire advantage of the McLarens, they didn't opt to run longer. I thought for sure someone would have attempted to go long. It looks like everyone's on the same page here, going 4 or 5 laps on each stint. Meanwhile, Ghosted here on the medium tire. He's running the long stint here. He's on the alternate tire strategy. He's in P6, 11 seconds ahead of Mojo, who recently just fitted for new tires. I was trying to look for the other car on mediums, but it was the number 9 BMW that sadly disconnected. So currently we only have the 49 Lexus to look at for the alternate strategy. And Matty actually catching up here. The gap was 2.1 the last time we looked at these two, and now it's 1.4. The BMW on new tires has a lot of pace on hand versus the AMG. Well, the question is, can the BMW hold on to its tires long enough? We saw at the first stint of this one. In the first set of tires on heavy fuel, the BMW was just burning the tires off the car, and the AMG was taking care of their tires much better. It could be possible that the Spider GT Lexus is looking for a one-stop here. It's on 50% fuel. But those tires, I don't think. Maybe they can. Actually, they can. If they can hold on to that pace enough, they might be able to make this medium tire strategy work. That would mean running up until the end of lap 8 or 9. And then going for another stint on mediums. But now they almost lost. They're definitely going to lose time to the cars around them because they're on softs. The question is just how much are they going to lose? How much time are they going to be able to keep on those mediums? The gaps have ebbed and flowed. Pretty much the top 4 have been within striking distance of one another. 2, 3, 4 within visual range of one another. 3 seconds separating the top 4 here, with another 4 seconds to the 5th place car, the AMS McLaren. But the gap has definitely ebbed and flowed here. We've seen Matty close up to S2K, and now we're seeing S2K grow that lead back up again. It's not easy to find a rhythm around here in the Nordschleife, especially when you got cars around you. Really isn't. So these guys are doing a fantastic job of, one, just keeping the car on track. These are fast cars around here. I would argue that the GT3s are also becoming too fast for the Nordschleife. These cars can be a handful when they misbehave around here. We'll keep an eye on 2, 3, 4 here because Nibali is much closer to Shadow now than he was at the start of the lap. If he gets a good enough exit here onto the Dottinger Straight, it would be a slingshot to get past the number 2 AMG and chase after the other BMW in front. Because with a lap younger tires, everyone around Shadow has tire advantage over him. And look, there's the slipstream. About to pull out any second now. Ooh, I think he made contact with the rear of the AMG, just pushed him a little bit there. Could be latency, it could be a bump draft, even. Oh, now he's going side by side here. Thought better of it. Lines up back behind the number 2 car. And they're back in formation just as they started. The lap ends with S2K holding a 1.8 second lead over Maddie. It looks like the straights is going to be all BMW by the looks of it. The AMG's not too bad, not like it's nowhere near the same deficit as the McLaren, but on a straight up battle, I think the BMW is just gonna drive past the AMG on the straight. But look there, look at that pace. Shadow just set a 59.2, and just in the sector 1 split, S2K is half a second up on that. Their last laps, we'll look at their last laps. It's an 8:09 for S2K, an 8:05 for Maddie. Shadow with a 7:59. And again, these are, I think these are the out laps or the first laps, first flyers in this new set of tires. Nibelai with an 8:09, Drift King with an 8:10, Ghosted with an 8:09, Mojo with an 8:0.9. Well, this GTR is flying. I don't know if I cursed that as he went deep into the hairpin. Mohata with an 8:06. Capraman with an 8:14. Nick Regier with an 8:15. Juno with an 8:13. I think these are the out laps, right? So the difference might be in how much fuel they took. Shadow did the undercut in the last lap. We're gonna see some serious pace from everyone else here on this next lap. Looking at the other interesting strategy update here, Ghosted now just 4.4 ahead of Mojo here. His last lap was an 8:09. And Mojo's last lap was an 8:0. So if the mediums are, at this stage of the race, if the mediums are almost 10 seconds slower than the softs, the new softs, it might be risky. It might be a risky strat, but I guess it's worth trying. Let's try to work out how much time these guys lost during the pits. Not much, but it looks like. Yeah, it don't look like they. Well, most of them only took tires. But once you get to the full surface stops, I think that's where it's gonna get. That's where the medium strat is gonna come into play. I don't think the medium strat is the right strat to play in stint 1, where everyone starts at the same fuel load. But from stint 2 onwards, it might be a good strat where, you know, when everyone is already picking their fuel load, because the soft guys aren't going to run full fuel. They're going to run like half fuel. And they're going to fill up half fuel every single stint, or at least offset some of that fuel. For if they're running 2 stops, they're going to offset some of that fuel so they didn't spend as much time in total in the pit. But those times are still going to be gains for mediums. Nibelai here still hanging on the back bumper of Shadow, and they're still keeping Maddie in touch here, but Maddie's closing the gap to S2K. I wonder what happened here to S2K. Did he make a mistake? No damage on that car, so I'm guessing it's just a mistake, or the BMW just has so much pace in that part of the track. You see a scenario where these 4 cars, especially when the TDR car, car 1, comes back into play, are fighting within visual distance of each other for 24 hours? I can see that scenario happening, to be honest with you. the quality of drivers in this year's field is insanely high. If you've tuned into the pre-qualifying sessions for this year's N24, you know how many teams attempted to enter this race. I think there were like 20 teams, at least, or probably more, that tried to enter this year's field. It would only take 14. The ERF had to turn away some cars because they weren't fast enough during pre-qualify. There we go. 25 teams signed up. We had to turn away 11. Crazy. Now if GT had a lot, you know, if GT had bigger lobbies, we'd have, imagine that, we'd have 25 cars, 25 GT3s racing for the win here at N24. I can't even keep up with that. I don't know if I can keep up with that on broadcast. As we see here, drifting, going back to the action here, drifting looks like he's falling away a bit from the leading pack. Which is what really makes me curious about the strategy that the AMS McLaren is playing here. Oh, what is this? Ghosted was using the chat even though it wasn't allowed. Oh, there was... Oh, what? Might have caught on to this a bit too late. Looks like there was contact there between Mohata and Ghosted. Mohata looks like he's fine. No damage on the number 1 TDR car. But the 49 Lexus on the alternate medium tire strategy now has front aero and front right suspension damage. I'm gonna say it might have been contact because I don't know I can't think of any other reason why Ghosted would go on chat to say thanks sarcastically to Mohata, even though he's not allowed to do that. If there are any team personnel up here, please remind your drivers to please don't use the chat. The chat is reserved solely for race control. Oh, Matty now has built up quite a gap to Nibali here, and Nibali's actually gone past Shadow. Was that on the straight, I wonder? Let's see. It looked like it was on the straight, or maybe even before that. Nibali was already ahead by the time they entered the final S-curve. We can only assume here that Mohata might have pushed the pass, given I can't rule it out myself, to be honest, given the pace difference between the 49 car on medium tires. Mojo already pitting with front damage. Given the state of the tires, I don't think this is the routine stop. So that's the other thing about Nürburgring, especially Nürburgring 24. Unscheduled pit stops are expensive. Because because the lap is hella long. 2, you've offset yourself really badly the rest of the field. It's hard to gain that much time back here around Nürburgring. For the people in chat who are wondering how the replay system works, this isn't ERF exclusive. This is a feature built in the Gran Turismo, which you can only access, unfortunately, if you have a keyboard plugged into your PlayStation. It goes something like this. You can set a replay, you know, you can set a flashback point. But it doesn't go all the way back. It's only 15 seconds max. Which is why I missed the moment of contact between Mohata and Ghosted. Because it probably was already 15 seconds past it. But speaking of which, Ghosted did pit for a new set of mediums and some fuel, which means he's going to the end on this set of tires. 13 seconds behind the 83 GTR in front of him on new soft tires. This will be interesting where how much time Ghosted can make up against the cars around him. Especially considering that some of them have relatively new tires still. If anything, it's info to pass on to the following stint about how viable the medium tire strategy actually is. Now look at the top three here. You can still see them in one shot. The gaps have closed up again. Nibali has now closed the gap to 1.6. That guy might have grown when he was trying to make a move on Shadow. But now that he's free of the AMG, he's free to chase after the BMW in front of him. It's looking like a case of who blinks first, right? Like, who makes a mistake first? Knock on wood here. I'm not saying anyone's gonna make a mistake soon enough, but this is a really tough track to get a rhythm on, like I said earlier. Especially when we get to the night stints. That's gonna be a different kind of works. Now I've raced in this particular race for 2 years now. We've won the first one on track in 2023 with Alexis RCF, and we were middling. We were pretty much in the midfield last year in the BMW, and the consistent thing between those two races was unfortunately, it's so hard to keep your concentration there. You have to really be on it. And as we say that, we see Shadow falling down the grid. Damage in the car too, front aero. Wonder if we can get that far back. Oh, it's already in there. Mohata's got past Shadow. It might have had an off somewhere. Probably run deep, heading into the wall, but not hard enough for it to have engine damage, thankfully. But it is now down to P6. And behind Mohata was on the offset strategy. It must have been bad enough, because Shadow was like 5 seconds ahead of Drift King before whatever accident he had happened, and to end up behind Mohata as well, and basically 19 seconds behind Drift King. It must have been a spin. I'm guessing it's a spin. Must have had a hit and it was a spin. It wasn't X-Mule. What? Oh, it was there. Okay. You're definitely gonna lose a lot of time if you get it wrong there. And it's an easy spot to lose the car as well. Because X-Mule, if I remember right, it's a off-camera right hand. I hit the inside. Oh yeah, it's an auto spin. Yep. If you hit the inside, it was an auto spin. Unfortunate how this game works sometimes. But look, Nibali's already Caught up to the back of Matty, already less than half a second behind the FGR BMW. Nikolai is on the move here, making up time for basically burning his tires off in the first set of tires. Right up to the, oh wow, it's kissing the rear of the FGR car out of the mini carousel. There's definitely a move getting lined up here down Gerho. Just don't run wide out of Galenkov. Safely through there. And we're gonna see Nikolai pull out from the back of FGR's BMW soon enough to go side by side. Or he's waiting. Oh, there he is. Pulls out behind side by side now, these two cars. And pulls back in. Matty looks like he has straight line speed advantage here. Or Nikolai's gonna try to make a move down the inside here. No, thinks better of it. Early for that. Early for that kind of move, and S2K is only 2.3 ahead of you anyway. Nikolai definitely thought of it there. Fastest lap right now, Mohana with a 57.3. And he's only up, and that was last lap. He's only about to finish this lap. I wonder what lap time he's gonna pull out with this one. Again, I guess it's not that quick. If you did make contact with the 49 Lexus with my team Ghosted, then yeah, it would have affected his lap time here. Mohata with a 59.5, Shadow pitting to repair the damage and get new tires. Definitely not ideal for R2 here for TDR. It's a pretty bad timing as well, as it's lap 10. They're gonna run until lap 16. So if their stints are 4 laps or 5 laps, you're gonna have to force yourself to run an extra just so you don't have to make an extra pit stop. Or take mediums. Wonder what he took. He took softs. But this car needs to run like 7 laps. Yeah, needs to run 7 laps. And I guess good enough. If the strat is 4 or 5, then yeah, I guess you can do 3, 4. But then again, it's an unscheduled pit stop, so it's just time lost at the end of the day. And this is what really makes or breaks any endurance race, really. Unplanned pit stops. But even more so at the Nürburgring 24. Because if you have a crash very early on in the lap, you have like the track's 25 kilometers. So if you have a crash really early on, let's say at the start of Nordschleife, you'll be driving 20 kilometers with the damaged car, so that's already you're already bleeding time for those 20 kilometers before you even get back to the pits to actually fix the damage. The time loss is magnified just because of that. And Matty's still holding position ahead of Nikolai, who's struggling to get past his fellow BMW. Seems to have just a little bit more on the straights again over him. So it's never going to be an easy pass here. I'm getting reminded that Tavernello is leading the AM class and is doing a really good job, I must agree, holding down P6. There is a pro-am split in this race. We have 6 pro-class cars and 8 rest of the field being AM cars. Our Pro Class cars, as some of you might have already imagined, would be the 2 TDR cars, the 1-2 AMG, the 2 Apex Motorsports cars, the 23 McLaren and 24 AMG, our current race leader, and the 2 GT Finland Racers cars, the 66 and 67 BMWs. The rest of the cars are in the AM class. Now, just because it's Pro-Am doesn't mean that it's guaranteed that it's gonna be one of those 6 cars in the Pro class that's gonna win this race. Anything can happen here. Oh, 7. FGR was classified Pro after qualifying. Okay, well so we have 7 cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 currently running are in the Pro class. Cavernella Racing is holding down the lead in the AM class in 6th place, with 8 seconds over the Inferno McLaren. They've just kept themselves out of trouble. So did the Inferno cars, really. Weirdly enough, we've seen more damage from the Pro cars than the AM cars, especially with the 1 car. Think of that what you will. But to say that is it unusual? Not really. There have been a lot of times where we've seen the pros damage their cars more than the AMs. And it's not limited to the Nürburgring 24 either. We've seen that happen in the Spa 24. We've seen that happen in the even in the shorter races, really. It's happened in Bathurst 12. It's happened in, well, even in Brands Hatch GP. That's happened. And it's not because, you know, the AMs are just pushing. No, the pros are pushing way too much. Not really. Sometimes it might be like that, but it's never really a guarantee. But we also have races like last year's N24 where the AMs just couldn't keep themselves off the wall, or this year's Bathurst 12 hour where the AMs just couldn't keep themselves off the wall. It could go both ways, really. All I'm saying is, if you keep yourself free of trouble, by the end of the race, by hour 23, you can find yourself in a really good position by the end of the race. Just by keeping yourselves off the pits as much as you can. And if I'm allowed to pull from personal experience again, 2023, the number 56 Lexus was nowhere near the pace of the 23 Nismo GTR back then. But just by staying out of trouble, we found ourselves crossing the line first. There's penalties post-race that kept us off the top split, but still, that's another issue. And we've seen the worst last year as well. Number 56 BMW was going to be in contention for at least a top 3 by the 11th stint, but everything fell apart and we ended up, what, P5, P7, no, P7 by the end of it. That could make or break a race, really. This is now S2K's 5th lap on this set of tires, so that might be the optimal strategy by the looks of it. And Matty's still holding on to 2nd place, and Nivelai's just right there. He's been less than a second behind the FGR BMW this whole lap, it looks like. And it's causing Drift King start to catch up. Now it's just 4 seconds. The pack for P3. Mohata's gonna be steady in P5. That much I'm sure. But you gotta wonder. Without the damages, you'd think this car would be up there. We'd probably be seeing a four-way fight for the lead here. We're now an hour 31 deep into this race. Well, to be more accurate, we've been racing green flag for maybe a little bit over an hour 10 minutes tops. Because of that extra formation lap we had at the start. But these laps go by quick. Just gonna be, you can just sit there and watch, and the next thing you know, they're racing for the final lap of the stint. And look, drifting is actually catching up to the two BMWs in front of him. The gap is now 3.3. Before the Nordschleife, the gap was 4.1. With the tire advantage of the McLaren finally coming into play here, it looks like. Then again, there's still the straight line speed deficit. I wonder how they're gonna fix that. Some people would already think BOP, but it might be setup. Remember, these cars have open setups. Either way, I wouldn't doubt AMS. They know what they're doing. His cameraman he's actually gaining on the car behind. Not only is Cavernella Racing leading the AM class, they're actually extending that gap. Well done to the Italian team. I would say one of the Italian teams, but Vez ain't here yet, or ain't here right now. We'll see them in stint 2 onwards. It's gonna be fun banter when they meet on track. Meanwhile, the other GT Finland Racers car, the 66 BMW, is closing in on the Inferno McLaren. Behind him is the number 2 TDR car and fresh tires. I can assume this won't be much of a challenge here for Shadow. With an extreme tire advantage right now. Both cars look like they're out of position here, considering both cars are in the Pro class. Unfortunately, I haven't even been able to track what's happened with the 66 car throughout the whole stint. All I know is they started the race P8. They were already out of position even before the green flag. And getting stuck in that train there, combined with the fact that it's a BMW and it definitely had bad tires by the end of the first round of pit stops. It's a struggle bus, and now there's the pass. Shadow going around the outside of Juno pretty easily there as well. I don't know if Juno might have just conceded the position, knowing there was a tire difference in play there. Maybe Juno might have just let that AMG by so they could use the slipstream down here at the back of Nordschleife. Maybe racecraft could be in play here. All right, go ahead, but take me with you to the McLaren. I'll let you go, but pull me along with you. That seems to be the case. Both the three cars, the Inferno McLaren, the number 2 TDR AMG, and the 66 GT Racers Finland BMW are all in one shot now. Oh. The Spider car apparently had a spin. And it does have front damage. Oh, we missed it. But yeah, that would be a hit to their one-stop strategy here. Well, you might as well just tough it out, right? At this point. You're 48 back from the next car. You're on mediums with the damaged car. If you pit, you lose what, 20 seconds? But then what? You stay on the same set of tires? I don't know. It's a tough call for Spider GT here. That earlier contact with the number 1 TDR car already kind of ruined the strategy. Going that deep out of Parasol also won't help you. But it might be the damage affecting the car's handling right now. Yeah, it could be a good call there. You just go on the same strategy as the leaders. If you pit at the end of 11, you have to do five laps on softs anyway. You might as well, I feel like. Yeah. I would agree with Chad here. S2K finally in the pits after 5 laps on those set of tires with more fuel than the rest of the top 4. Now Matty and Nibelite pitted literally right next to each other, and Driftking had closed the gap to 2.3. This will be interesting here. Fuel load might decide who gets to go out first. And these cars are fueling for 5 laps because they have to go to the end of 16. Wata also pits. Now he's back on the same strat as the leaders. S2K takes 61. Matty takes 51. Nibelite 53. Drift King 55. So the order remains the same, but the gaps might stretch out a little more. I wonder why S2K had to take 61. Is the AMG worse on fuel than the BMW? Or was that just a safety net? They could just go full blast for the next 5 laps. And again, he had a lot of time on hand as well. The AM class cars have also pitted. Caproman takes 55. Nick Regier and the McLaren will probably take less than that. He's also taking 55. Mojo in the GTR, 60, and Juno in front, the 66. BMW takes 55, I think it was. Either way, he's still chasing after Nick Regier. Meanwhile, the Spider GT Lexus pits in, primarily to repair the damage, but I wonder what they're gonna do. They're changing tires. I'm guessing they're going on softs here, then repair the damage. But didn't take extra fuel. Again, the Lexus is known to be fuel efficient, so having 50% fuel might just be enough to make 5 laps. But they did go on the same strat as the leaders, do 5 laps in the softs for the rest of the stint. S2K with a 5.5 second gap now to Matty, who's still being hounded by Nibelai. These two BMWs have not been separated since the second round of pit stops. And Drift King is now probably the closest he's been to the top 3 the whole stint. 2 seconds behind the BMW, the 67 BMW. Shadow, the number 2 TDR AMG, 9.6 behind Drift King, but he's on an offset here. He's not on the same strat as these guys. He's ahead of his teammate, who is on the same strat as the leaders. Shadow, I think, will have to pit within the next 2 laps. If not at the end of this lap. Maybe the next, just looking at his fuel numbers. Either way, if he stops with the looks of it, he probably has enough to still come out ahead of Cameraman in P7. Right? So Shadow can hit and still come out P6. But our top 4 is looking like a straight fight here. All of them are on the same strategy. What about the other BMW of GT Finland racers? The gap is now down to 2.8 to the Inferno McLaren. But he's also taking the LMP GTR along with them. His Mojo's right behind the rear bumper of the 66 BMW. Now, should Juno get past the Inferno McLaren, the next car ahead is the Tavernello AMG, which is 11 seconds up. If you look with the remaining number of laps left, I don't think 66 car can make it all the way up to P7, but it should be enough for it to get past the Inferno car and then try to stretch a gap, if it can even get close, because the Inferno car is not slow. It's holding its own, and Juno has to look behind them because the LMP GTR is just right there. We'll come back to this battle later on. For now, we'll keep an eye on the leaders. And S2K is just increasing the gap here. The gap is now 6.2. It's only been the outlap. And he's been really gunning it here. Well, Matty looks like he's been taking it easy, or he's been looking too much behind him because, you know, Nikolai, the 67 BMW, is still there. And somehow they've managed to stretch the gap a bit more to Drift King, and now 3.1 seconds. That was 2 seconds at some point earlier in the outlap. So the gap between third and fourth, or second and third to fourth, has somewhat ebbed and flowed within the last few laps, including during the round of pit stops as well. Okay, that would be our 4th disconnection. Spider GT has disconnected from the lot. We now have 10 cars left running just on the first stint. Again, even if they disconnected, they will be able to rejoin after from stint 2 onwards, but now we're looking at Juno here. He's got damage, front aero and front right suspension. I wonder where he got that. He ended up, he's now behind the LMP GTR by 3 seconds, so it wouldn't have been from too early. He's already here. He's already got damage. I'm gonna guess it's after Carousel. If I were to guess, it might have been a whole octa. Probably went deep. Then again, it's a right-hand turn, so it might have been at the exit of Carousel. You can only confirm it by the replay after this stint. Oh, here we go. Nibali is actually going for it now. Is he? Oh, he's still lined up behind Matty. Matty just has enough legs at the end of the long straight. Like, even after Donninger Hope, even after going down Bilstein Bridge, he still has some extra pace down the straight here. Just keeps him ahead of Nibali. Now where does this put Drift Gang? 2.8 behind these two. Shadow pits finally because he was off sequence. Now he's about to take new tires and 5. No, it's a 4. Can't count. What the hell? 4 laps of fuel. And I'm gonna guess it should be enough. Come out ahead of Capraman. Was on his way out here, the final corner. Down the main straight. Shadow's already at the pit exit. Yep, really did come out in 6th place. Mohata's running purple laps again with clean air in front of him. Shadow 28.5 behind, came out 4.4 seconds ahead of Capraman and P7. Now I would say the top 6 have settled into their positions to end the stint, unless something happens to these two, which has been the stint long battle for P2 by the looks of it. I don't think I've seen these cars away from each other since lap 5? Or after the first round of pit stops, really. These cars have been really just glued together almost. And we've seen Nibali make that move like twice before the last lap. And he just hasn't been able to make it stick. He had one run where he was right on the rear bumper of Maddie even before the gantry, but he's still gonna make the move. The FGR BMW just has some extra legs down the straight at the end of the straight. Keep itself ahead of the GT Finland Racers car 67. And Drift King's just right there, waiting for something to happen to these two. He's been able to keep that gap just around about 3 seconds, really. The problem is Mohata's right behind them, gaining a lot of time every lap. The TDR #1 car is so fast. It just hasn't been able to keep itself out of the wall. And that's been its weakness so far in this stint. It's been the same pattern really between the 56 and the 67, where the 67 would be able to close the gap somewhat on the technical section, but then when you get to the straight, even with slipstream really right up close to the back of the 56, the 67 just hasn't been able to make the pass count, or even be in a position where it could in a battle for into a braking battle even. It's just been stuck behind the 56. Well, the 24 has just started to run away. It's now 7.2. The gap between AMS Super S2K to Maddie behind it. And Drift King's probably not even concerned about what's in front of him right now because Mohada's just on the warpath. The gap now under 10 seconds. He's just starting to gain a lot of time here. Maybe the clean air would help him, but the clean air would definitely allow him to stretch the legs in that AMG. But he just has to be really careful. Shadow and the new set of tires. Has extended the gap somewhat from Capraman. That was 4.4 when he came out of the pits. It's actually impressive. Up until halfway to the Nordschleife, he's only been able to stretch the gap by 1 second to the car behind. While Capraman's just been running away from the Inferno McLaren from behind them. And look, LMP's already caught up to the Inferno McLaren. We're gonna have another battle, potential battle here at the back. And Juno, after, well, he's still running with the damage. He's now 10.5 seconds behind the GTR. So I'm guessing they're just gonna run this car to the end. It's a bit too late to make an extra stop for repair. We'll try to keep an eye on that battle later on. And Mojo's already ahead of Nick Regier. Wonder where the pass was made. Here we go. This was close. This was hitting into closer time, it looks like. And oh, what? Oh, it looks like Nick Regier went wide on the hairpin before the carousel, and that's where Mojo took the place. It was a mistake from the Inferno car that gave the position to the LMP GTR. Gonna guess that battle's done with for now, as we look on what would just be ground 5. Oh, people are running a bit wide there, but kept momentum somewhat. Yes, this is round 5 of the Feel Good Racing versus GT Finland Racers BMW battle, featuring the AMS McLaren just watching there at the back. Addy just stretches the gap there to Nibali. It looks like the 6th gear on the 67 car is just a bit too short. Like, judging from where the revs were at the end of the straight versus where the 56's revs were, I think he's just running out of gear. S2K set the fastest lap of the stint here with a 56.9. And a reminder that the pole position lap was a 53.693 from the 67 BMW. We're now less than 3 seconds. Oh no! What? Disconnected. The number 1 car disconnected. That is a shame. After setting the fastest lap, 7:54.064, after going faster than he did in qualifying, he disconnected. The GT gods did not like that. It seems. Oh no. That is such a shame for the number 1 TDR car. They were already on the way back. Oh man. Sony servers have not played nice with us in the first stint. It's only the first 2 hours of the 24-hour race. Give us a break, Sony. That is unfortunate. What that does is promote the sister car, the number 2 TDR AMG, into the top 5, back into the top 5. Man, we really lost 5 cars within just the first stint. I mean, we started with 1 car less already as it is. Is it problems with server stability, or just general internet connection problems? Who knows? At this point, who knows? No one has the answer at this point. But it's just a series of unfortunate events that, you know, people that should be racing right now got denied the race by by factors outside of their control, pretty much. Now we're taking this is behind the scenes, but race control is trying to take action now, trying to find alternate hosts for future stints, hoping this fixes things. And I do hope this fixes things, because it sucks to have disconnections happen mid-race, especially for a long race like this. Because yes, we're allowing disconnected cars to rejoin on the following stint. However, the time penalties are still there. I mean, and by time penalties, I mean they're gonna have to start X amount of time after the last car, or whatever the compensation time ends up being for them for the next stint. As that's how ERF tries to keep things fair. Like if you disconnect close to the end of the stint, you're not going to lose as much time if you disconnect at the start of the stint. Which I think is a fair system to be used. But here we go. Take 7 of the GTFR versus FGR battle. And this time, it's in a different place than the Donningerhoven. But Matty still manages to keep ahead of the car 67 driven by Nibelai. I can imagine how frustrated the 67 car must feel right now. I'm catching you in a lot of places. I should be ahead of you, but somehow I'm not. I fully understand how that feeling. And they're just watching. I mean, for DTFR, I'm gonna guess they're just looking, you know, further up the field, which is the AMS AMG just running away from them. The 8.2 seconds now, the gap. And Drift King's closing up the gap again. 2.0 now behind Nibelai. You can just imagine, like, what ifs running through the mind of GTFR right now. What if we got past FGR like 5 laps ago? How much closer would we be to S2K? Like, don't get me wrong, FGR isn't really holding them up per se. FGR car is fast. But on the sections where Nibelai was gaining time, imagine if he was ahead, right? If he was ahead in the sections where he was much faster than the FGR car, how much time would he have gained? That's the kind of thing you just think about. And it looks like he's just being frustrated now, because it looks like he's been making mistakes there in the mountain section, because Drift King now closed the gap to 1.3. But then again, Maddie's also still within touching distance, so I don't know. Maybe the BMWs are starting to struggle now. And the McLaren is still on its relatively good tires. Could be a case of both. Here we go again. 67 right in the slipstream of the 56. Not having enough. Look, it's half a second back and it's still losing time. There's just that slight difference in setup that I can think of, where the FGR car is just maybe a couple miles an hour faster in the top speed at the end of the straight. And that's just enough to keep itself ahead of the GTFR car. Defend against the GTFR car. It's the smallest things that make the big difference here. That's how close this field actually is. It could be a few clicks of the rear wing. It could be a flatter car, less rake. Just giving the 56 car that little edge it needs. Keep itself ahead. Looks like Drift King's starting to smell blood in the water. Nibelai now has to look behind him as well. That McLaren is closing up ever so slightly every sector. We'll take a look at the action behind. Mojo, having passed the McLaren a lap ago, is now 4 seconds ahead of Inferno. And looks like Inferno is going to be, if things stay the same until the end, they might just, well, they will, not just might. They will hold on to P8 at the end of the stint, because Juno in the other GT Finland Racers BMW is driving with a damaged car. They, well, really got no choice at the matter at that point. It's either lose more time in the pits or just grin it and bear it. In this case, it's the latter option. And it's not really a bad option given it's only stint 1. It's only the first 2 hours of the 24. And I will take that advice into heart. When Evileye gets closer again to Maddie, it's not a question of if, but when. We'll try to take a look at things from inside car 67. The gap is still under a second. Can you imagine running under a second behind someone for a full 2 hour stint at the Nürburgring? insane. Even when I had the same experience with Eric's last year, when you look back at it, it's just insane. Like, really? You end the stint and you go back. Did you really just do that? One of those things in sim racing, it just makes people really content with what they're doing. No close battles on the field for now. I hope you don't mind if we take a look at the only action that's going on right now. This close fight for P2. Drift King is slowly but surely getting into this fight as well. Here we go. Inside car 67. Getting into berg work. This is a spot where earlier they were able to line up a potential move. Both cars seem to lose the rear end there at the exit. The gap is closing. Here we go. But would it close enough? Oh, the dirty air, just not letting the car turn in. You don't see how much closer the brakes. Oh! What a dive down the inside from Nikolai, and now he goes ahead of Maddie. Before the carousel. Let's watch that move again. Maddie just leaves the door slightly open and Nikolai takes it. Puts a hand on the door and just forces it open. What a move there. Amazing stuff from car 67. And now he's going to try to just run away from... Oh no, Maddie just goes wide there. No damage, but those are going to be dirty tires on that car. That's going to leave the door open for the McLaren behind him. Drift King. Will he have an opportunity here? Oh, he goes inside there. Oh, wow. That's not normally a place you make a pass around here in the Nürburgring, but he makes it work there. Drift King up to P3. Maddie losing positions. 2 positions in pretty much the same sector. We'll look at that pass again. Oh, he just loses the rear. He just goes wide, loses the rear. That's a tire difference there for Maddie versus Drift King. Drift King just had enough grip to take the middle line and go right alongside the 56 BMW as it lost traction and take position as it entered the YouTube corner. Pretty much that was it. Now Nibelai trying to run away from Drift King. Drift King's still not done. Nibelai almost losing the rear there, going into Galgenkampf. Down the Dottinger Straight, the BMW will have the legs over the McLaren here. But the tire situation is in favor of the McLaren. Well, that was interesting. At the end of the straight, Drift King wasn't losing time at all to the 67 car. So it looks like the top end limited BMW is an even match for the McLaren. It'll be interesting to see what the McLaren can do with slipstream. But Matty hasn't given up yet. 1.5. It's still within striking distance of the two cars in front, especially if they get into it. We'll see here. We'll get in with Drift King here. Oh, Nibali goes deep into the hairpin. The gap closes up much more here into the Schumacher S. The McLaren is flat. I think so was the M6. A little correction there on the McLaren. What can it do here on the chicane entering the Nordschleife? Not really pushing the issues yet. But this is their final lap of the stint. The leader and everyone else behind them will have to pit at the end of lap 16. Where everyone else, the stint 2 drivers, are now waiting for the go signal. We'll keep an eye on this action for a bit. But let's not forget our current race leader, AMS Super 2K in the number 24 Apex Motorsports AMG with a 14-second lead heading into the final lap of the first stint. The battle is hot for P2 right now. Nibali only 6/10 ahead of Drift King, who's only 1.2 ahead of FDR Matty. But between these three cars, the one with the most combat potential on the straights has to be the 56. So if a scenario happens where the 67 and the 23 get into a fight that brings the 56 back into play, or the Dottinger straight, I think the FDR car might be able to retake P2. Oh, it's close. Only 2/10 now. Oh shit. Alright. Didn't mean that. Wrong button. Ah! We'll look back at that. That's my bad. Now what happened here? Going into Adner Forest. Oh, it looks like Nibali just lost the rear. Probably mounted a tire on the exit curb. And Drift King just takes the inside. With better tires that still grip on the inside, he just easily takes the position. Now this is the situation I was thinking of. Nibali is still within a second of Drift King. But now, after that pass, Matty is within half a second, or was, but still under a second, behind Nibali. These three cars are within 1.5 seconds of each. They're just blanketed by 1.5 seconds. Anything can still happen here. The fast section where the McLaren is weak is coming up. That might be a place where the 67 can gain some ground on the 23. For the interest of those who ask, P9 is currently 2 minutes and 11 seconds away from the leader. Look at this battle. Oh, drift kick goes wide. I hope that's lag. And not actually what happened. With better tires, the McLaren should, theoretically, have more pace after the carousel in the mountain section here. But the exit was compromised in that particular instance, and the gap is now close to under half a second. This battle is not over yet by a long shot, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are gonna fight it to the pit entry. Out of the line, just the pit entry, because we're ending stint 1. Shades of Eric's versus Clockwork Motorsport in last year's N24. The race to the pits is intense. Ooh, drifting. Looks like he ran a little wide there. Might be lag on my end. And he didn't really go that deep. The gap is still under a second. Nibelite and Matty is now 1.4. FGR lost a little bit of ground versus GTFR right there. But it's still not over. If GTFR can find themselves in a good spot behind the AMS McLaren entering the Dottinger Straight, there might still be a chance to drive past down the straight. Ooh, but some grass there, AMS. It looked like it did. It's losing ground to the BMW. But the BMW is literally hanging on by a pixel of fuel. I think it has enough. Our race leader is in the pits, ending stint 1. So AMS look like they're gonna end the first stint 1-2. 24 leading the 23 by 17 seconds. There we go. Top 4 are already in the pits, waiting for the go signal. Second stint driver waiting for the go signal. Pretty soon we'll hand it over to the action in the next stint. Been a pleasure commentating this first 2 hours of the ERF Nürburgring 24 2025. It was a slow start, but the finish was well worth it.
Okay, so I think I'm taking over now for stint number 2. Thank you, Noor, for your service.
I was just waiting for the rest of the grid to complete.
We have
The first stint, Juno now coming up to the final corner. The number 66 BMW will be the last running car and
Waiting
stint
for the other
1.
ones to rejoin. So here we go. Let's continue with stint number. Let's continue with the stint number 2. So need to give the audio a shout. So, and let's have an update on the race situation. So we have the 24 leading and 16.5 seconds the gap currently. In EP2 we have the 67 BMW, closely followed by the 23 McLaren, and we see some darker clouds forming. Yeah, maybe a little bit of rain can happen as well during that stint. We don't know. In P4 we have Feel Good Racing's BMW, Barry BG1 currently driving that Beamer, the 56 car. It is in P5. We have the first of the 2 track design racing AMGs. That's the number 2 car, Speed Hunter. P6 Tavanello Racing with Incredibile. Got borrowed from VZ for this event. So didn't like to drive the Nissan, went for the AMG by the looks. LMP Legendary Motorsport Performance in P7 with a Drunkster in that Nissan GTR. And Inferno Motorsport with J Dent in that McLaren 650S, the 27 car. And P9 is the 66 GT Finland Racers BMW Snowman currently behind the wheel. Then we had 5 disconnects on stint number 1, so we have to wait then for the rejoin time for the other drivers, and it looks like we have 1 car that's completely retired. Now the 49 Lexus. Looks like we won't be seeing that car again during the event, unfortunately. But let's have an update on our overlay. Oh, we have... That's correct, I think. No, that is not correct. It is correct. Oh, just need to uncheck this, right? Here we go. So AMG, BMW, McLaren, the top 3. Let me also update the driver lineup for the cars. Can show those names as well for you with our live standing overlay. So this new overlay, I'm pretty amazed how it works, how we can use it. So again, a big shout out to Nico from GT Finland Racers, who put in a lot of effort to create a Google spreadsheet with all the information in it. So I just have to click a couple of buttons and then we get an updated standings and can switch between live standings, championship standings, get the driver names, the logos, whatever. So totally like that. Big shout out to you again. It's a great setup here for this one. So While you're watching the cars, I'm quickly updating my chart here in the spreadsheet. Bear with me for a couple of minutes and I'll be golden. Trust me. So yeah, what a crazy first stint we had with so many disconnects, close battles at the front, like that BMW battle between Feel Good Racing and GT Finland Racers. Oh my god, that looked very intense. And as Noah said, it could be that we will see that for the entirety of the 24 hours. Don't go away, you won't want to miss a thing. This one. You all know I'm not good at multitasking, so that's why it's taking a bit longer for me to talk and do stuff. But you see the cars running. I think that is the most important part for now. Once I have everything sorted, I can concentrate on the racing action. So car number 10 is also out on track now for TDR, the number 1 AMG. Tim in the car. Still wait for the next teams to enter the track. 11, 12 and 13 still waiting. Me a little bit of time to organize everything, so we should be golden now. Oh, let's have a look at the current race situation. So wind fire for the 24, 15.3 seconds. Cookies is gaining. Cookies with the pole lap yesterday. What a lap it was, 53, 7:53 to be clear. And in P3 we have Rodriguez, so 3 of the fastest drivers you have seen so far during the event. And so let's bring up the driver names on the bottom of your screen. Hey, let's go. Alright, so 4.4 seconds between the 23, our current championship leaders, and the 67 BMW. And the 24 so far didn't put a foot wrong. Took over the lead very early, and since then building a nice little gap. 15 seconds, and it looks like Cookies is slowly closing that gap under 15 seconds. Now, we also had some basic idea about the strategy. So every tire compound is available for the teams and the drivers. It looks like most of the teams are going for soft only strategy, so we are looking at 14 racing laps, maybe 15 depending on the current stint length and how the event progresses itself. So yeah, 4 or 5 laps on the racing soft is needed to make that all soft strategy work. We saw a couple of drivers trying a medium strategy, but it looked like the time loss is just too much. So probably it's more beneficial to go aggressive with the softs, and you have a bit more flexibility with the dynamic weather. That is also a factor. So we have like some fixed weather slots for start and the end of every stint. There's some random slots in between, and also even if we have like rainy slots in the settings, it doesn't guarantee you any rain with those slots we have in place. So it can rain, it can be light rain, it even can be heavy rain, so we don't know. Also, like with this big track, parts of the track can be wet, others can be dry. That's the beauty and the cruelty here at the Nürburgring, with the big Nordschleife here today on display, the 24-hour layout, that is. So basically most of the GP track and then the entire Nordschleife. And just cycling a little bit through the grid to give you an overview about the gaps between the cars. That number 6 Tavernello Racing AMG is one of the AM teams here, and they're also doing a good job. So far had a great qualifying session, made it into the Super Pole, so that for the top 7. And, having a solid opening stint so far for sure. The all-German LMP, Legendary Motorsport Performance team in P7. This is their debut at the ERF GT Challenge here at the Nürburgring. So nice to have you with us, of course. And a black and green car at the green L always works. So, spaced out a little bit at the moment. In P8, then the 27 McLaren, also a debut in ERF. You may have heard of J-Dent on our last event on the comms, so he helped us in the Le Mans 24-hour Classic Group C racing action with a commentary. And after that, he is the team owner of Inferno Motorsports, decided, yeah, let's compete in those events, and entered his team, made it through the pre-qualifying session with the team, just, and now is in that race, P8 currently. So in P9, it's the 66 BMW for GT Finland Racers. With 34 seconds roughly the gap to the car in front in P8, the 27 McLaren. Also a car that is definitely competing for the top spots. He had a great performance yesterday in the qualifying session as well. And in P10 it is Tim for TDR, the number 1 AMG. So first car that suffered a disconnect in the previous lobby. Back out on the track with 7 minutes the gap, so they're still on the lead lap, the number 1 car. And for GTMA it's Ovic. They had an early disconnect, so they lost a lap already due to that. Down in P11, but running. And that is the main goal, I think, for the teams. So continue with the race. It's a long race. We are just over 2 hours into this 24-hour race, and still plenty of things that can happen. Then the next is racing. BMW also suffered from a very early disconnect. So they were on the formation lap where the disconnect happened. So 11 minutes 30 seconds the gap for now. And the EZ16, the first car to have an issue with, I think the PlayStation froze for Christina on that opening stint, and then got kicked out of the lobby eventually. So they're 12 minutes behind the leaders. But good to see the cars running, and as I said, many things can happen in this 24-hour race. We have a safety car procedure in place, so in case of heavy damage for a car with engine damage involved, or multiple cars involved in an accident that cause some damage on those cars, or we have a race director in the lobby. If they feel like too many cars are running with damage currently, then we have a call for a safety car. So it's a real safety car, like the gaps will come down with all that stuff. And it could also be a rare occasion that sudden climatic change of conditions, like heavy downpour, everyone is still running on slick tires, could lead to one of those safety cars. So it is the third installment of the N24 here at ERF, and in the previous years we had a couple of safety cars, also late safety cars in that race, which then, I don't know, made it interesting for the viewers, the spectators, the teams. They had mixed feelings about it, as always. Like the leaders, they don't like it. They pulled out a big gap maybe, and then it's all bunched up again. Or cars, they have suffered a disconnect. They got back onto the lead lap and get the chance to fight for better positions. So this is still far from over. Yeah, I mean, as I said, just over 2 hours in, and so far, yeah, a couple of disconnects. That is very unfortunate. Looks like the Lexus 49 for Sparta GT Racing has retired already. Disconnect. Looks like issues with hardware and also sickness within the team, so that's unfortunate, of course. Teams are preparing for this event and also like want to face that challenge to at least finish the 24 and also then have a good result. Yeah, good result. Cookies again showing his pace in that BMW, gained 2 seconds, I think, at least, since the pit stop on the lead car. And with a 7:57.0, sets an early fastest lap of the stint. Like, that is a statement, I'd say, early on. And Rodriguez for the 23, the championship leaders, in that McLaren. Still, we need to get used to seeing the 23 in that McLaren. So a very late change before the pre-qualifying session last Saturday from the Nissan GTR to that McLaren 650S for the team. There was a BOP changed than the week before pre-qualifying, because it was noted that the previous really good balance we had wasn't that good anymore. So Philo did his thing and retested all cars and made some adjustments to the cars. In the end, the AMS crew didn't like the changes being made to that Nissan and decided, let's give the McLaren a go around the Nürburgring. Running in P3 for now, solid. The gap to the sister car though, 24 seconds at this stage. But some smooth lines here and trying to pick up that pace slowly. I think one advantage for that McLaren is definitely the tire wear compared to some of the other cars. P4 currently with Feel Good Racing the 56 BMW. What a battle we had the first 2 hours between Matti and the GT Finland Racers driver, if I remember the name. That would be great. Come on, it wasn't that long ago that we had this battle. Who was it? I'm getting old. I forget things. You know what I mean. It was the 67 car that's now running in P2 with Cookies driving. It's no disrespect to the GT Finland drivers, of course. So maybe I go to my cheat sheet and have a look at the name. It was Nibelai, of course it was Nibelai. Come on, tell me, guys. Yeah. So yeah, great battle. In P5 we have the number 2 AMG for TDR, and I am seeing a little bit of rear damage for that car. We'll lose some pace down the Döttinger Höhe. Not sure if they opt to pit. No. Will they stay out? It's an 802 last time around. They stay out by the looks. Just okay with it, I think. 3-4 seconds, maybe the time loss. Should be still okay. An 802 as well for the Tavanello Racing AMG, the 6 car with Incredibile. Keeping that gap steady. Here comes the next lap time for LMP. Also roughly in the same ballpark, 802, 803. Oh, this seems to be like a sweet spot for a couple of teams to get into the rhythm. And so look at the lap time for Inferno Motorsport. Oh, a big slide coming out of the chicane. And it's an 808, 809 for the 27. What about the 66 car? 803 on that first timed lap. Looks to be similar as well. Also that BMW tail happy as always. So 803, 804. We have the bigger gaps to the cars that suffered to disconnect him. 8:01.9. This is great time. And I just noticed that Cookies is going faster. Already 56.9. Gained a little bit on his own fastest lap and drops his speed into the 56s. Windfire still sub 8-minute lap times. So losing 2 seconds per lap roughly, maybe 3. It still has a kind of okay gap here with more than 10 seconds. The 23s also consistent, 8:01s for the car. And let's do an onboard with a car that's starting a lap now. We go. And that's the Nissan. We go on board. So take us around the N24 layout here at the Nürburgring. So Nico for VZ, driving braking for the first chicane. We go right, left again, skipping the AMG arena section. Adjust the exit with the viewers here on the stands along trackside. So we go down on the GP track, then to the lowest point of the entire circuit, the Goodyear hairpin. Coming towards Michael Schumacher S. Little lift needed in that Nissan. Into Warsteiner, the downhill right, bit of a camber. Now getting ready for the NGK chicane, the fast flowing one, just before the 50. Oh, second gear, it's an interesting choice. At least now we are entering the Nordschleife. Here we go, welcome to the ride. Turn number 1, Sabine Schmitz. And into Hatzenbach we go. Brake for the right hander, a bit cambered as well. Don't touch on that grass. Yeah. Also, we're leaving Hatzenbach now and we head towards Hochreichen through the Little Dipper, Quiddelbacher Höhe, and its power section uphill towards the fast double right-handed Flugplatz. Little lift on the entry and back onto the power. Now get ready for the ultra fast left Schwedenkreuz. Stays on the throttle, no lifting into Arenberg, cambered downhill under the Yokohama Bridge, and we start the run down Fuchsröhre. Getting ready for Adenauer Forst. Take the speed, carry the speed now. Slow that car down. Slow left, right section. Back onto the power again. Leaving Adenauer Forst. A little pre-fellow to the Rebel tree on the left-hand side. and then we get ready. Little lift needed for Metzgesfeld. Drake back on to the power, approaching Cullenhardt. Drake downhill right, drop, oh, into first gear as well. Interesting. Out of Cullenhardt we go. Past Spiegelkurve, flat out. Now brake, drop a gear maybe for miss. The triple right-hander. We go further downhill, hard braking zone into Weerseifen, the slowest turn on the Nordschleife, and back out of it, approaching the Breitscheid corner. Oh, cookies in the pits already, so I may have to change my overlays. Coming out of Exmühle, oh, touches the curb. Niki Lauda knick into Bergwerk. A bit of a tight line, doesn't get onto the power as early as he could have. And now it's the run, the long run, Kesselchen section. It's uphill, flat out. So getting mentally prepared for Mutkurve. So that fast upcoming left-hander now. Will he drop a gear? Just a little lift. That was brave. Alright, coming out of Klostertal. And now getting ready for the heavy braking zone into Stallstrecke on the left-hand side. It's a shortcut to Hoyach, but we won't be using that. We go straight up into the Caracciola carousel. Drops into first gear, coming out of the banked one and continuing the roller coaster ride. So we approach the technical section of the track into Hohe Acht. We go. No drama here on the exit, highest point of the track. Hedwigshöhe into the Wippermann section, left, right we go. Brake, drop a gear. And Eschbach, and coming out of Eschbach into Brünchen. We hear the pump and beats on the left hand side on the campsite. Coming out of Brünchen YouTuber's corner. No drama at all, braking for the uphill left-right ice curve over that curb, straight line that car, entering Pflanzgarten, part 1, the big jump hill, boom, right, back onto the power, into the left-hander we go, and then leaving Pflanzgarten with a small jump hill into Stefan Bellof S, flat out through the section, and now braking for Schwalbenschwanz, drops it down to fourth gear, drops another gear to second gear. Das war Exit of Schwalbenschwanz, das kleine Karussell. Gets prepared for the double right-hander, Galgenkopf, a little lift needed. Now get close to the inside curb, onto the power early, carry that speed for the long straight Döttinger Höhe. We go 7:25.5, so we are looking probably at a 8-minute 15, I don't know, something like that for Nico, who will stay on board for that one. Oh, he's low on fuel, so this will be the in lap, I think. Well, gets a decent run. So coming into Tiergarten and braking for the Hohenrhein chicane into second gear. And now the fuel is low, so we will see him diving into pit lane. That was one lap around the Nordschleife. So, what did we miss? At the front, we saw that Cookies with an early pit stop due to fuel, I reckon. Or an undercut approach, at least. So behind Barry EG now. So, and the Feel Good Racing driver in his BMW hasn't pitted yet, lapping 804s, 805s. So where is that gap for Cookies to go for a move? He's close now. Will he get it done? Not quite. Stays behind for now. He's now has a look side by side. Käserchen. No, not yet. Into Mutkurve. No. Single file, probably the wise decision. But this might cost Cookies quite some time. You're braking up towards the carousel, and this could be the run. More traction. Oh, a little tap. Barry nearly lost that car. And maybe Cookies on the inside actually helped him to keep that car on track and prevent a massive moment. So, oh yeah, that rear stepping out, he nearly lost it. And car on the inside saved him probably from a spin. So Cookies moves up another position, and P3 on the outlap still. So I think we are waiting for the 24 and the 23 car then to pit in this lap. Yeah, looking at the fuel, both are quite low. So this is 5 laps on the racing softs for both of the Apex Motorsport drivers, whilst Cookies only did 4 on undercut, fresher tires. And now is probably in that optimal fuel load versus tire wear window. Now I think drivers will be looking at half a tank of fuel for that stint on softs. So coming into the Hohenrhein chicane and into the pits we go for our race leaders. Then P2 for now for the 23 car. Lost a little bit time during that in lap. The 28 seconds currently the gap, and 16 seconds just to P3, so we'll lose that position to D67 BMW. Pretty sure here comes the Cookies. Look at that, 5 seconds, that gap already to the Feel Good Racing BMW. So can Cookies get into the lead? Now we see Windfire just coming out of pits. And where is Cookies? Wrong. It's close. Under 10 seconds. Make it under 5. Look at that. 4 seconds roughly now between P1 and P2. And Rodriguez will stay in 3rd position and after completing that pit stop. So this means I can safely bring back the live standings for you. The pit stop, so Windfire in the lead, Cookies P2 and Rodriguez P3, 24, 67 and 23. Then we have the 56 in P4. The pit stop will stay in front of the number 2 AMG Speed Hunter. Already at the end of the out lap. So that gap will come down, that 1 minute, it will update itself pretty soon. That gap, what's that, 20 seconds-ish maybe? (26, 27) like that. Up to P6 for now for the 27, but also low on fuel, so we will see the McLaren also visiting their pit crew. Into the pits they go. Also LMP also with an undercut from that first stint. Gets back into P6. And the number 6 car, is this an actual lap time? 8 minute 28. That's a bit of a slow one, maybe a mistake somewhere, but they lost that position to the 83 crew. So Turner racing down to P7. Inferno Motorsports coming out in P8 again after that first sequence of pit stops. The 66 also now completed their first pit stop, new fresh racing softs, and we go again. Tim for the number 1 crew in P10 for minutes 32. Also looking like this will be the in lap for the 1 car. Still on that lead lap though. Nexus Racing with Squishy Dealer. Starting their final lap on those tires. That stint. Ovich for GTMA with a pit stop as well, low on fuel. A little bit of damage on the front, but nothing major. We're taking time to refuel that car. And Nico, after we were running with them, and completing the out lap, will run in P13. So that gap has come down massively. Now we were looking at 15-16 seconds between the 2 cars after the driver swap. Now that has come down to less than 3 seconds. So the Finnish cook is like on a mission. He's flying, taking no hostages, no prisoners today at all. That is insane. So the cookies had the honor to compete in the qualifying and Super Pole yesterday, and he recorded a 7 minute 53.693 to grab a pole position for the 67. That was an amazing lap, half a second, and behind we had Mohata for TDR. Mohata started that race for the number 1, had an unlucky opening stint, some damage, and also disconnect later that stint, so that's why the number 1 car is currently running in P10, but they're still in this race. And Windfire also competed in the qualifying session yesterday, was able to do a 7:56.2. So that's 2.5 seconds slower than that pole position time. And I think we are like continuing straight where we left during that qualifying session. Cookies a bit quicker, 2 to 3 seconds per lap, and reeling in the Apex Motorsports USA car, the 24 AMG. So we are slowly approaching the halfway mark of driver stint number 2. So as always with the endurance races at ERF, the stints 1 to 11, they race until the penultimate lap of the lobby. So in our case, you see the 16 laps in that lobby. So at the end of lap 15, they will pit and then hand that car over to their teammates waiting in the next lobby already to continue the race. So end of lap 15, this is all you need to know where we see the next driver swap sequence and also the next change in the broadcasting crew. So we will do the same here. The broadcasters, the streamers, they will join the lobby, do roughly a 2-hour stint on comms, and then the next one up. So we have a continuous flow. And now Cookies is not far behind, nearly has reached that slipstream range. Will he get a little bit of a toe down the main straight? 1.8 currently, not yet, but a 7:55.4. He's improving that lap over and over again during that stint so far. Will we have a wheel-to-wheel situation at the end of the next lap on the Döttinger Höhe between the two cars? So for now, the 24 is still like leading this race. The trend definitely belongs to the 67 BMW. Also one question, did he push too much on this lap after the pit stop? So like fuel and tires, what the drivers are looking at. 5 laps, something in that. So I reckon on that 3rd and 4th lap you will already feel the tire wear, and that 5th lap not that great anymore. So maybe Windfire, yeah, with better tires at this stage, of course, because Cookies went for that undercut, pitted 1 lap earlier to close that gap, and it really worked for now for the GT Finland racers. In P3 we have the second AMS team, AMS Canada, with a guest starter, Rodriguez from Peru or Mexico, or I was a bit confused what nationality it is actually. Discord said something about a Mexican living in Peru and whatever, so it doesn't matter in the end. So he's driving for the AMS Canada crew in a 23 McLaren, nearly 30 seconds the gap to the leaders. Okay, that's a bit bold, Nukari. And the flag looks similar. Yeah, not gonna lie. Feel good racing in P4 with Barry BG1. And he was having a little bit of a battle with Cookies, or a different strategy. car looks before Speed Hunter. Also a nice little lap last time round, 7:58.8. I've commented so many races where Speed Hunter was involved, and I think I'm not looking at him because I cursed him so many times. So such a quick driver and many unfortunate moments as well. So I don't want to be blamed for something that happens to Speed Hunter. So let's just acknowledge he is having a good race, and we don't look at him too close now in detail. Under 10 seconds between LMP and Tavernello. P6, P7, ooh, bit wide. That's okay. We got grabs to the other cars, 28, 29 seconds to Inferno Motorsports, in P8, the 27, the 66 BMW Snowman. Trying to close that gap to the 27 car. And our good job out with issues the teams in the first stint. Trying to make the best out of their stint for now, and they have to hope for some kind of safety car miracles, I think, to get back into that race. P12, we have Ovic, got GTMA, and has a little bit of front damage again. So this gives Nico for VZ the opportunity to close that gap, and we wanna go back to the lead battle, still roughly 2 seconds, so Windfire now stepped up the pace a little bit. And maybe also the tire wear is kicking in slowly for Cookies. Oh, a big one. Touched the curb, went off track, hit the wall, and has a little bit of front aero and suspension damage. So how much will it cost them? It's a bit too early to pit, probably. Looking at least one more lap. So that's... See, still he's catching through this part, even with that little off track and the damage. I'm not sure if it's already drama. It was a little bit. At least he keeps that gap still at 2 seconds. Maybe he's just ignoring the fact that he has damage. Yeah, very, very interesting to see that the gap is not really changing, but I'm pretty sure down the long Dettingöhe that gap will go up. Also now it looks like the turn-in is not as good in the fast Schwabenschwanz entry. Still just lost the 10th too, maybe, since that little off. Here we go, that's positive thinking, Super S2K. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Exactly. So 2 seconds starting the run down the Dettingöhe. Let's see. So not in the slipstream, and now here we go. We see now the time loss on that straight. 3/10, 4. It will go up to 3 seconds. Will it? Or even more? I don't know. See, yeah, that's 15 kph difference in top speed. 8, 9 tenths. Oh, that is painful now. So 3.3, 3.5. Oh, that's 1.5 seconds down that straight alone with that damage now. He stayed out. Oh, things like he will be losing more time making a pit stop. And I mean, all my other colleagues in the commentary booth can still practice to pronounce the corner names. Like, they can do their homework. But yeah, I might have a little bit of an advantage here as a German to pronounce those names. Like how they should sound like as a native speaker. So now the question is, how much time will Cookies lose on that lap with that damaged car? I'm pretty sure that this will be then the next shorter stint for the 67. Otherwise, the time loss would be way too much. I think so. 4.2 now. Rodriguez with his first sub 8 minute lap time. So welcome to the club, I'd say. 8 minute flat, 0.8 for very BG, also a nice one. Speed Hunter another 7:58. So that is consistency, ladies and gentlemen. 58.8, 58.9 on such a long track. What's the gap between LMP and Cabanello? 9.6 currently. So a slower lap last time around for Incredibile in the AMG. Still under 10 seconds. Our 27 crew. Another 8 of 3 personal best for J-Dent. And Snowman looks to be a bit quicker this time. Yeah, that's 3 seconds gained on that lap. So if that trend continues, we might have a battle for position between the 27 and the 66. Oh, that didn't look too good coming out of the first chicane. Oh, it was fast though. At least he's up on his personal best. So where is Tim for the number 1 crew? Also getting closer to that sub 8 minute personal best here for the American driver. Squishy dealer in the Nexus Racing BMW. A different strategy, but it looks lap 7 the out lap, so a longer first stint on those tires. And yeah, Nico got past Ovic. Already has a gap 11.4 seconds. Now Ovic, I think, lost a bit more time, maybe another off. Still see damage on that car. Not sure if it was more. He had a good sector number 12. I have access to that sectors HUD MFD thing. Oh, he's actually on an okay lap. And yeah, that gap is opening up between Windfire and Cookies, now nearly 6 seconds. The gap damage plus tire wear. So 67, not able to go that pace. But can they pit now? So end of lap 15, that is 6.5 laps to go. On soft tires, that's probably not doable. But do you want to go to mediums? Now, how much time do you actually lose? Or will you suffer for one more lap with the damage? It's not an easy decision to make now. I just lost roughly 2 seconds with 6 minutes in that lap. So I think it was okay to stay out if you have that pace in the car. So he has 5 seconds down on the personal best. But there will be 1.5 seconds added on the Dettinger Höhe to that nearly 5 seconds now. That's still like a 802, 803 maybe. 5, 7, yeah. Could be doable. So, yeah. It's impressive to see how fast you can drive with a damaged car and not the best tires anymore. And our race leader comes around Galgenkopf and enters the Dettinger Höhe, 7:13. So yeah, sub 8 minute again, probably 7:16. So just above the 8 minute mark. A weird camera angle for Rodriguez. I'm not sure. We'll have a look at the sector. And that looks like a good lap as well. 7:14 here, so sub 8 minutes again. Doable. Roughly the same pace as last time round. And 7:58.5 for Windfire. And staying out 8:02 with damage. Wow. Still, what a lap it is. So, oh, that brings Cookies definitely back into the scheduled pit stop window to go for one more stop on softs till the driver swap. And yeah, slight improvement for Rodriguez, 7:59.2. Here comes Barry. 8 minutes last time, a bit behind. Keeping it steady. While it looks. Oh! Wow. I saw that rear going right sideways. What a catch. But also, you don't want to do that too often. Oh. Big moment, definitely here for the BMW for Feel Good Racing. Survived it. Let's put it that way. Speed Hunter has damage, so I knew it. It's always the same, unfortunately. It's great pace and then has damage on the front. It's a bit too early to go to the end now, I think. Or they have to switch and move over to the medium tires. Not ideal. Also a bit surprised to see LMP low on fuel. They will have an extended final tire stint, fuel stint for this driver stint number 2 as well. So bit surprised to see those strategies. Is the AI also driving? No. In Gran Turismo, you cannot like fill the grid with AI drivers. They're all humans. I mean, let's put it that way. The top drivers, they're not humans, they're aliens. But certainly no AI here. I'm confused about the AI. So you need to give me some more insight on the AI. I missed that probably. The Speed Hunter right behind Incredibile now. A battle of the AMGs, number 2 versus number 6. Speed Hunter with fresh tires. Soft it is, alright, so. And yet, tire advantage compared to Incredibile, who is quite low on fuel, actually. I don't want to jinx things, but will he make it around this lap? This looks very, very low in my opinion. Just starting the loop on the Nordschleife. And ladies, gentlemen, people in the chat, so due to that lovely Travadello car, there is some access for me to the in-game weather radar, and from the northern part there is a bit of rain lurking, and it looks like it will be moving towards a track side. Again, it might be just light rain, it might also miss the track, but there is now a chance of a rain shower happening. So I'm trying to really judge that cloud movement on the radar. It is not like heavy rain, and looks like the first part will miss a trackside. If this is like a really, really big weather front incoming, then yeah. It looks like a big rain front. To be honest, it's taken up the upper fourth of the radar already. So here we go. We might have something spicy to spectate really soon. Like still 5 laps plus the end of this to go before the driver swap. Well, that's 5 times 8. In quick math is like bad, but it's 40 minutes-ish. Probably. So, and I reckon, let's jump back to our weather radar provider. That front is moving towards the track side, and I'd say 4 minutes maybe, and we might see that rain. So are the drivers aware in the car? With such a long track, so this is crucial decision making time now, of course. You see the leaders there entering the final sectors. The tracks are coming around Geheimkopf onto the Döttinger, and There's definitely no rain for now, but the second half of that big lap will probably see some wet conditions. So do you risk it? Will you stay out? Will you pit? Go for intermediates? Ruin your tires for half a lap? Ah, this is like interesting. So we will see the decision now. The fuel is still okay for the 24 to go for another lap, but it's dark around here already, also on the GP track. So and Windfire is staying out. Cookies, they have to pit now. Of course, they're low on fuel and with that damage. So will they put on another set of slick tires? No. Rodriguez, well, we go to... Oh, there's heavy rain. There's heavy rain. If this moves a little bit faster, then... Oh, I'm getting too excited now. I know, but... So what is decision for Rodriguez? He's staying out. Yeah. Okay. Oh, risk it for a biscuit, I think. Very Vicino, next driver. He has to decide what to do. That rain is lurking. It is really lurking. Trust me. Will we see a panic pit stop? Nope. Staying out. So those are a bit further behind, Speed Hunter and Incredibile. And yeah, the rain is nearly there, maybe 1 to 2 minutes away. And this is a massive one. This will hit the track. Pretty sure. So I think this could be perfect timing for Tawana Racing. Yeah, to make something happen. So now the northern part should now face the first raindrops, and we'll go with the race leader now. So I think probably around Bergwerk we should see some rain. I am too excited, I know, but I need to see it. And there's purple rain on that radar, and also some yellow cells. There, the rain. Speed Hunter in. What about Incredibile? Will he pit? He has to pit. He made it on fuel though. That is good news. So Speed Hunter in. He sees that rain. He's maybe going for intermediates. So Windfire on that in lap. Now getting closer to the northern part of the track. So Speed Hunter on intermediates. Alright, that's... Will it be the golden decision for this stint? Where is our weather radar? Yeah, red cells now as well. Oh, this might get crazy, people. So it's still dry here, and also the tire wear is quite high. But this might be very difficult. Now I need to quickly update the race standings. Sorry. So it's dark here already, and also we see the cars behind. They're pitting for intermediates. Will they get a wet track so they come around, miss, and we should probably see the first drops of rain now. Very soon. What was this here? Cookies went back on to soft tires. We'll stay with the race leader. He will be the first one to face that rain. Sorry for jumping back and forth, but this is the one with the weather radar, and we see the rain is here on the GP loop as well, so we should see it. Oh, it's pouring down like crazy. We missed it like it went like 5 seconds. Now it's heavy rain already. Oh no, that is like now intermediates, and we are at the heavy wet conditions already. This is a heavy downpour through that section. Well played though, keeps it on the track, but nice to be really careful. I see the throttle control, it's like 45, 50, 60, not much more. The run uphill, and we are in heavy wet conditions. Oh, can he survive in his AMG now? Coming round. Guess he can look at that. I told you, it is gonna be wet. It was gonna be wet. This is crazy 12-kilometer mark. And Rodriguez is struggling as well. Very slow and loses the rear. Yeah, no damage, but yeah, so easy to make that mistake. What about Windfire? He comes through Mutkurve. It is still heavy wet conditions. It stopped raining at the start. Oh, and then he loses the rear. Too much, too early on the power. A massive one. He spins like forever and ever and oh, big drama for the drivers. Will he get that car started again? Safety car, we have a safety car, people. That was probably one of the lucky moments here for the driver. So we have a safety car. It's not safe anymore to drive, and also like a sudden change of climatic conditions with that heavy damage. So now race neutralization here. Safety car is out. So that is, I think, probably really good news for Windfire and Rodriguez. Look at that. This is crazy scenes here at the Nordschleife. This is crazy scenes at the ring. Heavy damage for Cookies on the front and the rear. They cannot keep that car on that track on those slick tires. The Speed Hunter on those intermediates up to P5. Bluff. Drugstore for LMP struggling on slick tires. Intermediates, it is for Inferno. J-Dant Incredibile went back out on some tires, and the rain. I have still access to the weather right now. It's like still in the middle of a tornado, of a monsoon, whatever you would call it. It's like, wow. Snowman on intermediates. Tim on racing softs. Struggling to keep that car on track. Squishy Dealer on intermediates. Nico went on to the inters also, which is still on racing softs on an outlap. Oh, he pitted and didn't change to the rain tires. So now this will take probably a while to sort those conditions. So also now the interesting question with the safety car, and that rain will disappear in probably 10-15 minutes if I can read that weather radar correctly. So maybe you can just pit, go for slick tires again, and then there will be another lap with the safety car. So maybe that track will be dry after the restart. Definitely interesting, and those two still have a minute. Yeah, but we have safety car, of course, no overtaking. And people can't really catch up on soft tires in those conditions. This is crazy things. Why is he not? Because he's on slick tires and doesn't want to lose the car and lose another position. So you cannot really like say to the drivers, floor it, catch up if they're on slick tires in those heavy wet conditions. So safety first, I'd say. So there will still be enough time, I think, to bunch up that grid But now, yeah, let's go to where is our weather radar driver. So we are in the middle of that heavy rain still. I still say 10 minutes of rainy conditions here for the drivers. But look at this. I mean, who wants to drive with slick tires in those conditions? Yeah, of course, but if he's like slowing down cookies, but he cannot go any quicker really without risking your car to spin. And if you spin the car under yellow, you still lose that position. So they're still going faster than the leaders. That is, they're gaining now on the straight. So it is all good, all good. I think that it's not an easy moment for the drivers now. Windfire will still keep that lead, probably has to come in for fuel and will probably change to inters. Rodriguez also needs to put in some fuel. Cookies has enough fuel, but has to fix the damage. So, okay, interesting situations here now happening. So yeah, all into the pits. Oh, Barry is also low on fuel, has to pit this lap and change the tires now. We are going softs. The fins are crazy. So we saw intermediates for Windfire. Is it true? Will cookies stay on those softs? I didn't see a tire change. Oh, that is bold. He stays on the softs. Look at that. Rodriguez moves on to the intermediate tires. But maybe that call was like brilliant. I mean, it will take at least this lap for the safety car to come in, and that track will see a dry racing line very, very soon. So, wow. Okay, so we have intermediates for Windfire and Rodriguez, softs for cookies. What about the next drivers? Speed Hunter in for damage repair. Barry needs to refuel and change the tires as well. So Speed Hunter will jump. D56 in the pits. Pretty sure about that. Here we go. He stays on those inters. We have unlapping scenario as well. So this means I reckon another lap behind the safety car will take a bit. Now the softs it is for Feel Good Racing, and those cars are still on the run to the final sector, but it looks they're quite far behind. But you already see it's not raining anymore, and it is basically a dry racing line appearing already. So on the Döttinger Höhe now for LMP, for Inferno. We have a Snowman on intermediates. What is the decision now? So weather radar update incoming. So the heavy rain has passed. Some small heavy rain pockets, cells still lurking around, but most of it will be if at all, light rain, so that the track will get drier and drier. And we have those three cars, the 54, the 16 and the 9, to unlap themselves. Oh, which is on medium tires and damage on the outlap. Ooh, that is a bit, was too risky maybe to drive. So we see the next cars into the pits. Damage repair for LMP. Fuel could get close, maybe a little bit of splash and dash. And then what to do with the tires? Change them probably to a new set of softs. Snowman in, changing over to racing softs. Pretty sure the fuel should be okay. So he will jump LMP. Also Inferno, they stayed out on those intermediates. They didn't moved up into P6 for now, but they're on the intermediate tires. Racing softs, it is for the 66 crew. Intermediates for LMP. People are not really sure about the strategy. It's intermediates for Tavanello Racing as well. In P10, Tim on intermediates. And the cars to unlap. Oh, it's raining again on that tree. What? No. Just like for 5 seconds, really heavy rain. Oh no. Didn't see that coming. Also for the Nürburgring Nordschleife, we have like 2 restart zones. So if the grid is all sorted, we can have a restart midway through the lap as well. But it's tricky conditions still. So we have a bunched up grid now, and I can probably then update the standings for now. Should be okay. So 1 US 2 for Cookies, 3 for Rodriguez. That is okay. So let's bring up the live standings on the screen. So we have bunched up grid for the top 4 at least. So tire situation, intermediates for Wind Fire, racing softs for Cookies, intermediates for Rodriguez, intermediates for Speed Hunter. Then we have racing softs for Feel Good Racing, Barry BG. This is drivable on racing softs here, definitely. Intermediate tires for the 27 Inferno Motorsport, racing softs for the 66. So the fins, both of the cars, the 67 and the 66, both with a bold strategy, but maybe a great strategy call to go on to racing soft tires. It's intermediates for LMP in P8, and it's intermediates for Incredibile for Tavanello Racing in P9. Incredibile provides us with the weather radar update. So it's just some small pockets of rain now. The rest is basically now light rain or no rain at all. And in P10 we have a Tim, model number 1, on intermediates. The 56 cars still, they haven't unlapped themselves. The 54, the 16 and the 9 car having all sorts of issues, and I don't know what the decision will be for from race control. It announced it was like unlap, but they lost so much time already. I don't think we will wait for an eternity. At some point race control has to make a decision here, what to do. What do we wait? Okay, we just saw a call from race control. That move didn't go well for GTMA to go on slick tires. So that means we still have the 54 and the 16 to catch up with the pack and then get a lap back. I'm pretty sure we won't wait for that two cars then to catch up with the grid. Still, they're on the lead lap. They get a little bit of a gap at least. It is wet. Yeah, you probably see that it's wet. So Windfire doing the 120 kph or 75 miles per hour limit. That is safety car speed. It's not like unnecessarily slow. Oh, this is all within the rule set and totally fine in my opinion. The race control doing a good job here to sort that crazy situation now for the drivers. So I see that the 27 takes more speed than the rest of it. It just takes some time during that long lap. We had big gaps. So that's safety car in endurance races. Will take a while until we get green again. Okay, so decision is safety car should go even slower to punch up at that grid now. Race control can do that if they feel like this will help the overall racing situation. Oh, in the 66 they have damage. Soft tires, risky it was, yeah. I think they could they could speed up a little bit behind. So also LMP needs to speed up. They need to speed up. Race control, if you hear us. LMP, they are too slow. They are too slow. You can go faster if you're behind. You don't have to go the safety car speed. Here we go, starting to pick up the pace now. Finally, come on people, just read the rules. It's not that hard to understand a safety car. There we go, I think Incredibile, he made his intentions clear. Come on buddy, we need to catch those drivers. So we're getting closer for the 54 to unlap themselves. So they got the command from race control. They can go, or they should go for it. Maybe we need to address it once again, or we'll just wait for a safe place and to go for the overtake. So the 55, they need to unlap, they need to find a way past that group of cars now. Otherwise, we will be finishing this stint under yellow flag. Here we go, around the outside for Squishy Dealer and the 54. So that's it. That's how we do it. Next up will be the 16. We'll catch that pack and then also get permission to unlap. And Ovich on a fresh set of slick tires, alright. think race control told them to go on to wet tires. So also not sure about that decision. I mean, it's clearly not intermediates now anymore, so probably we will see those on intermediates at the moment. Windfire in P1, Rodriguez P3, Speed Hunter P4. Switch to soft tires now. This could mean that we will have a new safety car then with cookies. We see a car approaching in the distance. That's the 16 car. And that was a bit of a not the greatest idea to pass the cars on that side of the track, but okay. It worked somehow. Alright, now decision time for the drivers. On intermediates, it's not gonna work to stay on intermediates, pretty sure. So they will have to pit and go on the racing softs again. The 67, they will pretty sure stay out on those racing softs with that decision. So yeah, Windfire in and Cookies staying out will be the new safety car. And Snowman pitting to repair the damage. So we see tire change now for the drivers, and this like is messing with the race standings again. So people, it's difficult. All right, so Cookies leading now, and we have the BMW, the 56 in P2, LMP staying out on intermediates. That is the wrong call. Definitely, you won't be able to make those intermediates last for the rest of the stint. It is a dry racing line, definitely so. Wrong decision in my opinion for Legendary Motorsport Performance. Up to P3 for now, with a race leader dropped down to P4, back onto the soft tires. The 23 car in P5 on softs, followed by the number 2 AMG in P6 on softs. 27 car, the McLaren for Informer Motorsports, on softs now in P7. Snowman for the 66 crew in P8, fixed that damage. And Tavanello Racing, number 6 car in P9. So then it's next driver, it will be Tim. Still a 3-minute gap. He will be catching quickly down the Döttinger Höhe. He's on intermediates. Will probably change over to racing softs as well, and catch the back of the safety car queue. The squishy dealer got that 1 lap back. We'll see if he can catch the end of the queue before the restart. Same goes for the 16. And then we have the number 9 car a bit out of position currently. Not sure what race control will do with the number 9 car at this stage. And also we have to keep an eye on race control announcement. If we go green at restart zone number 1 or 2, so no announcement yet. I think they still need to wait for Tim and to close that gap. So once the number 1 car has reached the end of the safety car queue, this will trigger the restart. So the mid lap restart zone is at...
I've posted the stint 3 link, mate.
Oh, hello. Yeah, we might have a little of a delay here, but all good. You hope you have like half an hour to spare. So yeah, restart zone midway through is kilometer 12 mark. So after a Bergwerk, the run up towards Mutkurve, Kesselchen section, this could be probably the restart we are looking at. A little bit of rain falling again, but it's not really hitting the track. So we'll wait. Looks like nicely bunched up grid for the top 9 at least. So number 1 car still needs to play catch up to before that possible restart zone. If we miss that mark, then we will go to the end of the lap again. So it's a minute now. But Tim is catching, definitely. Here's it could work for a restart this lap, so don't go away. Quickly do positions update. Okay, so that's the driver to watch for our restart procedure. So Tim is back with the grid. So now will we see race control? Now with the announcement, with the restart zone, in my opinion, we should be fine. So the 55 are back on the lead lap. The same goes for the 16 car. And the number 9 were out of position with those pit stops, at least in my opinion, but I'm not race control. I'm just stating my opinion here. So I feel like we can go for a restart. Now, pretty soon, restart zone 2. Here we go. Restart zone 2. That is the 12-kilometer mark. So after Bergwerk, the uphill section. And so we are getting ready and for restart. It's not too far away. Let me have a look where we're at currently. You're on track. Increasing the speed now again to safety car max speed. Still a bit lost with this camera currently. Where we're at this track. It's such a long track, of course. Oh, it's Adenauer Forst. Okay, so now I know where we are now. Thank you. So this means we go downhill now past the famous miss into the slow sections downhill, and then once we come around the right-hander uphill, and then we will go green again, and then have 2.5 of frantic racing action going for driver stint number 2. Drivers for stint number 3 are ready. So is our next commentator. That's Crantis in the booth. And looking at those close gaps, you might have some fun again commentating on close racing action. Alright, so Also need to get my overlays ready to green, so it's probably a minute away from the restart. So coming out of Breitscheid, we go X Mühle, and then it's close. You see that left kink, not that one, but then we go right, and then we have the 12 kilometers mark. Very good on display, I think, on the right hand side. And then we continue with the race. Grantis, I've muted my party chat, boys.
I can hear you again.
Yeah, I knew I had to pull one of those switches again. So sorry, but we are green again. So Cookie's leading, and yeah, my eyes have to be everywhere. Stream chat, on the overlay part, on the positions, everywhere. It's like I need more eyes and hands and everything. So feel good racing in P2. And Windfire moved up. So yeah, the LMP are still staying out on intermediates. That was like the bad call. They're dropping. They were P3 after the before the restart, now down to P6, and they're struggling, of course, now with grip, looking for the wet patches already. And it's lap 13, end of lap 15, so 2.5 laps to survive on intermediates. I don't know if they pit now, they like lose 25 seconds. So it could have been avoided, like with a pit stop, but what do I know? I'm just sitting here in my chair. Like, in hindsight, yeah, I know it. It's like you're very, full of adrenaline, and it's in those moments. But yeah, it's endurance racing and team play everywhere involved. So maybe not the best advice. We'll see. It's still a long race. We are not even scratched the 4-hour race mark in this 24-hour event. And let's see if they can survive this bit after the restart. We still see like wet patches off the racing line, and if you want to go for an overtake, you have to go offline. And it's close racing, and if you get like damage on 3 cars again, no, I don't say it. Oh, McLaren was struggling. Snowman really close now. Also, a shout out to LMP for staying in P6 on those intermediate tires. Oh, maybe Nissan magic or witchcraft here involved. What's going on with the car? He should have lost like all the positions already. Coming onto the and there's a run for Snowman, a good run out of Galgenkopf, and we see the wet bit still on the straight for the TDR. Can he keep that position? We saw a challenge for position. Windfire versus Barry BG, and the 24 moves up into P number 2. Cookies, he dusted off, like checked out 5 seconds after the restart. What happened? 24 P2 braking for the chicane. This might get tricky as well. Some wet patches on the start of the braking zone over the crops. Looks like everyone survived, and that Nissan kept that position. Will they pit now? Yeah, they have to pit. Oh, yeah, that's a bit sad for them. And look at that number 1 car. They were like nearly a lap down, and that safety car brought them right back into the mix for the fight for the top spots. P9, it's under 13 seconds that gap now. And now back onto these soft tires, so they will keep that top 10 position for now, LMP. But lost, yeah, more than 20 seconds with that extra pit stop. So also good news for the 54 with the early disconnect back onto the lead lap, 2 minutes 37 that gap. And the same for the 16 car, they couldn't compete in that first stint at all. Just 4 minutes the gap, so yeah, keep on driving, head down, you never know what happens. And the only car that's currently a bit out of position, that's the number 9 car still, GTMA. Let's see what they can do in this race. So, do we have I think a settle down a little bit for the top 3, so I can once again update the live standings. If Cookie's leading, then it's good fire in P2. Rodriguez me. Right. Let's bring up the live standings again. So woof. So we will stay for a little moment here, and I have to quickly integrate the next stream on my end.
Although you can go 24 hours straight without messing anything up, but I went 5 minutes before blasting copyrighted music by accident.
I saw that yesterday.
Sorry about that, man.
I mean, I also did a whoopsie yesterday, so we don't want to talk about that here.
Newfound respect for you, man.
Alright, so. Good, so. See, now I'm doing stupid things. Windows drag and drop is not easy. Trust me. We are on lap 14, end of lap 15, is where we see the driver swap happening. And I'm actually surprised that we are still like kind of okay on time after that long safety car. But here we go. We also had like a second formation lap today, so yeah, we do like the extended version of the 24-hour again. And I mean, as I said, N24 never disappoints. So we had our first safety car, and with that sudden downpour and then cars getting damaged like crazy on slick tires. So yeah, I reckon it won't be the last safety car as well. We don't want to jinx it, of course. Ideally, we want to have close racing without any safety cars. Just spell it out on track. And this is a nice little group here. E4, 5, and 6. Also the 66 car with some progress during that stint. I started P9, now up to P5, and also with that early bold strategy call to switch on soft tires behind the safety car. Yeah, sometimes you have to risk it, but it's quite foggy again here. Will we see more rain? Where's our weather radar driver? Nope, no rain. Oh, here. So we stay with this one, and I prepare my transition.
What's happened to car 49, Spider GT? I've seen him on the spotter's guide, but not in the race.
And they had a disconnect, and then they have retired the car. People of the team have hardware failures and getting sick. Although it didn't go to plan for that four-man team, so it didn't have any drivers available.
Rip.
Unfortunately, yeah, rip. Exactly, that's what it is. But hey, it happens. So, oh, you're a good boy today. You're streaming not just like in 720p. What a legend you are.
720p is good for me. What you on about?
Is it? I was watching it yesterday on my big television, and it didn't look that great. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, streaming yesterday definitely wasn't up to standards. Midway through the exam season at the moment.
Right, that we have 4 cars now battling 4v4. Tim joins the party in that green machine, the AMG #1 for TDR, at the back of this crew. So what a comeback it is for the #1 currently. Disconnect on stint 1. Now P7 fighting 4p4 at least. Oh, and it's still a bit wet on the curbs, so you have to be careful. And this might be a crazy run now. 3 cars within less than half a second, approaching the long back straight. Who has the best package with the downforce, the aero, massive slipstream for Speed Hunter, the #2. Barry is a sitting duck, in my opinion, in his BMW. But that BMW, we saw it in stint #1, had some great straight line pace against the other BMW. They could survive. They managed to stay in the lead. But now here we come. Slingshot happening left and right. No, it's still wet. Who is brave enough to go around the outside? No, look at that. Barry BG stays in front. He was the lead car on that long straight and manages to keep that position. Snowman stays in P5, Speed Hunter P6, Tim also within slipstream range now. Different car setups on those cars. It's still not over. Into turn #1 we go. Snowman had a look down the inside for turn #1 versus Barry. It's too wet still to go side by side. There was a little tap between Snowman and Barry that sends the Bulgarian driver a bit too deep into turn #1, losing position. So I feel like incident report incoming. That was probably a tiny bit too late, and then there's still wet patches. And yeah, just a little tap on the rear and sends him deep onto the gravel. Not a spin though. Good luck, but yeah, lost 3 positions because of that. We'll see. Looks like no Snowman accepting that and tries to run now and maybe get a 5 or 10 second penalty post-race. It's the decision the drivers can make, of course. Yeah, push to pass, perfectly executed. That is correct. It's still so early in that race, so head down and continue with that race. Oh, I see the 27, massive damage on the rear and the front. The 27 had an off track, probably caught some wet parts on the track, pretty sure. So that might be a long final lap for the 27. LMP in 9th and Incredibile in P10, so we are missing someone in the top 10. No. Incredibile also with massive damage. Okay, so that's why. Oh, another one. Oh, no, don't. Oh, that looked so painful to watch. So painful. No, I nearly got like teleported into the pits. But that, no.
You're part of there, mate.
No, not there. Oh, no good. So, yeah, you still see those drying conditions are so tricky here at the Nürburgring. You have to be so careful now. You cannot really use the curbs, like they're still wet. And if you're like an inch off the racing line and hit that accelerator, the car goes. You spin me right round, baby, round. So, I mean, I've been in those situations a couple of times here, doing races at the Nürburgring myself in those conditions, and I can tell you that is scary. And you like, don't push too much, stay on the track, please. Don't touch wet parts, track or grass or bit off track, or even those like the wet patches off the racing line are also critical.
It essentially turns into Nürburgring with walls.
Oh, wow. That's true, yeah. This is still close between Snowman and Speed Hunter. But Tim lost a little bit of time. Probably a bit too careful. 4 seconds. The gap with that damage. No, not damage, but after that punt into turn number 1 in P7 it is. So, and I guess we are staying with the race leader for the rest of this lap, so I can prepare the driver swap sequence then for all of us. So where are we? The northern part of the track. Nearly 5 minutes in, so just over 3 minutes before we see that out. It's quite a smooth curve and yeah, kind of brave. The fuel getting lower on those cars, but yeah, it's the final lap on their stint, so they should be fine. Saw a little bit of spray of Rodriguez's car, the 23. Don't accelerate when it's wet, especially if you're in an FR car like that BMW that is tail happy, and it gets even more tricky when you accelerate when it's wet. So this Snowman with a good job, yeah, keeping that position. And Speed Hunter in that AMG, aggressive run out of the carousel. Yeah. It's half a second and opening up that gap to Tim in P6. So will this be a final lap overtake on the straight? There's the leader coming out of München, YouTuber's Corner. So roughly 2 minutes until we see the next drivers on track in driver stint number 3. So 7.7 seconds the gap currently to Windfire, who has just half a second to his AMS teammate in the McLaren 23. Will also get close with the run. 8 seconds now for the 67 coming out of Schwalbenschwanz Kleine Karussell. It is dry. Here you can use the inside line. No problem. Here and those two Apex Motorsports teams. Like bumper to bumper out of Schwalbenschwanz carousel onto the back straight. Or is it a back straight? The straight. It is. Now 4/10, and here we go. Very cookies for the 67 crew. Just one braking zone away from the pit stop. We see the two cars. Okay, bit of a difference in top speed by the looks. That McLaren with the tow cannot get closer to the Mercedes AMG. And it will be cookies for GT Finland racers, the 67, who dives into the pits for the next driver swap. Here we go. Next up will be Windfire and Rodriguez. Let's bring up the driver swap window. Oh, wide entry for... Who was that snowman? Oh. Lost it. So Speed Hunter into the pits, Snowman into the pits. Here comes Tim. Bit to screen. We want to see the next cars on track still. So that is good. Let me this and this. So we see we are back driving in stint number 3. 67 is out on track, and we wait for the next driver's LMP. P8 it is for the 83 crew, followed by the 27, so survived another lap with heavy damage in the McLaren. And then we wait for the number 6 car as well, and then we go full screen for stint number 3 with Grantis it is. So hooray!
Number 24 with a 38-second penalty for getting the driver swap wrong. They were out on track on lap 2, so something going wrong for that Apex Motorsports car. I believe they were in 3rd. Something going wrong for that Apex Motorsports car. I believe they were in 3rd in stint 2. That does promote the GT Finland car driven by Juno up to 3rd. Lugi on his rear end as we go barreling down lap 2 of stint number 3. It's going to be an interesting one. Wheel to wheel, there is Juno going wide, promoting ERA Lugi up to 3rd position. Have a look at that mistake on the instant replay. Probably looking behind into the braking zone a little bit too late, goes wide and gives up that podium position. Racing action already before the driver swap's even completed, and we're on to the Nordschleife. 5.5 second gap up front for I'm gonna I think I there's no chance I can pronounce that. Herzog.
Yeah, I had him as well on one of my stints. I was like, damn you drivers, why can't you just go with an easy...
How dare other languages exist?
Yep.
Defson in P2, followed by Lugi around 18 seconds behind. With them troubles already. Motta behind in the number 1. It's a lovely livery on that number 2. The thank you, ERF. It's been a pleasure to commentate for these events, even though I've only been with the penultimate 2. That Le Mans race was absolutely incredible. FGR Q-Stip in 6th position for the number 56. Followed by King Pao after that mistake in the driver swap, certainly in that 38-second penalty. down into 7th for the second Apex Motorsport car. LMP Chef driving the number 12, I believe that is. Get another look up. 83 for the IMP Motorsports. Got INF Kevin C behind him in the INF car. Inferno Motorsports number 27. Then P10 is Fresh Circle, I'm calling him. That's good enough. Freshy Ciso.
Just fresh, yeah, it's okay.
Fresh, alright. Yeah, what car is that?
Fresh and so clean, yeah.
So fresh, so clean with that livery for the number 6. And final car on track is number 54, driven by Sonic. So Luigi already gaining on Juno 4.8 seconds. That gap already. We've seen a lot of rain in the past stints causing safety cars and carnage. But we know I am allergic to getting wet weather in my stints. I think I was the only one in that IRO N24, the only stint that didn't get rain. Juno not quite having the start to the stint that he would have wanted for that second GT Finland car. He's got Motta right behind him in the battle for P4. Let's go on board with Motta through this tricky technical section of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You can take most of these corners flat if you're brave enough. Little bit of a lift there as we go onto the run to the carousel. Very tricky corner before it's so easy to cook the brakes and go a bit too deep. It'll be interesting to see how the custom bop affects the car's performance here.
Dirty air? No.
Dirty air?
We don't believe in it.
Doesn't exist if you don't allow it.
Yep. Same goes for damage, by the way.
Oh, that gap's staying roughly around 3/10 through that entire section. Motta staying on Juno's tail throughout. Battle for P4 indeed on our hands as we round out the penultimate couple corners of the Nordschleife. We'll say that the track's so long, although it looks like we are close to the starting line, we are far, far from it. Love that camera angle there, watching them whiz by. That is Q-Stip not too far behind, lurking. If these guys start fighting a bit too hard, that could cause FGR Q-Stip to gain for momentarily. There's Juno right behind him, under 2/10. The gap now between them. Juno just managing to keep that car central, cut off the inside and the outside as we go through the mini carousel. It's all about the exit there, as it looks like Juno had a much better exit than Motta having a much better exit than Juno. They're going to go side by side momentarily. Motta just backing off slightly as we go into the Dossinger, sticking in that slipstream. Oh, we're going to see a move past, to go past that BMW. Yes, we are, side by side at the Dossinger. Motta with that inside manages to get ahead. Now it's roles reversed with Juno in that slipstream, manages to pick up a little bit of straight line advantage side by side as we head towards the braking zone of the Dossinger. Manages to keep it stuck side by side still. Juno managing to keep that advantage and keep Motta at bay. The battle for P4 is still on. So we round out that second lap. That bit of fighting has allowed Q-Stip to catch up. That gap was around 4 seconds, down to 2.9. So we're fully cleaned through turn 1. But that fighting, look at that gap, 2.8, 2.7, it's coming down. Don't keep the number 56 car out of this for FGR. Just have a quick flick through. Nope, that was having a look up the inside, not quite able to make it stick, but with a better run he is going to go ahead. Juno a little bit on the gravel there, and that tiny mistake has allowed Motta to get ahead and up into P4. So a quick little butchers at that overtake again from Motta into the hairpin. He's gonna have a little look, manages to keep it planted, sticks on that apex. Little bit of a bump was that there. Might have to have another look at that. Was there a bump between the two cars? Looked like, oh yeah, very slightly. Bump from Motta. Juno onto the gravel. Only 2 wheels though, manages to keep it stuck, but down to P5 for that GT Finland car. Not quite having the start to stint 3 as they would have wanted. Q-Stip still creeping behind. Another push to overtake, let's go. The sport mode tactics are coming out tonight. Don't really like to see them, but it does make it entertaining. Not so much for the stewards. There's bit of a slide for King Pao there. Hearing the tyres screeching as he does manage to keep it under control. Yeah, it was only a tiny little tap. Rubbing is racing, punting it isn't, as I always say. There's that gap between Q-Stip and Juno, 1.8 seconds. Looks like Juno could be under attack from another car. Motta managing to extend that gap already to only a couple corners of the Nordschleife, up to 1.8 or 2.4, 2.5 seconds from Juno, clearly quicker than the GT Finland car. So a quick scan through the back, see if we've got any battles. Doesn't look like we do. We'll wait for GT AMG to come out of the pits. I reckon we go on board with the FGR car. .2 seconds, the gap between these two is now. So war is kicking off in chat over whether that was a clean overtake or not. I'd say that was just a very, very slight tap from Juno with that wider line. Motta with the better exit, but they got past. Get that spotter's guide up and make it cover the view count. So I don't like to see how many people are actually watching me waffle over people who are much better at pretending to be race car drivers than me. As massive wobble for Juno, manages to keep it under control, but that has allowed Q-Stip to gain and gain and gain. That gap is looking like a repeat of Motta versus Juno. Very, very tricky to overtake at the Nordschleife, but look at the speed that he has got compared to Juno. We're going side by side again through the Nordschleife. That's the wrong bloody camera. Q-step up into P5, and that is Juno off the track. Manages to keep it under control, but not quite what he ever wanted. And Kung Pao here is going to capitalise on that. Is he going to be able to swoop past the GT Finland car? Yes, he has. And Juno down into P7 from starting this stint in P3. It's not quite the start to the stint that he would have wanted. And are you telling me I set that replay too far back so we didn't even see what happened? Yes, I did. I am absolutely useless, but we get a look at that wonderful overtake from Kung Pao. It's all kicking off at the Nordschleife already. Now the gap between Q-Stip and Motta, 6.7 seconds. Motta absolutely flying. He's got 7.2 seconds to go to Lugi. And there's a battle for P1 on the hands that I almost miss. AMS Death Sun versus Urtkuz. Will Urtkuz be able to fend off the AMS driver better than his teammate has? Or will it start to look like a nightmare stint for the GT Finland guys? So there's still P1, Kukis with an absolutely storming stint 2. Extended their lead momentarily. I believe it was around 5 seconds or 4-5 seconds at the start of this stint. Death Sun on the charge as we go down onto the Dottinger. Now slipstream range in this game is around 7/10, so Death Sun definitely feeling that. He's got 19 seconds behind to Lugi, so he can choose to either work with Urtkuz or try and go flying past. But it looks like he's going to go flying past. So we're side by side again on the Dottinger, and we have a new race leader momentarily in the form of Death Sun. Is he going to be able to get past Urtkuz? Yes, he is. Up to P1 for the Apex Motorsports team. It's all going to come down to this braking zone at the end of the Dottinger. Keeps it stuck. And that is Apex Motorsports into the lead, taking it from the GT Finland guys. Now, hopefully I've done this correctly and we can get a look at that. Slipstream past, barely ahead, cuts ahead. Because in that slipstream isn't quite able to gain enough before they go into the braking zone and go onto that inside, and that is a look at AMS Death Sun taking the lead of this race. He's already built up a 6/10 gap, as it is Motta who is the fastest guy on track at the moment. 9 seconds that gap to Q-Stip now. Kung Pao and Q-Stip still very close together, with Juno trailing back, trailing further back, looking at the wear on the tyres. Can you guys see that, or has Jaeger covered that up? Of course Jaeger's covered that up, why wouldn't it? Does look like Juno has a lot more tyre wear on his car than the others. Yeah, 1 second already. The gap up front as we come towards the penultimate stages of the GP circuit. That tricky chicane. Easy to pick up a penalty if you take it a bit too aggressive on the curb. That is our 3rd different leader today. Absolute cinema. It's, what are we, 4 hours, like 4.5 hours into this incredible race. As always, in chat, if you have any recommendations or any drivers you want to have a look at, I will happily oblige. It's all kicking off here in the finale of ERF. So sad to see these guys go. I've done this is my second event I've covered for you, and that last Le Mans race was pure cinema. I'm hoping this will be similar. If we look further back, Sonic, Bisa and GT Ayub on track. We've got cars that are lapped at the Nordschleife. That, yeah, it's that car behind him. Almost about to be lapped by the entire grid. For what team is that? That is number 9. Blackpool Spotters Guide GTMA. The last position, but that gap for P1 still just under a second. Defson and Ertzos on this lap, lapping almost identically through the first couple sections of the Nordschleife. That gap between Lugi and Motta still coming down 6 seconds now. It's a 7:55.1 round the Nordschleife. I know we've got a custom bop designed by the incredible Philo Engineering, but still, that bop can only go so far. 7:55 is still absolutely incredible. Look, these guys look quite close still. Q-Step, King Pao, 1.3 seconds. Juno trailing back slightly, 5.5 seconds between them. Yeah, 8:08 on that third lap after that big slide. Still not quite as good on the tyres as the leading cars. So perhaps it was... don't quite know what could have caused that. Maybe just pushing a little bit too hard. We can already see the effects of tyre wear on that GT Finland car. .8 seconds now, the gap to the lead between Dasson and Erkers. So Dasson just in the I'd like to split the Nordschleife into like 4 sections, because I know there's about 70 million sectors in the game, but like 4's good enough. Feels so like sector 2, I'd say. We come through the carousel, lovely shots of that gradient style livery, orange to yellow to white. GT Finland giving TCR vibes for the number 67 in P2, 2.1 seconds momentarily. That gap's a bit wide for Erkers touching the grass. Luckily, we haven't had any rain in this stint yet. I'd love if the commentator could get the weather radar. Also, I've got a fan on, by the way. If I sound like a robot, do tell me. I will turn the fan off and sweat my bollocks off. I'd rather sweat my bollocks off than hinder the stream quality. Just have a quick butchers. That gap between Kung Pao and Q-Step coming down. We'll have a better idea of the pace difference between these guys with the second lap, but from that first lap, 8:01 versus 7:59, it's coming down 8 tenths now between Kung Pao and Q-Step. Let's go. Oh, that's the wrong bloody button. Let's go on board. Throughout this latter stage of the Nordschleife, we saw around 5-6 tenths is what you want to have that gap as you go onto the Dottinger. And look at that, 4 milliseconds up, 6 minutes into the lap as we come down the run towards That was the jump there. I'm thinking we're further back than we are. Should be able to get some wonderful shots of cars going airborne through there. It looks like he's down momentarily, 1.57 seconds, lost around 2 tenths. I mean, 1.57 tenths, not seconds, bloody hell. I don't know how decimals work. You'd think A-level further maths, like I've just finished all my further pure papers. Never have to see another bloody matrix again in my life. Or well until uni. That's some bloke joining the room. Bit late now, mate. It's 3 tenths. We should definitely see change in the P5 piece battle for P5. Now ignore that, please refuel. Sign it is completely erroneous because Polyphony can't design a game correctly. As look at that side by side for Q-Stip and Kung Pao. Kung Pao with that inside is not quite able to pull past. He is momentarily, but oh, wrong camera. As there he is, slotting behind, slotting in front of Q-Stip. So we have another change of position in this race. Kung Pao up into P5. The slipstream on the Dossinger just oh so powerful. There's a 758.4 for Kung Pao after gaining with that slipstream. Q-Stip 759.9, so just slightly behind as he gets a better run through turn 1, almost managing to cook some sort of move there. Kung Pao not quite able to pull away as much as we saw the likes of Death Sun and Q-Stip do on these two on Juno, and Death Sun on Urkuz earlier on in the stint. Hopefully we get some rain to spice this up even further. Interestingly, Motta 13.3 seconds ahead, gaining faster, still fastest man on track with that 755.1. So that's the benefit of clean air. You gain a lot on the straight with that slipstream, but you do also lose a lot in the trickier technical sections of the Nordschleife with that dirty air. Can cause your car to understeer if you're not looking hard enough. Let's have a look at the gap between Lugi and Motta, 4.6 seconds. Lugi out there absolutely flying as well, 57, 56, 757. Looks like we could see Motta around lap 7 or lap 8 on the rear end of Lugi, provided no safety cars happen. Just around 3 seconds now, the gap up front is. Still go on board with these guys. Q-Stip on the rear end of Kung Pao. Look at that as we barrel onto the Nordschleife through the I find this section of the Nordschleife one of the hardest, so technical, even on the controller which I use. We can see, I don't know if that's big kick of the rear for Q-Stip that has allowed Kung Pao to gain momentarily, 2.6 seconds down that lap. That just shows the pace difference between dirty and clean air. If we look at that shot as we see that BMW come right up at the camera. In terms of Juno, he is 9.4 seconds down for the GT Finland cars. And Inferno Motorsports by Kevin C. He's got a nice little patch of clean air to get his head down, get some good laps down. Even looking at the aliens up front, like 755s is rapid. But like I set an 8-minute 10 round here in a ZFS race and I felt like an absolute king. Leading the AM class now, INF Kevin. Forgot about the different classes. Does it say on ahead of Foresh in the Cervellano AMG? Nice. Don't know if I am just blind, but it doesn't say the classes on the spotter's guide, does it? Yeah, I don't think it does. It might, but let's look at the broadcaster's guide, the safety car stuff. White is pro, grey is AM. Ah, nice. Car 56 is also pro. Wicked. Cheers, mate. Alright, yeah, now it does say. Wicked. Thank you. So, gap between Q-Stip and Kung Pao, just under a second now as Kung Pao manages to pull a slight lead on Q-Stip. If we look at the battle for Q3, around a second gained, 3.4 seconds now for the fastest man on track. We can see that tyre wear starting to bring the lap times down as we come onto the tricky corner before the carousel. As there is Luigi up front. That's another random joining the room. Don't know if we've got any VR boys in the race now, but I know from hearing ZFS drivers complaining about it, people joining and leaving the room and chat messages and stuff, it can proper get in your head. Car 56 is also pro since qualifying. So they did that good, they got promoted before the race. 56 is the FGR boys. This guy here, Q-Stip, he's chasing down Kung Pao. We got Mr. T being an absolutely incredible race director as always. We appreciate your work so much. It's people like you that manage to make these events work. There is Brave Baby Driver leaving the room. Look at that sunset in the distance, beaming down the rays on these powerful GT3 cars. Yeah, Motta now 2.8 seconds behind Luigi. Can we watch him for a bit in that #1 track design racing car? Looking really nice on tyre wear as well. Rough, pretty much identical tyre wear between Luigi and Motta, but Motta just slightly less fuel, so the car is lighter. Maybe that was him taking less fuel on the track. Why do people join random lobbies? I don't get it, and it's so annoying. I know, mate. It just... Especially when you're absolutely locked in, flying down a track as technical as the Nordschleifer, you just get a bunch of pop-ups with random blokes that you've never heard of joining the lobby. It is quite annoying. We can see in the distance, we've got Luigi, Motta, Kung Pao, and Q-Stip. Love that view of the Dottinger, seeing all the cars go flying past over 170 mile an hour as we go into the tricky braking zone. The gap now just under 2 seconds. Now I believe, just eyeballing it, Luigi has around 1 lap more fuel than Motta. So the AMG, it's probably not the best, I'd say, on fuel, but it's not the worst, as we can see the first pit stop of the stint. So that is Kung Pao coming into the pits to get rid of them soft compound tyres. I believe an all-soft strategy has been the preferred favourite for the stint so far. Is that water droplets on the car? Nope, that is the livery. Yep, zero fuel getting taken into the car But new soft compound tyres, that's going to put him behind Juno, promoting Q-Step up into P5. Motor continues the chase through to Louis. 1.6 seconds now, that gap between the two is. Kung Pao with an undercut indeed. Where is he? 7. There it is. Going full undercut on Q-Step, hoping to maybe build a bit of a gap, have a bit of clean air between the two cars, so he's not quite fighting. But there is Juno up in front of him again. He's old, getting flashbacks to lap 2. You can see the sheer pace difference between fresh softs and not so fresh softs for Juno. Juno softs, I'd probably use the word shot to describe them. Look at the pace difference between his lap with better and worse softs. 8:05 versus an 8:08. And there he is, kicking a bit of gravel up and going for a bit of a slide. Keep an eye on this battle. 1.5 seconds, 2.6 seconds. But this one's going to be coming down a lot quicker based on the setup of the two cars. How many cars are in the lead lap? Only car 9 is 1 lap down. That is GT Ayub in the ATMR team. The rest of the cars are on lap 6. Well, lap 5 for the number 16. And the number 54, they are on the dusting, are about to start lap 6. Let's have a quick look at this. 0.7 tenths between Kung Pao and Juno. Getting so much, he's going to have so much more grip. He's going to want to get past the fin as quickly as possible. Look at how much he's gaining as we go on to... I bring up the corner name graphic that Jaeger gave us, but I don't speak German, so I don't understand any of it. As there is Juno letting him past. Believe there was a little bit of a lift there to aid in that. He knows he's a lot slower than that car on fresh tyres. He's going to lose more time fighting him, but that is Kung Pao back up to P6. Sour Butchers at that overtake. I can have a look if that was Juno truly lifting off. Yeah, he seems very hesitant to come on the path. Yeah, definitely lift off there, lets him past. Knows his car is in no fit to fight that. You look up front, battle for P3 now. 1.3 seconds between Luigi and Motta. We definitely have a battle brewing on our hands. What we meant was Arnberg. Turn 374, that's what it's called, Mike. Outside in real life, it's going to add the heavens look like they are about to open up. Hopefully that translates to on track. So I love a bit of wet weather action. Now Deathsun, after taking the lead of this race, 6.5 seconds that gap now. With much better tyres, I'd say there's around a 10% difference between these two cars on similar amounts of fuel. Two cars that aren't on similar amount of fuel are these two here. I believe we might see 1, 2 and 4 come into the pit this lap. Just judging by the amount of fuel on board, Luigi seems to have taken much more fuel in the driver swap to try and go longer and maybe even try to one-stop this, provided there's no rain. But we know I am allergic to rain. I love the rain in this game. We did a CTC match, CLR versus BFS. I made my CTC debut because it was absolutely chucking it down. At this track, it was the sprint layout. I don't think I've actually shut up about that race because I came P5 in a bloody CTC lobby. And I'm like usually mid B rating, like verge of A depending on the track, and I was gapping A+ drivers. I mean, granted, controller in the rain, it's a little bit easier to control, but still, I am absolutely over the moon over that race. But whenever I'm commentating and it's random weather, I seem to just not get rain in the slightest. There's that gap between Motta and Lugi coming down to under a second now. You can see the tyre wear playing an effect, looking at Lugi and Motta around the same tyre wear to the percentage. Even with Motta's lighter car, he seems to be pushing a lot harder than Lugi. Lugi perhaps tyre saving, but managing to keep Motta at bay. Let's take a look further back. Gap between Kung Pao and Q-Stip now coming to just under 10 seconds. Now it was around, I believe, a 20-second pit loss here for just taking tyres. Well, he didn't just take tyres, he's got more fuel. He definitely took fuel. And yes, there it is. That is Defson coming into the pits, the race leader. Let's have a look between these two. Not quite close enough to get that slipstream advantage. Urkus comes in as well. I believe Lugi is going to stay out and Motta come in. Nope, he's going to come into the pits, but look at that fuel difference. 10% versus 2%. So that does mean that even if these two were both to fuel to the exact same point, Lugi will have that advantage, and I believe just eyeballing it, that looks like around 3-4 times fuel wear, maybe 3. Perhaps we could see Lugi gaining around 3 seconds in this pit stop. As the leaders come out, taking roughly the same amount of fuel, Q-Stip comes in. We'll have a look between Q-Stip and Kung Pao. Kung Pao managed to pull the undercut of the century up. P5 to P3, jumping past Motta and Lugi. Lugi falling down. Was that a mistake that allowed Motta ahead that we didn't spot? They come out the pits, no. Yep, Lugi ahead. Coming out of the pits, a little bit of a lock-up there, a little bit of a slide into T1. Very tricky braking zone in the best of things, especially coming out of the pits where you can't use your usual brake marker, going deep, and that allows the Bulgarian of Motta up into P4. Kung Pao roughly the same amount of fuel as these guys, but with that undercut, his tyres have got 1 lap extra wear on them. And will he be able to keep Motta and Lugi at bay? He should gain a bit this lap with those tyres being fully warmed up, whereas Motta and Lugi are going to have to try and warm them up themselves. Juno comes out in P7, 16 seconds behind Q-Stip. So yet Lugi down to P5 after that mistake, but he's still keeping Motta in bay. I mean, 7 tenths, 8 tenths going on to the Nordschleifer. That is absolutely nothing. Anything could happen. Team orders from TDR to swap. That is Tom. Oh, alright, okay. I didn't spot that these two were teammates. Oh yeah, looking at the spotters guide, 1, 2, yeah, they are teammates. So that wasn't a mistake from Lugi. That was allowing his teammate past number 1. So, wow, that is a wicked livery look. We're going to do the godforsaken and go into camera, chase cam, to have a better look at that livery. You can see the names of all the people on this wonderful team in that green TDR car, and then Lugi behind the wonderful thank you ERF car. You see, that's the best thing that I love about commentating, is I can get a proper look at all the liveries. But yeah, Kung Pao with that undercut, he's built that gap up to around 4.4 seconds between the two TDR boys. Now, knowing that these guys are love that camera angle there. Looks like a TikTok edit we're in right now. Get a wonderful shot. Well then, as we barrel through, look at the perfect apex for the two TDR boys. Look further back, doesn't seem to be any battles brewing at the moment. I am trying to give everyone equal track time, but like the guys behind have 3-7 minutes between them. The flashing of the headlights for Lieber in that wonderful, wonderful GTR number 16 for the Vez team in the AM class. So looking up into the lead, Defsun with a 5.1 second gap to Ertzkuz. Then Kung Pao gaining on them, but Motta and Lugi with the warmer tyres. They've no longer got cold tyres, they're back to full grip. It's now these guys with the advantage with 1 lap fresher tyres. But trying to work out how much he's gained in that undercut. Looks like he's gained over 30 seconds to Q-step in that undercut. Absolute cinema. So we got a wonderful shot of Kung Pao's brake ducts coming alight there. There is Motta and Lugi in the distance as we go through the carousel. Didn't quite look like the best of lines through there for Kung Pao. Motta has gained around 5-6 tenths in that corner alone. Commentator's curse coming out of it. Kung Pao took a full tank of fuel for the driver swap. That's why he did not fuel in this stop. I thought he didn't fuel. Yeah, that does explain how much. Yeah, because he was on the grid at the start of the driver swap, like he'd done it wrong or something. So you gave him that 38-second penalty. But without that penalty, he carried on like this, he'd be in the lead. This is his realistic position from last stint. Wicked. Cheers, mate. Yeah, because they were in P3 and then they got dropped down to P7 after that driver swap incident. Yeah, that makes sense. Mr. T coming in clutch again. The absolutely goated race director that he is, managing to make all of this stuff possible. As we saw a little bit of a slide, a little bit of a drift for the GT Finland car of Ertzkuz. Let's have a look at Fresh for the number 6 Tourewagen Racing. I butchered that team name so hard. I'm just going to call him Fresh, the number 6, 006. He is gaining on Kevin C. I can see. This will be a change in the lead of the AM class if he does manage to get ahead. That gap coming down between them, looking at tyres and fuel. That's because Juno with damage missed that. It's not because why these guys are gaining on them. But Kevin C with rear damage as well. 2 cars on track with damage. Just have a quick flick through the grid, see if there's any more with damage. So we've got Juno and Kevin C. And then he's Chef with more tyre wear. So we're coming, just keeping that stint as long as possible. So yes, just Juno and Kevin C with damage that we missed. Fresh is closing in. Indeed he is. So we can see, I believe if I look at the safety car procedure, we need at least 3 cars with damage on the same lap for a safety car. Safety car is blah blah blah. Yeah, doesn't look like we're going to be getting a safety car anytime soon. But with that damage to Juno's car, he comes into pit. We will see the straight line speed difference. Definitely no slipstream at the moment, but look at that gap. It's coming down as if he was in the slipstream. Is he going to have enough room to dot past at the end of this the dotting is straight? That looks 172, 164, around an 8 to 6 mile an hour speed difference between Circle Fresh and Kevin C. Is Kevin C gonna come in and pit for damage repairs this lap? Yes, he is. He's gonna dart into the pits to get repairs to that car, and we have a change in the lead of the AM class with Fresh going into P8 on track, P1 in the AM class for the Foreign Motorsports. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that name again because I'm going to butcher it so hard. It's probably better if I just say Foreign Motorsports. Kevin C taking a bit of fuel. Did he know that was damage repairs? But he did take a fresh pair of soft compound tyres. And L&P Chef has been let past after that. But look, L&P Chef, his front tyres are around. Tourewagen is an Italian wine brand, a very cheap one. Alright, Pissheads Racing, that's what you're getting called. Wait, am I supposed to keep this family friendly? No, I'm supposed to keep either road family friendly. It is Pisshead Racers allowed. I'm going to assume it is, unless Mr. T yells at me. So yeah. What is Sonic doing in terms of lap times? 802, 805, 808 around, just under half a lap down. There he is with the flash of the headlights. So in P11 for Sonic. Very strong lap times indeed. I'd say anything under an 810 is rapid round here, because that's what I was doing in the ZFS race. So if you're quicker than me, you must be quick. Part of the Mafia circle, don't insult them, alright? But Fresh with an absolutely storming race going into the lead of the AM Championship. Crash for Motta. Damage indeed. Are we going to be able to catch that on the instant replay? No, we aren't. He's going to already have it. Another crash I've missed. I am incredible at this. I seem to get worse with every stream I do, I swear. most likely will come into pit for damage. It's not really that long of a pit stop here, but that does promote Lugi back up into P4. Mafia circle. Yes, we have Mafia Racing on track. The Wine Racing team. Look, if I just go through a quick run of the quick run through the grid at the moment, it is the number 23 that leads for Apex Motorsports, followed by the number 67 GT Finland, driven by Urkers, almost 8 seconds behind. It's around a 9-second lead to the second Apex Motorsport car. 24 not quite having the start of the stint that they wanted, but with an absolutely monstrous undercut comes up into P3. We then have the first of the TDR cars in the form of Lugi, the number 2 in P4. A little bit of a slide there. He's got 5 seconds to go to Kung Pao, and around the same behind to his teammate in the number 1 car, still with the fastest lap on lap 3. But after getting damaged this lap from a crash that we did not get to see, finds himself down in P5, losing out to his teammates, most likely coming into the pits. Then we have in P6 FGR Q-Stip in the number 56. Yep, I believe this is our AM leader now. Yep, he's greyed out, which means he's an AM car. Oh yeah, I thought I was talking to Mr. T this entire time. It was on the ERF. It was on the ERF account. I thought that was Mr. T. Well, I've been saying I'm talking to Mr. T this entire time when I've not in fact been talking to Mr. T. Biblical scenes indeed here. What could only make this race a bit better would be some biblical rain. And then we've got Juno in the second GT Finland car in P7. Then Fresh in the Cheap Wine Mafia Pisshead Mobile, who is our second AM car. And they're rounding out the AM podium. I should probably check this before I say that. What car number are you? 83. Are you a AM car? Either Mr. T or Jaeger, you never know, alright. He's on simultaneously on both accounts. The LMP Chef rounding out the wait, Q-Stip, what car number are you? You are 83, 56. Yes, you are AM. Okay. Thought I'd given false information there, but I haven't. 2 AM cars which are closing in on each other is Kevin C and LMP Chef. Kevin C with that tyre wear advantage after that preemptive pit stop to repair for damage. Also taking a fresh pair of soft compound tyres versus Chefs, which are not so fresh. Cheap wine mafia piss, they got me laughing so hard. Glad to know I've not lost it all, let's go. There we go, 1.2 seconds as we go through the mini carousel. He wants to get that to around 7-8 tenths
But with a better run through the mini carousel, that gap's gone up to around 1.4 for LMP Chef. Is he going to be able to keep Kevin C at bay? The best overtaking strategy that we've seen so far is to get in the slipstream and absolutely belt past them on the long ass straight that is the Dottinger. That was not fresh. He's a bit far ahead. I know the camera shows a lot. So we have a new fastest lap of the race. I missed it by about 2 minutes. But AMS Deathson on that last lap, 7:55.1. We're going to look at Motta. He has not come into the pits, staying with that damage. I mean, he's not really losing much. I mean, an 806 is hardly one to be reckoned with. But compared to his teammates with the 7:56, blistering pace from Lugi, Motta losing about 10 seconds. That was the lap with the crash. Perhaps not losing that much, maybe losing around 2, 3, maybe 4 seconds a lap. If you think 20, 30 second pit stop, you'd much rather just carry on the damage. If you like Motta and can control it, let's go back to that battle for P9 that is no longer on, as that is LMP Chef getting rid of them absolutely shot soft compound tyres. That does promote Kevin C into the top 9. How far back is Sonic? 1 minute 37. Unless we get a safety car this stint with some rain. But I think this is the first time in recorded history that we have seen clear skies at the Nürburgring. The rain curves of Crentis coming out again. Get FGR. Who is FGR? So no, wait. Feel good race at 56. That is Q-Step. He's got FGR in his bloody name. Should have been able to see that one from a mile away. Also, FGR, because you have the exact same confusion I was facing just moments ago. Looking at this guy, I'm like, he's GT Finland. Where's the other FGR bloke? There he is in P6 for the number 56. As he almost went flying off there. That little kick up of gravel. Let's finish the rundown. Ooh, big slide for Kevin C there. Manages to keep it under control. Going through the first couple corners of the Nordschleife as he just gets a bit too much curve, a bit too early on the throttle. Yes, he does drifting through that corner there. How he didn't go off and go careening into the barrier. Superb car control from the Inferno Motorsports team. Back. So after all that chaos, we have LMP Chef, number 83, for the Legendary Motorsports Performance Team in P10. In P11 we have the number 54, Nexus Racing, being driven by Sonic. Very nice, consistent laps. 8:02 from him on lap 8. Force to be reckoned with. Maybe 4 minutes behind the lead, but that's the thing about endurance racing. Your position on track means nothing about how quick you actually are. Then in P12 behind him, we have Lieber 222 in, which car is that? I think I've seen that one. So that's not the GTMA, is it? Number 16, the Vesmobile. VEZ. Vez sounds funnier, so I'm calling it Vez. And then GTMA in last position, although that gap between him and Lieber, it was around like 7 seconds at the start of the stint. Not 7 seconds, bloody hell, 7 minutes. It's coming down slowly but surely. That's exactly what you want to do in this position for the team. Just get some nice, consistent laps out. You've got clear air. Just want to see what you can do for the team. Gap up front after Deathson has put a brick on the accelerator with how fast he is going right now. Gap up to 11.7 seconds between him and Urkus. We stole Urkus because he's too quick to give out for a competition. Wicked. 1.2 seconds down for Deathson there. That's still on for a 7.56, which is absolutely out of this world. Lugi is catching up to Kung Pao. 2.3 seconds that gap now between the FDR and AMS cars. Not quite far enough behind to pick up slipstream benefit. Is he in auto drive there with the hazards on, or has he just not realised he's got his hazards on? I think he was in auto drive there, maybe cracking open a beer for a good bit of endurance racing. I wish I had one right now, especially with the fact I could be revising for my massive physics paper 2. I have 15 hell physics paper 2 I have first thing Monday morning, but instead I'm sat on my arse watching professionals play Gran Turismo and lap around the Nordschleife for 24 hours straight. Do you reckon I could reference this in like one of the six markers, talking about like astrophysics or something? I've got no bloody clue what's going on, so I just talk about the Nordschleife. I pray for the examiner that's got to mark my physics paper. Maths and further maths are going to carry me so hard. Predicted like A-star AC or something. Physics is just too humbling. There he is, that gap coming down and down. Closing on Kung Pao as the overcut starts to work due to fresher tyres. 7.55 is crazy. I believe the word diabolical is better suited out for a 7.55 around the Nordschleife. 1 millisecond off his best time through the GP circuit there. I think 7.55 might be leaning towards the touch grass territory. Yeah, it is evening. Look at that sunset there. We don't want to look at Lugi and Kung Pao, as yes, the overcut is starting to work due to fresher tyres. Kung Pao with not much fuel in the car as well. There's ZFS Miracle Grow joining the lobby by accident. I know we've got some sort of practice on at the moment, so it should jump out there, but that is my fault there for having him on my my friends list. Another random joining the room. 1.5 seconds now, the gap between Kung Pao and Lugi, coming down slowly but surely as the overcut starts to work. How far back is Motta now? As yet 8.01 that last lap. Even with damage, only 6 seconds down on the very fastest lap of the race. We saw a 7.52 in practice. A 7.52 around the Nordschleife with the GP. I set an 8:10 around the sprint layout and Nordschleife, and I was posting that on like fucking social media and everywhere, thinking I'm quick. 7.52. Sure you don't mean 8.52. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe it until I see it. 1.1 seconds now, the gap between Lugi and Kung Pao. Is he going to be able to get past before Kung Pao comes into the pits? So we see my favourite camera angle in the game. And in typical Kurrentis fashion, bright blue skies for the first recorded time at the Nordschleife. God forbid rain actually comes and makes things interesting. No, no, no. We must sit through the only good weather around the Nordschleife and then guaranteed stint for Jaeger. It's going to be absolute carnage. It's going to be wet weather for the entire thing. I don't know if it's just the fact that, like, I sit on my arse on Discord all day. Maybe I'm just allergic to taking a shower, and that's why the rain doesn't like me. There's, oh, bit of a moment for Kung Pao there. As he goes onto the grass, that does allow Lugi to gain around 5/10 there. Isn't quite in overtake territory. Let's have a quick look at that as we see the consequences of the undercuts starting to come play, as we see a little bit of grass as we go past this section here. Rear end starts to kick out. There's a big moment there as well. Onto the grass again, managing to keep it stuck and ahead. I pressed C, get rid of the replay. There we go. If you want to win, get a fin. That may be true for Rally. But I know I'm not the best at geography, but red flag with a red leaf in between it. That's definitely the Finnish flag in P1 at the moment, with the Canadian behind him. I want to smoke tonight. Glad to see it not forgot entirely as it comes. Oh, bloody hell, I say that and I like sit on my controller or something because we go flying through the grid. If you want to win, eat pasta. You gotta eat the pasta to go faster. This race has been absolute scenes. I mean, it's not quite been that Le Mans Stint 3 that I did for your last race, but I'm so sad to see this series go. I've done two events for you guys, and it's been cinema throughout. Comes his wild boss. Cheers, mate. So the best thing to go with a good bit of endurance racing is to have some autistic teenager sit in his room and just spit absolute bars at the screen instead of revising for his A-levels. This is an absolute scene. Oh, that is King Powell going off. You can't park there, mate. He's managed to keep it away from getting damaged. But what happened to him there? We'll go into the forbidden chase camera as we go towards the apex here, as he just cooked it on the brakes a bit too much. Yes, he has. So easy to do. Onto the gravel. Manages to keep it out of the barrier, so he's not got damage. Wouldn't really affect him much if he did anyway, because he's coming in anyway out of this lap, considering he has about 2 millilitres of fuel in the tank. S-tier comes. Drama right before the pit stops. It's that zero downforce. You've cooked up some absolutely incredible bop as always, Philo. I'll further look back. Have we got any absolute scenes cooking off throughout the track as well? No, we don't, as that is Urka's coming into the pits to go for an undercut on Defson. He could have definitely gone away with another lap, as we see Defson doing that. But perhaps seeing how strong the undercut worked for Kung Pao, who does come into the pits now after forgetting to stay on the black stuff. I know my insightful practice for racers, I know that if you stay on the tarmac, it is quicker, and if you do a 720 through S's, it is not that quick. So 8% fuel for Motta behind with a 4.7 second gap, but Motta also having to repair the damage. I swear he had wheel damage as well. Now it looks like he's only got front damage. Maybe I am just like starting to experience Alzheimer's or something, but what has happened is that has brought them right together, the differing strategies for Kung Pao and Motta. Motta almost looking like he forgot to brake there, but managing to keep it under stock. As we got a battle for P4 on our hands. Now what Luigi needs to do is get his head down and just absolutely send it on them tyres with the clear air, because if these two start fighting too much, that will allow Luigi to have a larger gap up front. But we've seen how strong the undercut around here is. Motta on it with the Bulgarian support, with Mr. T in the track. In the chat, I mean track chat, same bloody thing. Juno comes into the pits now. Let's keep our eyes on this battle for P4. Motta no longer with damage. We saw him, he was by far the fastest guy on track in the start of this stint. Does Juno have damage? No, he does not. That was a strategic pit stop to get rid of dead tyres, but he has came out close to Kevin C, who will definitely have to pit again as he almost goes flying off the track there. We ignore that. 7 cents now, the gap between Urkers and Kung Pao. It's like Kung Pao throwing the car into the corners, borderline drifting. As in typical Nürburgring fashion, my internet has managed to keep up streaming and loading the Nordschleife for an hour 36, and it's coming towards the brink of its limits. And oh, speaking about limits, that is Kung Pao with a massive slide through that section that I don't know the bloody name of. That has allowed Motta to come right up towards him, right in the slipstream, backs off slightly because side by side through here is what's known as a death sentence. But Kung Pao managing to keep the car under control, not in the barriers, not in the side of Motta. He goes onto the grass there. If you dare so scream at me for using chase cam for this, I will end the stream right now. There's a bit too much curve, upsets the rear, goes onto the gravel. As you can see, Motta gaining and gaining and gaining in the slipstream. Does he back off? He gives a little bit of a bump there onto the straight. And keeps that gap around 8 tenths. Yes, that's up. Scenes kicking off again in the battle for P4 here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Is that flashing headlights, or is that... Oh! Look at them exhaust fumes coming out the side of that Mercedes AMG. I think that's one of the reasons why it is one of my favourite cars in the game. Go Q-Stip. What am I missing with this bloke? Q-Stip in the car, number 56, leading AM class by an absolute storm. 45 seconds ahead of the Spaghetti Mafia Mobile, to second place in the AM Championship here. And then Juno, I believe that GT Finland car is pro. Is it a pro? Where are they gone? GT Finland, yes, you are pro. Then rounding out the podium for the AM class is the number 27, driven by Kevin C. Lap 11 of 16. Using the chase cam again, trying to bring back Helium Boy. Don't you dare, Jaeger. Using chase cam again, so he's gonna make. Oh, I can't get over Helium Boy. That was wicked. And as we have a look, I can't give that up before I even try it. Motta is abusing Kung Pao, according to Jaeger Boy. We still got clear skies at the Nordschleife. Looks like we do. 4.6 tenths, 3 tenths now. We come towards the latter stages of the Nordschleife. Onto the grass goes Kung Pao there. That's going to allow Motta to gain even further. There is Miracle Grove finally leaving the room. We go on to this last section. Oh, they decide I'm on the wrong bloody bloke. That's why I can't see him. There we go. When did I hit number 3? I don't know, but I must have hit number 3. Because it's not King Pao, as we can see, as we get illuminated by the halogen light bulbs of that AMG behind us in the form of Motta. Look at how close he is in that rear view mirror as we go onto the mini carousel. He wants to be around 5 tenths onto the Dottinger. Looks like he is going to be there. We're going to have a change in P4 as we go onto it. Kung Pao almost going onto the grass there. Look behind. That is Motta in the rear view mirror. Let's go on board with Motta looking at this slipstream advantage as the top 2 come into the pits. It'll be interesting to see where Lukey comes out in all of this. Are we going to have a 3-way battle for P3 potentially? We may, as that is Lukey coming into fuel now, goes round the outside, does Motta. Kung Pao manages to stay momentarily ahead, but Motta with that inside late on the braking almost goes off the track there, locking up, manages to keep it stick. And that is Motta up into P4 with a wonderful overtake. Where is Lugi in all of this? Lugi coming out clearly ahead. The overcut working for Lugi into P3 for the TDR machine, the other TDR team of the TDR car into P4 after that lovely overtake. We can have another look in the instant replay system. Got that bloke on the bridge there with a wonderful look at this. Swoops around the outside of this corner, late on the brakes, gets ahead before, I've already forgotten the name of that bloke, Kung Pao, before Kung Pao even has an idea of what's happened to him. Motta has striked. And he is on a storm this lap through the GP circuit. 3 tenths purple, clear air for Motta. Let's see what he can do and if he can pull away from Kung Pao. What an overtake indeed. TDR Mystic might be a little bit biased there. We may never know. But that was a lovely overtake. from Motta. On lap 12 of 16, should see the driver swap anytime soon, provided that nothing interesting happens, and knowing my luck, it won't. Let's have a look around, see what's happened. So, is it Defson who went on the undercut? How have I already forgot this? Outlap, not on the outlap. So it was Urkuz going for the undercut, I believe. Someone will correct me on that if I'm wrong, which I probably am, which doesn't seem to have worked as much in favour as we saw it work for Kung Pao earlier. You know, still 12.6 seconds gap to the lead, but around the same between him, Lugi, and Motta. Just starting to pull away. That gap between him and Kung Pao, just over a second now. So let's see what he looks like on the timings. We go through the next sector board, which will eventually come. I can't roughly remember where it is. Oh yeah, 5/10 purple for Motta. We come through, got on board him momentarily again. Soon to see what that lap turns in. Are we going to see the fabled 7:52 that the fibbers in chat are saying is possible? FGRQ step behind 21 seconds. Juno starting this race, this stint in P3, dropped down around just over 1.5 minutes. This stint just goes to show how the odd mistake here and there can bring you out of contention, but we still have a bit more than 2 hours a lap of racing, with 18.5 hours of racing. Kevin went out on intermediates, did he? Or is he P10? Kevin is on intermediates. Is the rain going to fall? Or is this a Ferrari strategy that we are seeing? Will we get rain? Is me moaning about not having enough rain in the commentary stints that I do, is it actually paying off? They call me and your mum the Moan Master because it always works. What about Sonic Marathon coming on softs? So they have the weather radar, I don't, so I am in the blind. Perhaps Kevin on a bit of a Ferrari strategy. I mean, a lap of the Nordschleifer on Inters in the dry. It's not as fast as softs. Kevin went out on Inters. There's some light rain coming, apparently. Hopefully it's better than that Iro Stint 3 where everyone went on mediums and it just kind of like was a bit of spittle on the track for all the 30 seconds. Well, it's comically shit rainstorm of my commentary career. Hopefully today is a bit better. There is Motta and Kung Pao lapping roughly similar. I say that as Kung Pao kicks up a bunch of dirt and loses out momentarily to Motta, who is still very much in his view. So it was around 5/10 purple last time we saw this man or woman or alien, I don't know. Let's have a butchers at the next timing zone to see what he is, and that is rain. Let's go. The heavens have opened and it is already coming towards into territory. That multimeter already. I don't think this is gonna be that purple lap that we were hoping for. Kung Pao kicking up onto the what's it called, curb, having a bit of a slide, manages to keep it out of the barrier. Have a quick butchers, green flags being thrown. Motta, the track is over there. Going off, are we going to have a safety car? Kevin C, even on the intermediates, going off there momentarily. Leader comes out onto Inters, so the lap down cars are actually at an advantage there, as that is Defson with a bit of damage there. What happened? So we have a look. Slams into that barrier. Is he going to slide? Yes, he is. He's going to slide. Slams into the other one. He's got about 2 wheels left that aren't damaged. Bitter damage for the leader. Urkers with damage as well. Are we going to be able to catch that one? We are. We're going to just miss it, but we are going to see Lugi come past and almost go colliding into the side of the fin. Kung Pao has dropped back, doesn't have damage, but around 20 seconds to Motzer as the rain has already finished. We've got a bit of carnage, but it's already stopped, so do you even really want to go on to Inters? But the person behind here, Miracle Grow, is back again. Doesn't understand. There's a bit of a slide for Q-Stip. He's on the rear of Kung Pao. Now, yeah, rain has already stopped. So, is it even worth going on to Inters, or do you brave it on softs? Bit of a slide there again for Q-Step, not using TC. Kung Pao is using TC. Manages to keep it on the go. Defson has came in to repair the monstrous amount of damage if he goes in. Safety car being deployed. So we have 1, 2, 3 cars with damage. Safety car in 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes, but we have 30 seconds. So safety car out this lap. So we see repairs the damage, stays on softs. What about for Lugi? So it is past the start finish straight. There they go. Safety car has been deployed. So I believe, let me just bring up the broadcaster's guide so I don't get this wrong. Race start. Grid gets to be bunched up by the leader. Leader must assume the role of a safety car and reduce the speed to 260 miles an hour, which he has now. Back to the queue, keep a 1 second gap. Lap cars get to be waved by, assuming that the ultimate Mr. T allows him. So we have everyone's going to bunch up in this safety car now. As the rain has already gone, it's a dry track again, but the chaos has been assumed. And that lead, that Defson once had, has been absolutely shattered by this safety car. Motter gaining up behind as well. Here come Q-Stip and Kung Pao as they catch up to the pack. Damaged cars can pit and everyone catches up the leader. Is there anyone still with damage? We've got Chef and Kevin C here. Chef going to get a nice pit stop. Not with much fuel in, saving it till last and getting a lovely, lovely safety car on the end there as he comes to repair for that damage. Does Kevin have damage as well? No, he doesn't. He was the one that went on to intermediates, but I don't think you want to be on inters in this weather. So perhaps he joins Chef in the pit lane. Maybe he stays out and drives inters on a dry track. We may never know. These are the guys with the race directors. Yes, he is staying out and going with inters on a dry track. Fresh comes in to repair for damage. Sonic, no damage. Arbisa on inters, no damage. GT Avub, No damage either, so it seems like parts of the Nordschleife are wet, then the GP is dry. So we wait for Juno to catch up to the pack. The pack on the Nordschleife now. Safety cars making this very much interesting. 3 laps to go until the driver swap. Hopefully this safety car isn't as long as the one in stint 2 was. Hopefully it's just 1 lap, maybe a bit more, as we've got, I believe we wait for the entire pack to catch up before it is called off. That car get waved by. Safety car takes as long as it takes to complete the following step. The entire grid bunches up, damaged cars repair, and lapped cars get waved by from the race director. So yes, we will have to wait for everyone to catch up for an incredible safety car restart. It's Le Mans all over again, it seems. The rain comes back again. So perhaps the Inter's call was correct. Don't really want to be soft in this weather. Are we going to get crashes behind the safety car? I don't think Lance Stroll is on track, so we might not, but slicks in this weather. It seems to be, where is the rain falling? Rain's falling at the south section of the track, so the GP, whereas the train is at the north, where the rain is falling now.
So, hello, back again, and you have rain. What happened?
I know! The curse has ended. It lasted for about 2 seconds, enough for chaos to ensue. Safety car came out, everyone's on slicks, and the rain is back.
That's crazy today, like the same as stint 2, like it was tried, and suddenly that downpour, and you cannot control the car
Kalifny
anymore.
has one weather setting, it seems.
Yeah, probably,
Complete realism.
I mean, it wasn't like on the schedule that it will be that heavy rain, but I guess from a spectator's point of view, we'll take that.
Yeah. It's been a nice stint again, as usual. Sad to see this series go with how incredible the racing has been.
I can also say that it will continue like that in stint number 4, so the rain will stay for the start of the race, so don't go anywhere!
At least it's not as heavy as that BFS match.
No, still.
I don't think I've shut up about that, to be honest. P5 and CTC.
It was an interesting one, yep.
Yep. Juno Catch has caught up. Kevin on the intermediates. Now again, the rain has stopped. So another blitz of rain. It was dry, and then another blitz of rain. We're going to get a third one before this safety car restarts. So leader comes in with damage to repair. Maybe take rid of them inters, or is that another? That's another fresh set of inters going on. Nope, fresh set of
difficult.
Kalifny's realism with the green, the softs that look like inters.
And it still like they show like the tires you were on during the pit stop again. So,
yeah.
Whatever. Still, difficult decisions now. What to do? Again, I think no more rain till the end of the race, I reckon.
You never know. It is the green hell.
That's true. But then probably softs now is still the go-to tire with that risk we saw earlier on. So doesn't get boring. Nope.
It's never boring at this track. Always something going off. It's going to be a longer safety car. Who is that bloke still on the GP track that we are waiting for? That is Lever. Going to be a good 5-6 minutes, I reckon, before they catch up to the field.
I think they should catch up by the carousel section.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Speed difference.
Yeah, I forgot they were going 60 mile an hour. Little bit slower than they usually go through here.
But still, I think we don't have restart zone available for this lap. So we'll have to wait until the end of the lap probably to see the green flag. Again, this is all judgment by race control now, to see how fast that grid bunches up again, and when we can get that race go green again.
You know, should see the green flag before the drive swap, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. That would be my call here. So
exciting safety car restart with them all bunched up like I'm doing stint 1. From mom all over again.
You ask for it, you got it. See?
Yep. See, that is Kung Pao weaving all over the place onto the wet patches. I think a spin behind the safety car would make things interesting, but we haven't got Lance Stroll on the grid, so...
But doesn't put a good look on you if you like spin out during safety car.
Does make it interesting though. We have top 11 have caught up. Will be GT Avobe, who catches up next on those intermediate tyres.
Oh, that is interesting. So they were a lap down. So they need to, I think with the procedure, need to bunch up and then get the wave by. But then we won't wait until they catch the back again. So it's like once they get the wave by, then the next restart zone should then be triggered for green. So I reckon it will be the start of lap 14 for the grid. Probably. But let's wait for race control to make the calls. It's like from the outside, not having all the details in the lobby and stuff. It's difficult to say. But
could probably be the 11 kilometer board that we could see lap 14. Might not be the start, depending on how long it takes these to catch up. P12 furthest back.
Yeah, I think it showed 7 minutes last time for P13. So now it's 12, 2 minutes, something. Yeah, they might catch it by the end of the lap, but P13, they're... that's a big one.
3 minutes behind, it's saying, between him and Sonic. The top 11 are bunched up at the moment.
Yeah, just find a short cut on this track and boom.
Jump over the spectator, go a bit of rallying through the middle of the field.
Yeah. I mean, it would be great to just like skip the Nordschleife, like just GP and oop, I'm back again, let's go. Yeah, that would speed up things like massively, yeah.
There's no clips through the walls. The real driving simulator.
It's fine, it's just adds to the excitement here.
P13 onto the Dottinger now.
Not really catching what's going on.
Could be that intermediate tyre that's playing a role. We are into soft territory on that dry line, but the inters will be safer if you do drift off it slightly. You can go safety car speed. So yep, no restart at the start of lap 14. So that is P13. Catch up, please. I think he's trying. Going as fast as he can.
Devson doing the Kimi Raikkonen impression. Like everyone is weaving behind. He's just driving in a straight line.
There he is coming into the pits to get rid of those intermediate tyres, it looks like. And car 9 is not this one. Restart at zone 2. The prediction was correct.
Restart zone 2. Okay, that is confirmed now. We won't be waiting for that number 9 car then. All right. So restart zone 2. That is a kilometer mark 12.
Oh, that circle's going off during the safety car. Not the best look for the GT
You lose
Finland
that
car.
position even behind safety car. You cannot reclaim that usually.
Yeah.
So that is tough luck for the BMW. Lost that position. Oh, will he go around? I don't know. He has to stay behind now, I think.
He's gone up to P3 though, behind.
Oh,
stay there.
No, I don't
Mr.
think
T.
that is okay. I don't think that is okay. So
yeah, we've got confirmation from race control that was not okay. Stay behind. You lost your car.
Get
You
it,
lose
get
the
it sorted
position, and
again,
there he is, letting him pass.
Yeah, you don't want to get after the race stewards incident a penalty with that, so better to sort it now during the race, and you just lost one position and you fair play
From the GT Finland boys. Car 9 has caught up to, that is car 9, is it?
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So
Let car 9 on lap. We'll go past
they get the wave
the
by.
train.
Yeah.
Where is the other car? That is car 16 coming up to the pack. Should be able to get to the back of the pack. There he is, coming soon. It's car 9 letting them know that they can go past, but with damage to that front bumper. Did he end up going into the back of the car? Did he hit the barrier on his way to the grid? He picked up those fresh inters. He goes flying past the pack to unlap himself. He's flashing the headlights, letting them all know that he's there. So Ooh, bit of weaving from Lugi there. Manages to let them pass as that is.
Yeah, stop
Rude
weaving.
unlapped himself.
Yeah.
With the passes to try and go fast.
Can be dangerous. I mean,
Yeah,
if you're...
you want the heat in the tyres, but at the same time, I think going flying into someone who's trying to relap themselves doesn't really put too much heat into them. That is Lieber, who's not a lap behind, so won't be passed. We've got lapped cars passed. Everyone has caught up. I don't know where to look on this restart.
You still have a bit to go.
Yeah.
So 5, I see we are currently at. It is 12, the 12 mark. So still a bit of time to get ready for it.
We have 1.5 laps of racing action from this restart before we go to stint number 4. We have all the cars weaving now. Look like everyone is obeying a 1 second gap, apart from these guys behind here. Far ahead is this lapped car, got a bit of gap, but that them inters, especially on this section, which is full dry, they're going to lose time quickly. Definitely been an entertaining race, this one.
Yeah, and still have plenty of racing here to cover.
When will they start penalising people that need to keep constant reminders of 1 second gaps? Can't be possible. You need to start them 5 times. Yeah.
I know. From an director organizer point of view, it's just like, why are you driving that close? You see that delta on your screen, literally, like showing
right in front of your face, right?
And you know the safety car's max speed, so you can control it. You don't have to drive bumper to bumper. No way. But
depends if anyone's in VR though, because I don't think you can see that delta in VR.
Yeah.
So that could be playing a role.
That is VR. But then you still have a feeling what a second would look like. That is 3-4 car length at that speed. Okay, we are getting closer then to the restart.
That's that 11-kilometer board. We are racing again. Green flag has came out. Gap stay around that 1 second. I don't know where to look. We've got a bit of a bunch here between Kung Pao, Juno and Kevin C. Where do I look? Oh, that is who was that? That was Motta going off onto the grass there, getting onto the wet patches, manages to keep it under control, doesn't pick up any damage, but that has allowed Urkuz and Q-Stip to come into play here. Let's have a look. Oh, 3 wide there momentarily between Kung Pao, Kevin C and Juno. That was someone picking up a bit of the water there as we barrel through the carousel section of the track. It's all going to kick off on the Dottinger, I feel. That is it, Chris and Q-Stip going up. Q-Stip doing an absolutely incredible job this race for the AM class P5. overall P1 in AM for the number 56. I'll get the spotter's guide up. That is FGR cars. Urka's right on the tail, or the Q stick right on the tail of Urka's. We go through. I'm thinking we're further ahead than we are. Battles all over the track. That is the beauty of the safety car restart. That was Kevin C picking up a bit of dirt there, a bit of water, goes off the track, manages to keep it under control, but he's got Fresh right behind him. We got flashing headlights behind, trying to distract the drivers. It's this inters versus soft. You can see them all getting caught up behind Kevin. A train starting to form.
I'm literally sitting on the edge of my seat here.
Yeah, same, man. I'm trying to flick through because there's about 7 battles on at once. That is Fresh having a look up the inside. Was that momentarily? Or was that Sonic on Chef? Loogie is on it for the lead. We might want to look at this. We go on board in the slipstream on the Dottinger. We see so many overtakes here this race so far. Slips to the inside, got that speed difference, little bit of door banging there, but has he got past? Looks like he has. We were side by side momentarily there, but ahead into the braking. Is Defson going to be able to have a bit of a look into the inside of the braking? No, he isn't. We've got to change it off the lead again. Our 4th different leader this race. ERA Loogie into the lead. At least I believe that he is the 4th different leader. We've been so many, I've lost count. Juno 6/10 behind Kung Pao. Then look at this. 3, 4, 5 cars all banging doors with each other. Fresh Sonic with that inside line there going into T1. No, that's Kevin with the inside line. Fresh with that tyre advantage. Kevin goes onto the inside, little bit of a bump, nothing major, as that Sonic manages to stay ahead and gets into P9. And LMP Chef as well going past the Inferno race motorsports car as we go on to the final lap of this incredible stint 3. Kevin with the inside on Limsa. Does he keep it stuck? No, he doesn't. Then soft tyres with more grip manages to swoop around the outside, and Kevin finds himself down into P12. Not the safety car start he would have wanted on that banged up intermediate compound tyres. Looking further ahead, seems to start to settle down. I'm losing my voice. What a masterclass this race has been. I ran out of my water about 30 minutes into this. The throat's hurting, that's how you know a race is good. Let's look at the leading group as Defson on the rear of Loogie as we go on to the Nordschleife for the final time this stint. Keeping out of that dirty air for as long as possible. Go through the tricky starting S's of the Nordschleife. 3/10 that gap between the lead is. It's going to all come down to the Dottinger or the long straightaway sections, especially with that dry line starting to form. If you go side by side, get too greedy, pick up a bit of that standing water, it can be deadly. But that's Motta catching up to these pack here. We've got a 3-way battle for the lead on our hands after 6 hours of racing. You love to see it. What incredible opening 6 hours so far indeed. 3 wide. Lugi managing to gain momentarily 5.5 tenths. That gap now between him and Defson. Motta 2.2 tenths behind Defson. Are we going to see a move? Let's go on board with Motta. We've seen so much of this man, so this stint showing us absolute racing masterclass. We go through this tricky section here, so hard to get right, especially in drying conditions. Manages to keep it stuck. Defson with a little bit of a better run through him. Lugi keeping that gap, extending it 6 tenths now. It is up to. Let's have a quick flick through the grid. They all seem to be spreading out a bit around a second between them all. LMP Chef and Lieber coming close to each other, but definitely this three-way battle for the lead is what we're going to want to keep our eyes on, as Motta keeps it right behind in his rear view mirror of Defson. On the edge of my seat here, as that is Q-Tip coming into Q-Tip, not Q-Tip, coming in to play a role after getting past Urka's down to P5. GT Finland not quite having the start, not quite having the stint that they would have wanted here. Juno and Urka's falling down in the latter stages of this race. 6 tenths still between Lugi and Defson up front, but even around 5 tenths is good enough to get ahead at the Dottinger. And if Motta decides to work with Defson, get a bit of a bump draft and maybe try and we may see 3 wide on the Dottinger. Well, we've still got a long way to go there, around 3 more minutes of racing action in this stint before it all gets transferred to Jaeger for stint 4. Oh, look at it.
Yeah. Preparing my voice.
Yeah, I've fully lost mine. I mean, if you come out of a 2-hour commentary stint and you can still talk, you've not done it right.
Or you got a really, really boring race.
Yeah. And that never happens with ERF. An absolute incredible journey it has been commentating for this. 4 tenths now between all of the top 3 cars, 8 tenths separating them. So that is Motta with a much better run through that corner than Defson, not quite able to look for a move yet. So tricky to overtake here, but it is possible. 2 tenths now, 3 tenths with a better run for Defson, keeping Lugi in sight, not letting him jump ahead. You're coming towards the carousel section, I believe, or have we already gone past it?
Yep, way past it.
Way past it, alright, never mind. Oh yeah, it's all the way over there, I can see it on the minimap. That is Motta 1 tenth behind Defson there, backed out slightly to get rid of that dirty air. Look at the sparks flying through there as they're all pushing to the absolute limit. Still 6 tenths between Lugi and Defson. Depending on what happens, will Lugi be able to keep his lead into the driver swap? That is the mini carousel there. The Dottinger is imminent. 7 tenths now. Defson not quite having the run that he will want through the mini carousel. That might mean that Lugi is safe depending on what Motta does. Here, 2 tenths behind onto the Dottinger for Motta. Let's go on board with him. Is he going to give a bump draft to try and catch Lugi, or is he going to go flying past? He's going to choose the latter, goes flying past side by side between the top 2 and 3 here. Picks up the slipstream from Lugi as well too.
Teamwork.
Yeah, teamwork for the oh yeah, I forgot these guys were the teammates for TDRs. And it's a TDR 1-2 as we go into the driver swap. Will it be though? Because Defson can still make an end to this. 3 tenths separated top 3 into the driver HUD swap. It's Lugi that leads for the number 2, followed by the number 1, followed by AMF Defson. What a finish to the stint. Q-Snip comes in to P4, Irkos P5, Kungpao P6, Juno and Fresh GT Finland, and that Italian team that I can't pronounce coming in. That is the top 9 in. I believe that is signed for the stint swap. I'll wait till it goes full screen on you before I stop yapping.
Yeah, I need to do some things still to go full screen.
Yeah.
So, well, good. We continue racing, of
Team
course.
Italian Wire Mafia.
All right. So most of the cars are getting out on track now, so we go full screen. Thank you, Trent, for that lovely stint. As always, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, cheers, mate. It's been a wonderful doing it and an absolute blast as always.
So then, let's go. Continue with that race. So a little bit of a time jump with the lobby settings. We couldn't time that to perfection, unfortunately. So it's a bit dark now here in
realism.
Peak realism. Also quite wet on the track. So all drivers are currently out on intermediate. So this is, you see the flaws of the game. You cannot like have that smooth transitions you'd usually want to have between. But yeah, it's the best we can do with the game. But definitely now very tricky conditions. Nighttime has fallen, so wet, and it will probably dry out at some point, so visibility will be an issue for the drivers. And interesting decision for both of the TDR cars, the number 1 and the number 2. They put in just a tiny amount of fuel. They think that track will dry up quickly, so they won't be running that many laps on the intermediates, while we see other cars like the Feel Good Racing BMW put in way more fuel. Dude, for the 23 filled up entirely, I can tell you that. So that's why they dropped from P2 to P4 in here, and other teams as well opting to go for more fuel than others. So interesting, that strategy decision for the teams. So this is, yeah, they are starting on very low amount of fuel, so they can choose how much fuel they want to put into the car for their first stint. It is, but it's still like really close racing here at after. That's Matt, that is 6 hours of racing, right? So heading into our number 7 here. And now begins the fun part of it. A long night awaits us at the ring with mixed conditions, maybe more rain to come, who knows. So this should get very interesting. So with Mojo currently, I have access to the weather radar again, and see the rain is currently moving away from the track. So conditions should improve, and maybe the call for 1-2 was a good one, to put in less fuel and then pit again and go for slick tires.
I'm gonna shoot off. See you, mate.
Yeah, thanks for your service, mate. And see you around. Have a good one. Bye.
You too. See you, mate.
So different decisions. Well, 1 minute the gap for Inferno Motorsports. Currently on intermediates as the rest of the grid. It is but different amounts of fuel. So Philo and Roadrunner with quite low fuel. So as I stated earlier, that's why they have a bigger gap now after that driver swap. And that 56 car up to P3 for Feel Good Racing. Under pressure now by the 23, our championship leaders, the AMS Canada. Crew. And Tavanello in E5 also made up a couple of positions during that previous safety car, the previous stint. And in P6 it's these GT Finland racers BMW. So they lost a little bit, I think, with this safety car. Also, the 24, they were running at the front for most of the race, now down to P7. Windfire driving, 17 seconds for now, is again a different fuel strategy, so it might come together. When we see the next pit stop, that shouldn't be away that long. That track seems to be drying very, very quickly. So on the weather radar there is no more rain at the moment. So we are approaching like a wider dry racing line here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the cars hitting at the end of this lap already. Oh, the 16 also, they were in no man's land after the race start disconnect. Now they're P9 on the lead lap, fighting with the other teams. So good to see that for VEZ, the Italian team, the second GT Finland racers BMW in P10. And oh, I didn't realize Shadow is already on racing soft tires. Right, so this is a different situation now, of course. 26 seconds the gap, even with more grip, and I think now on the racing line it is slick tire conditions. There's no way to overtake now for Shadow, so that is the problem at the moment, still like catching the leaders. Probably has to wait until the Duttinger Höhe. Here comes Philo. That is wet still, the difference here for Philo coming out of Schwalbenschwanz. Roadrunner with damage, lost the car somewhere. That gap went down under a second to Ghost and Dude. So this is very much intermediate conditions here around the Geigenkopf onto the straight. But the track is getting drier and drier with every car. So it could still be very much the case that the Shadow will be jumping many cars now at the end of this lap. 25 seconds and less now on that straight. So what's the decision for the leaders? It's still so wet for Philo, but he has no other choice. The fuel is low, he has to pit and has to go on to the soft tires. No, he doesn't. He stays out for another lap. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Ghost got past Roadrunner on intermediates. What is the call? They're staying out. They don't trust the Roadrunner stays out. Il Cameraman stays out. Dude also stays out. So they're taking the safe route here, staying on those inters. But you could risk it on the softs. What about Yeli on intermediates? They're going 3 wide into turn number 1 for a brief moment. Windfire moves up a position. So where is our soft tire runner? Stays in P10 and has so much better track conditions already compared to the leaders. That is a bit of a flaw as well for GT7. So depending on track position, you have completely different conditions. We see the Nexus Racing in early time to change the tires to softs. The car same for Inferno Motorsports, and Ovich is out on track for GTMA again. On the lead lap still, we don't want to miss the fight for P2. I think Philo with an 8-second gap, and look at that, this is pretty much dry at the end of the GP loop. And Tavanello racing up into P6. Roadrunner with that damaged car, struggling now. Will he lose another position before the chicane? Dude is looking for the Apex Motorsports team, the McLaren. No, has to stay behind for now. Can he go for a move before we hit the Nordschleife? And no, has to stay behind for now. So Roadrunner like being a little bit of a cork in that bottle. Oh, someone lost it. The one was parked. We missed this. Ooh. I think now it's happening. Contact between the number 6 and the 56. And then, good thing they didn't spin out, but both lost positions, so a little bit too late. Caught then the wet patches still that are around the racing line here, so cost both of them a little bit of time, but they managed to continue, of course. So Roadrunner back up on P2, but gets now swallowed around the outside. Dude with the move at Schmiedenkreuz, look at that. That was balls to the walls for a dude, and got now a little bit of a clean track clear for the McLaren. Then Windfire in P4, close behind the number 2 AMG Yali. Up to P5 for the GT Finland Racer 76 BMW Ghost and Capero. They lost track position with that incident. Capero again a bit off track, coming out of Adenauer Forest, struggling a little bit now in those conditions. Nico for VZ P8, it is nearly 8 seconds that gap to P7 though, and we have Mojo for LMP, also not too far behind. The Shadow was close. He took the risk on those racing softs. He has rear damage now. Right, so that risk, it looked good for a moment, and the track is pretty much clear dry now, but he lost it somewhere. So 11 seconds plus damage, 36 to the leaders. It was 25 when we started racing lap 3. The cars behind, they have so much better track conditions here too. So Jaden for Inferno, Ferrari Pro for Nexus, and Ovich still on those intermediates on the outlap. We'll probably pit as well and switch over to the soft. So we have Ferrari Pro with soft tires, but also front damage now. We just went off track. We missed that. Coming into Adenauer Force, but a look. Let's have a look and see. Oh, he touched that curb. Oh, big one. Massive crash. Camera? Hello? Show us the car. Where's the car? You hear the car probably, but the camera is confused. And then he gets a reset probably as well. So unfortunate for the Nexus racing driver. Heavy damage now on the front. So the 27 is on the racing softs, and the 66 car as well. The rest is still using the intermediate tires. And the gap between Philo and Dude, the number 1 and the number 27 car, is coming down. It was nearly 10 seconds, now dropped down to 8. And Windfire got past Roadrunner, so the 24 up into P3 would give me probably the opportunity to bring on the live standings again. So 1. Good in second. Windfire in third. All right. Let's show this. Perfect. P4 currently for the 67 BMW, Yali on inters, and a full tank of fuel compared to the other drivers. So again, advantage for that BMW compared to at least Philo, Windfire and Dude as well, with more fuel compared to our race leader, who is really short on fuel now. So it was always the plan for Philo to just do 2 laps in those conditions and then pit. Lost another second. Oh, that rear nearly went. Good catch though. Oh, and Dude with a mistake. Sorry. Damage on the car. Did I press that replay marker in time? I think so. Where's the car? Oh, whoa, that rear massive snap. Wet patch again. Crazy. That could have also ended in engine damage. It's not engine damage, I can tell you that. Just the front and the suspension. But what a crash it is. So, just as I updated the race results, of course, it's wrong again. So I think we wait for the pit stops now. So Philo will be coming in as no fuel left. Timed it to perfection. By the looks, 0. So Windfire will, nearly went deep into the 09 chicane, but managed, also is pitting using softs now, but look at the fuel difference, 80, 82, Philo 0. Dude as well now has the chance to get rid of the damage and of the intermediate tires. Everyone is now hitting to change tires, and some have to put in some fuel that goes for Roadrunner, for the 2 crew. And just like that, we have Mojo for LMP leading that race, staying out on intermediate tires. Windfire on racing softs now, Yeli as well, and Dude and Philo still in the pits refueling. And so from P1 down to P7 after the pit stop period. Feelgood racing with the Ghost in P5 on softs again. Il Caperoman on racing softs also. Then we have Philo, full tank. Now time to shine for the number 1. Nico for the 16. GTR in P8. I just spotted the windshield wiper again. So who was our driver with the weather radar on? Does it rain again? No way. Let me just have a look. No, sorry for flicking through. Oh, it is Mojo, the leader. So no, it was probably just a manual tap. Oh, it is no rain on the radar visible, so it should stay dry for the next 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe. And Mojo is still on intermediates. Windfire now on the racing softs, closing that gap and to the German driver. And also Yeli on a podium currently with a good strategy call with the fuel after the driver swap. The dude for the 23 McLaren in P4, just 3 seconds that gap, a ghost, and 5 seconds in P5 on racing softs as well. So everyone now except the race leader on those racing softs. Amateur Racing in P6, Philo in P7 for the number 1 TDR AMG. We have a Shadow in the 66 BMW for GT Finland races in P8 on softs. Nico 16 Car in P9 on those softs. Roadrunner dropped a couple of positions for the number 2 car on softs again. And in P11 it's Inferno Motorsports with J-Dent on those softs as well. We have Ferrari Pro for Nexus in P12 on softs with front and suspension damage already. Took it a bit too aggressively maybe, and Ovic on the outlap on racing softs. Still on that lead lap for GTMA, so we missed the overtake, sorry. Windfire leading that race again. Mojo struggling now on his intermediates, and around the outside goes Yeli, so drops another position into P3. I will probably lose that P3 very soon to Udud and the 23 AMS Canada McLaren. Oh, it was not a gap. Coming out of their siphon, and Mojo looking for the wet patches that early moved off the racing line. Doesn't want to fight the top 3, so I'm pretty sure I can now update the settings, the standings again. So let's have a look. We have Windfire P1, Yeli P2, Good P3. Right, that looks correct now. So now, drivers, please stay on track. You keep me busy with updating those graphics. So, a little gap to Mojo as expected, and Mojo's tires will be dying a brutal death. I can tell you that. Intermediates burning like ice in the sunshine. Now, even if it's not really sunny, but you get what I mean. So the grip is not there anymore. The car won't be turning that good, and he will have a hard time to keep that position. We see the 56 is catching already 3.5 and coming down. Capero as well, 3.5 seconds to get to Ghost. What can Philo do? Was leading after 2 laps, then had to fill up that car, the tank, and now it's pushing those softs. Let's see how long he can make those softs last. And the Shadow, they were on a very bold strategy with a soft early on. Had the damage though, had to repair it. The only outlap. Again, Nico versus Roadrunner. Under 6 seconds. I think we need to jump to Mojo and Ghost. Yeah, that gap is melting. 1.5. So good run for the 56 BMW for Feel Good Racing. It's not too long for Mojo. I think he will survive on those intermediates. Just, I think. Let's see. Schwalbenschwanz, yeah, a bit of a deep entry. And he will probably lose that position on the Dettinger. Ghost has to play it smart. Get the run out of Geigenkopf. Still tricky if you run too wide on the wet part. And Mojo moves out onto the wet bits very early. Doesn't give Ghost any slipstreams. Still, that run out of Geigenkopf with slick tires gave him the advantage. But Mojo, clever move, tucks in behind the slipstream and minimizes the time loss. Will he go for a move? I don't think so. He will be pitting this lap. He won't be staying out on those inters for sure. There was a little bit of glory for Legendary Motorsport Performance leading this race. Now it's time to pit, change the tires. So let's have a look at those gaps. Yali caught up with Windfire. Oh, look at that, BMW versus the AMG, the battle of the two German brands. And Yali was close, too close, coming out of the first chicane. Let's see if we can get a little bit of an onboard action going on to give you a bit more of a driver's view in here. That dry racing line is much more visible in that onboard view. Oh, you still see the darker bits. They're still wet. You cannot attack the curbs. Just, I think, one more lap and you should be fine. So still a little bit of cautiousness is needed. And dude, 7-8 seconds roughly. Oh, that gap is not going anywhere. So 11 seconds. I think we might have had a spinner here, a gunner. Where's Dude? Oh, a massive one for the Canadian driver. So what happened? Basically what I told you, through the chicane, he touches the wet bits a bit too much. Oh, again, another mighty spin. And then he collects himself a little bit of damage and then accelerates on the wet part. Oh, that was close. For the 56 avoided it and a spin off track. And woof. Drama for the 23 P7 damage. 26 seconds the gap now. It was close, but we need to go back to the lead battle, of course. Less than 3 tenths between Yali and Windfire. The 67 catching the 24 now. And yeah, who would have thought? I need to update again the standings. The Ghost with a podium now for Feel Good Racing. Just a half a second that to Ilka Verman and Philo as well. So they got caught out in this spin. So Ghost compared to Philo, like, yeah, that close. Incredible racing, absolute scenes, whatever those comments are in chat. It is really, really crazy how that ERF Nürburgring 24h started. So it's 6 hours 30 minutes into that race. And oh, again, a big moment for the number 6 car. Catches that slide though, nearly lost it. And yeah, Philo is pushing. He wants to get that position. Under pressure now, gets a good run out of Arna Forst, advancing towards Metzgesfeld. It's still single file, braking. I saw a bit of spray still coming here on. Philo feeling like now brave, attacking the curbs. And Capero under all sorts of pressure now. Half a second to Ghost. Less than 4/10 to Philo, and also the shadow. Look at that. That BMW in the distance. Whoa! I got distracted again. Ghost with a moment. What's going on here? Braking for Versailles and probably touching a bit of a wet part. Yeah, touches the wall. Coming out of Breitscheid and loses position and gets damage. So now we have Capero suddenly in P3. I cannot keep up with all of this action happening, and Capero is still under pressure. Also, Yali is leading that race. I feel like I'm constantly refreshing the standings now, and I have to keep an eye on the racing action, have to control my keyboard. Everything's here, but it's so much fun. I cannot lie. I mean, that is intense racing here. Heading into the night, the long night at the Nürburgring. And the number 6 on a podium. Only closely followed. It's Philo. Will we see that move? Not yet. You have to basically stay single file through. It was Wippermann, Eschbach down towards Brünchen. You see fans still awake here, showing some love for the drivers at trackside. And Capero defending that P3, heading into Pflanzgarten, and still there. Gap 20 seconds to the leaders, and Caddy maintain that calm out of Pflanzgarten, little jump hill, and then into Stefan Belloves. The dirty air might play a factor here for Philo. He is having the run, but he cannot go anywhere. Side by side, still tricky heading into Schwalbenschwanz. It's still Capero defending the position, who has the better setup for the Döttinger Höhe. Is it the number 6 or the number 1 car? Both running an AMG GT3 car. Good run out of Kleine Karussell for Capero. Galgenkopf, Philo catching and getting the run. 3/10. He has the slip, he has the toe. Will we see a tactical bump, draft, and then go for a move? Or we just go for it straight away? He feels like he has the speed. He's on the inside now. Briefly gets his nose in front before the Bielstein bridge, and Philo up a position. So that's P3 for the TDR #1 car. But Capero right behind, and also the shadow for the GT Finland racers. It is. We see someone pitting that is Ghost fixing that damage. Also Dude fixing that front and suspension damage. So Roadrunner will gain 2 spots by the looks for the #2 car. Up into P6 it is. In Mojo P7 they jump. Feelgood Racing and Apex Motorsports. Canada. Still a bit wet on the pit exit, so you have to be careful. And the 27 under pressure now. The 16 caught up with that McLaren. Fight for P10 in the mid pack. Jaden versus Nico. Or Nico with some damage, so maybe they swap position on that lap. But there's no damage on the 27, so yeah, they might just got past that 16 car. And a little bit of a bigger gap to the 53 BMW for Nexus Racing on the outlap again after being 2 laps in a row with damage. And Ovich getting some blue flags. It's the race leaders. So where to go now? This is difficult, so he moves out of the way for both of the drivers. Good thing. So didn't really interfere, probably, or as good as he can. A narrow track. But that lead battle is also very, very intense. Can Yeli keep that position? Now BMW versus AMG. Oh, who nearly lost it when fire goes deep. Nearly deep into Harberg. That little wiggle coming out of Schwedekreuz. Whoa, that was a scary moment. I think we need to watch it again. And that great catch. And then goes a bit deep, but catches it. And where's that wiggle? Oh, did we miss it? Yeah, it is dark, so it is too dark to get some good camera shots. Still, we saw it live, and Windfire is still in the game for that race lead. Less than a second to the 67 BMW Yali. A great race so far. That first third of stint number 4. Those two, Philo gaining a little bit, keeping it steady and clean so far. Opened up that gap to Capero, who is under pressure now. The Shadow 977 for the 66 GT Finland Racers BMW right behind. The number 6 AMG. Coming out of where I've been braking for right side. It's still wet. Be careful on the exit. Could take that curb X-Mule. Don't touch that curb while accelerating. Oh, Capero man living on the edge there. And we can see the rear lights. Philo's car Bergwerk, a bit wide for Capero, but used a little bit more exit speed. He should be able to defend that position. The long run uphill through Kesselchen. Into Bravery Curve. Oh! Capero touched the wet parts for Tabanello. No way! It was basically straight power, but didn't get any manage. No, it's a disconnect for the number 6 on lap 6. That is alright. So, that's unlucky for the Tabanello Racing. So let me prepare that as well. Disconnect for the number 6. No. 6. Number 6. Lap 6. And back with you in a second. Right. So he opened up that gap to Windfire, now 2.3 seconds. The 24 running in P2. Philo, the number 1 car in P3. Then Shadow up to P4 after that PC. For the number 6 Roadrunner, the number 2 AMG running in P5. With Mojo right behind for LMP. Just half a second. AMG versus the Nissan GTR Nismo. This be the opportunity for Mojo. Oh, Roadrunner struggling. Entry of Schwalbenschwanz. That catches that slide once again. Out of Kleine Carousel and Mojo right behind now. The 310 should be a nice little gap for the long straight. Keeps it roughly at that range. Now will he have the legs? He's not really gaining that much. Now picking up a little bit of a toe, gaining a 10th. That might be just perfectly timed to set up a move. Pulling alongside now under the Bildstein Bridge. They go side by side and it's Mojo around the outside into Tiergarten before Hohenrhein into the chicane we go, and Mojo with a lovely move into P5 it is for the 83. So the number 2 drops down the position. It's P6. Someone like put on some pylons there on the track. Dude. And in P7, after that massive spin and moment, so can the 23 recover from that? And the same goes for the 56 Feel Good Racing BMW. It's P8 for now. Inferno Motorsports with the 27 McLaren in P9. And gained on the 16 Nissan for VZ. Nico having damage again on the front. Let's see how long they will run with this damage. For Nexus Racing, we have Ferrari Pro. More than a minute the gap to P10, and Ovic down the lap for GTMA in that number 9 BMW. Back to our front runners, where Windfire could close that gap again under 2 seconds to Ye Li, both with personal bests last time around. And this time, no drama for the American driver, coming out of Arenberg down into Fuchsröhre. It's gaining. Oh, look at the sparks. Lovely images. Ye Li keeping it clean, steady, tidy. So far, a good run out of Adenauer Post, up to nearly 2 seconds, the gap between the two. Philo fastest lap on lap 6, 8:03. The Shadow in P4. See 8:05.7. Oh, quick lap times now. Oh, dude got past Roadrunner, so gains another position. Roadrunner struggling a little bit with the tire wear by the looks compared to Dude. I think Dude had to stop because of the damage and took on a little bit of fuel and a fresh set of soft tires. Well, that might be the advantage currently for the 23 McLaren. Every time I hear those tires, I feel like someone is going for a spin, but it's okay. It's okay for now. So what happened to Ghost? They parked their car. Do they have some hardware failure, some issues? They are not moving anymore. Feel Good Racing, what's going on? That's not looking really good. Why is the car being stopped on the track? No throttle inputs. Parking it off track. And here comes the disconnect for the car. Okay, damn. So we are again having disconnect issues. Lap 7. Then 6. 4. 6. Oh. 56 lap. 7. Check that. Fine. Alright, so 2 disconnects during this stint again. So these GT lobby gods. What do we have to sacrifice to you? No event so far in ERF history without a disconnect for at least one team, one driver. So the streak continues, and it is not a good streak. It is not a good streak. Oh, not true. I'm being corrected here. Did we have really like a race without a disconnect? Like a long one. 2024 Bathurst 12 hour. What? No way. Okay. Mr. T has all of the data available, of course. So then I will stand corrected and say the streak continues for the Nürburgring 24 hours. What? The leader is in now, hitting 4 tires. What about Philo? Probably staying out. Could do one more lap, I reckon. And that's how it goes. So Philo versus Yeli. Oh, and Philo goes deep into turn number 1. That's right behind Yeli now. Second. Oh, Windfire putting in loads of fuel. That is interesting. Very interesting, that strategy. Oh, Shadow stayed out on worn tires. Hilo stayed out on worn tires. Yali with some fresh rubber and a lighter car currently. But manages to stay in the lead. 1.4, 1.5 seconds this stage, and the tire advantage should be quite severe compared to Philo. Less fuel, better tires, so in theory we should see that gap going up between the two drivers. Shadow in P3, they will be hitting probably this lap as well. So the 24 with a pit stop to refuel that car, so they don't have to refuel it again with their next pit stop. In P5, it is D23 McLaren. Purple or dude. They got past Mojo on worn soft tires. So again, advantage for the car in front. Roadrunner in the number 2 AMG for TDR. It's also now the tires, they don't look that good anymore, so I expect them to pit as well this lap. Then the 27 Inferno Motorsport in P8, the outlap, fresh soft tires, just enough fuel for maybe 4 laps, something like that. Could be looking at Nico as well on fresh softs with half a tank roughly. The 53 and on a different strategy, fuel. Okay, tires starting to wear now. And Ovich for GTMA on fresh softs on the outlap. Just catching up with the admin chat in the Discord, but we are good so far. I think everything is sorted at the moment. So then let's have a look at the race situation again. Midway through lap 8 of stint number 4, we have now reached our number 8. And the 67 leading the race. Hello, where are you? Okay. Was missing for a moment. So the number 1 car in P2. And that gap went up as expected. 1.5 to nearly 4 seconds. When we left them at the GP track. The Shadow in the 66 in P3, so the two Finnish teams currently, P1 and P3. And we have the 24 in P4, just 9 seconds, and on the outlap, so different pit stop strategy, undercut for the 24 compared to the 66. But also, dude could probably jump in the Shadow when they decide to pit. It probably will be this lap, judging the tires. But at the fuel, they could do one more if they really want to. And Lee on the outlap, that it's like a very good stint in terms of pace and strategy calls for the 67. Philo's tires also have seen better days, so I think we might see a pit stop here soon, or maybe he wants to stretch it for another lap. The fuel shouldn't be an issue. Will it? 6 seconds though, already losing time to the leaders. So again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Philo and Shadow hitting this lap, but you can also imagine that they do one more. Still be a long way. Then end of lap 15 for the next driver swap sequence. So what's the decision for Philo and the number 1 car? Pit, stay out. Pit. Right, I think Shadow will do the same, judging those tires. Yeah, here we go. So P2, P3 into the pits. The 24 will get back into P2. And where is Dude? Will he also get the jump on Philo and Shadow? It looks like the 23 for a brief moment. And a new fastest lap as well. Oh, where's Philo? It's close on the pit exit. Camera, please. Can we get a view? Where's Philo? Here he is. Oh, dude goes very deep into the first turn. But manages to stay in front of Philo. At least for now. You see the Shadow in P5, 8 seconds, and Mojo P6. And we will stay with Philo and Dude. Now Philo has the tire advantage, fresh softs coming out of the pits, and I think right about now they should be up to temps and should be able to attack Dude, whose tires aren't that good anymore. So let's go to this camera. And let's say a third red so far for Dude, so it's still okay. I reckon 2 laps are still possible in that McLaren. And ooh, nearly touched the grass. On the edge, Philo. Gaining on Dude. Let's wait until the run past Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz. Oh, Philo with a good exit again, gaining in the slipstream. Gaining. Will it be enough to get it? No, not close enough for Schwedenkreuz now, so has to wait. It's close. Once again, we go to Philo's perspective and watch the run down the foxhole. 2/10 just before Adenauer Forst. It looks like pretty much dry now here in this part. Maybe you can use the curbs again. Let's see. Philo, yeah. No drama. So it's time to push in. This also tells us the lap time 7:58 for Dude. This is basically flat out. Use all of the curbs. Now, don't have to worry about those wet parts. Oh, near looked like a little wiggle. Smooth exit for both drivers. Dude sliding that car a little bit. Is this the first sign maybe of a tire drop? Philo is not close enough now to go for a move uphill. For now at least, unless he gets a mighty exit out of Bergwerk. 6/10. Didn't gain that much. A 10th. The run towards Smooth Kurve. Oh, downshift into fifth gear for a little bit of rotation for that turn. Oh, heavy. Onto the brakes, first gear exit. Riding the curbs into the carousel. Oh, not the best exit for Philo. Struggles. No, don't lose the car. Ooh, what a save it was. Again, so I think we need to get back to the instant replay. There was a bit of a dodgy carousel ride, and then at the exit, grass, and whoa, nearly lost it. But it's still there within a second or so. And the gap at the front, like nearly 18 seconds now to win fire, both on nearly the same strategy. The dude versus Philo, we saw that, so we have a look at the rest of the grid. Shadow in E5. Mojo then for LMP in P6. Well, that's the in-lap. Definitely the fuel is very low for the Nissan. J-Dent for Inferno Motorsports P7 got past Roadrunner on the outlap on a fresh soft. So again, a bit of an offsetting pit stop strategy for the cars. Is that the number 16 GTR in P9? Roughly the same gap to the car behind and in front. Car behind, that is Ferrari Pro for Nexus Racing. The tires, they are shattered. I'm pretty sure they will pit this lap. And Ovich enjoying himself in P11 for GTMA on a fresh set of soft tires. So this was still close, and here we go again, just caught it when they start the final run towards the chicane. Philo versus Dude side by side into Tiergarten before the chicane, and Philo with an bold move. It's not over yet. Not over yet. The dude has the better exit out of the chicane. Philo has to defend the inside line now. Can he cover turn 1? He gets his car in front and positions his car nicely. So makes that move stick. And we go to the instant replay camera and see how it all went for the driver. So Philo with the massive slipstream run just after the Bierstein Bridge. He goes for the late move. Side by side they go into Tiergarten. They're still side by side. And then Philo gets his nose in front. Just don't go to that one. And we wait for the run into turn number 1. Where we see Philo on the inside, Dude on the outside, and Philo forcing Dude the long way around, and then positions his car perfectly to get that position now. So the tire advantage definitely helped Philo here. So I might bring up the results again. The live standings, here we go. Looks like Philo is opening up that gap. Yeah, dude unable to stay with Philo now, and all drivers now really quick. Have a look, Yeli with the fastest lap, 7:56. Windfire with a 56 as well, so half a second the difference. Philo with that overtake. Now we'll see the next lap times. The dude 8 minutes. Then D66 in P5. Mojo 4, Legendary Motorsport Performance, B83, Nissan, then in E6, now with the bigger gaps now, the outlap. Inferno Motorsport moved up to P7. It got past Roadrunner for the track design racing number 2 AMG. Roadrunner has a little bit of damage again on the front. That might be the reason why they lost that position. Sorry for doing admin stuff again. But we didn't like really miss anything. Still that 53, it's like running on dead tires. I didn't see that coming, to be honest. But they want to stretch it, like they want to reduce the amount of pit stops, or just going for one more till the end. So interesting decision here. It's being made by the team. We don't know what's the weather currently saying. I don't have access to any of the weather radars from the driver's view, so I have no clue. But as always, with random weather slots in the middle of the race, anything can happen. Oh, dude, pitting and had no fuel. And I think he made the best out of it after that crash. So he can run 5 laps on fresh softs till the end now. That's, I think, damage limitation. Stays in P5, though the gap to the leaders, though 1 minute 60 for our current championship leaders. So at the front, looks like Yeli is managing the gap now. So Windfire catching the Finnish driver. Still 14 seconds. So no immediate pressure. And we are getting closer to that final pit stop for the drivers as well. I'm pretty sure that Yeli will be pitting this lap. Windfire again with I fill up my tank completely on the previous pit stop, so I don't have to do that on the next one. He will definitely gain some time with that strategy now, the next pit stop. So under 14 seconds. This could get very, very close indeed between the two drivers after the pit stop. Philo in third. He will have probably a short run towards the end. Tires still looking good, fuel okay. So he might be the fastest driver before the driver swap. So watch out for the number 1, the green TDR AMG. The Shadow on the same strategy currently. Can go a bit longer distance and has a really short final stint before the swap. Dude will go till the end. 5 laps on racing softs now. In P5. Will gain a little bit on the Shadow. Probably won't get that position though. Ocho maybe trying to get to the end. The fuel would be okay. Tires could be an issue on that final lap, but looking good so far. In P7 it's the 27 for Inferno Motorsport. Fuel is low now, so we will be seeing a pit stop very, very soon. And Nico versus Roadrunner. Roadrunner on the outlap, fresh soft tires. 5 laps till the end. That is doable. Can he get a move around the outside door at Atzenbach? He's on the inside, and what a move that was. Roadrunner gets that position, P8. A lovely move around the outside. So we will have a look at the sequence once again. Lovely. So who do we expect to pit now? Ye Li is low on fuel, so he has to hit in this lap. Windfire, good on fuel. He won't need to put in any fuel, but he will probably pit to get some fresh soft tires. 14 seconds between the two cars, roughly 2 minutes away from that pit stop. And Philo in third. Oh yeah, we'll do probably 2 more laps on this tire compound. Shadow maybe doing the same, and Ojo trying to get to the end. Would be a very long one. We'll see if that Nissan is a tire whisperer. So let's go to the leaders. Yeah, they were low on fuel, so pit stops incoming. The final scheduled pit stops, at least, unless we see some crazy weather drama again. And hello, Links, by the way, in the party chat. Our next commentator for stint number 5. If you want to speak, you can.
Yeah,
I heard you for a millisecond. Then your mic cut out.
of course it did.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Nice.
There we go.
See?
Much better, much better.
Sorting the technical difficulties early out. That's good. See. So yeah, probably half an hour away from the driver swap. And you feeling ready for the
Yep.
next 2 hours? Nice. But we should still have a...
Well, I'm gonna try and be energy drinks, and
Okay.
might end up with a coffee right before the stint starts. But yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine.
That's good to hear. I will probably do the same after this stint, so get the energy into the body. And but yeah, we should still have a close race at the very, very front between 2 cars at least. We can have an eye on that, pretty sure. So see now Hilo taking the lead and waiting for the pit stop sequence then to update the live standings again. So bear with me. So Philo leading that race, but Philo needs to pit again before the end of that stint. So Windfire with that strategy to take more fuel on the previous pit stop got him that position over Ye Li, who is now running in P3. Both now go on racing soft tires until the end. At least that's the plan. Don't see any weather drama currently happening, so had a brief gander at the sky, but it just looked like a couple of tiny clouds, so nothing to worry about. The shadow, though.
Well, you never know around this place.
No, that
It
is
could
so
be
true.
completely dry at one part of the track, and the other side completely wet. It's Spa-Francorchamps about 10 times worse.
Yeah, we had this in stint 2 and stint 3, by the way, so suddenly a heavy downpour and most of the grid was running on slick tires, and guess what? Crashes everywhere. This caused safety cars.
Well, a couple of safety cars could neutralize the point in the race, I suppose, but you don't want the cars to crash.
No,
The
of
last
course
thing
not.
you need.
It is, but it's the story of the race so far, at least. And just touching on that weather scenario.
Yeah, it's always a gamble as well whether you go on the intermediates or the wets, because again, one part of the circuit might be flooded, the other side
Yep.
not so much. So you've got to try and find the best for the whole track, but it's going to be a gamble, big gamble.
And usually you made the wrong decision. It doesn't matter if you
Yeah, exactly.
if you burn your intermediates on a dry track, or if you stay out on slicks for too long and then spin. It's probably Murphy's Law, whatever. Whatever you do, it's the wrong decision.
Exactly. Wherever can go wrong will go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hopefully Murphy's Law is not as powerful around here for this next stint, but again, you never know. Could be a couple of weird pit stops because of the rain, and yeah, that's the last thing that the teams need during the night is a big crash as well.
No, not at all. And yeah, nighttime racing here, it's not like the worst visibility, but also not the very best in those cars. So also one more
Yeah,
factor.
the GT layout. Out. Plenty of lights around there. As soon as you start going into the forest, good luck.
And we have that battle for P1, Philo versus Windfire. Now, two AMGs battling for P1 with Yaley in that BMW just 2.6 seconds behind. Keep.
I see Mr. T's welcoming me back. I'll take that.
It's
a while.
It's been a while, yeah. That's true.
Yeah, and last time I was commentating because my Wi-Fi wasn't that good. So yeah, I'll take a full commentator seat this time.
Fingers crossed for that one, definitely. And here we go, Windfire
Exactly,
with
not
the
bad.
run. Oh, he goes over the grass. Can he hold it? Oh, he nearly lost it. But that was a bit too optimistic, probably. Yeah, he's still right behind Philo. I think we need to get a little bit of on-board action. Now through Moot Corbett.
The drivers will remember though, it is a marathon, not.
It's still a long, long way to go. That is correct. But on the other hand, they are race drivers. Oh,
I think it's
your
Hans Herman.
your mic is now doing very weird noises, picking up background stuff. So.
Oh dear.
Oh. Oh, wide for Philo. Is this damage? No, but he's struggling with the tires now. This gives Windfire now the opportunity. Pretty sure we are not far off that long Dettinger Höhe, the straight. And also Yaley just spotted those headlights. It's under 2 seconds, I reckon, for the driver again. Philo. Oh, under pressure. We go to Yaley's perspective, chasing down the two front runners, the two AMGs. And yeah, he's caught up 1.3 seconds now. Into Flansgarten we go, down, brake, turn, accelerate. Stay on the throttle, trust the downforce. And yeah, look at that, he's within a second now, top 3 after 7 hours and 30 minutes and a bit. Top 3 within a second. Elo is really struggling now, and he will be pitting, pretty sure, this lap. But we still have that battle for P1 then between Windfire and the the 24 AMG versus the 67 BMW. There we go, approaching the Döttinger Höhe now. Oh, nearly touched the grass, but kept it on the black and grey stuff. And here we go, Windfire with that early move around the outside, giving Philo some slipstream. That was maybe smart, I don't know. But Daly now with the double slipstream, he's now alone. He's not catching. Okay, the two AMGs working together for now. A alliance being formed on that straight. I'm pretty sure that Philo will be diving into the pits, turning right after the chicane. Oh no, he stayed out. So that just caught me by surprise. Wow. But we have the shadow hitting. So the gap to dude is 33 seconds. Pit stop with tire change and fuel. Let's see if 33 seconds is a big enough gap for the 66 car. Already refueling. How much will he have to take? Just 33 liters it is. So this will give him the advantage. Under 10 seconds though, between the two drivers it is 5 seconds roughly. 66 versus the 23 car. And back to our lead battle. 1, 2, 3, still within 1.2 seconds it is. And Elo being the car with the worst tire wear, and that fuel that won't be lasting until the end of lap 15. I can tell you, it's a fact. So, but you know what his mindset was. Not pitting, probably feeling happy now being here in that battle, which maybe helps him to stay focused. And you never know. So a second now for Windfire, a good run out of Hatzenbach, opening up that gap slightly again. We see Elo struggling a little bit with the grip now on those tires, and it is Yali right behind. 7/10 now. Will he get the run eventually? Where to look? Which car should we have the spotlight on? I think Philo is a good one. We see the gap to the leader and also the gap to Yali. Still half a second. Windfire, the 24 car, opening up that gap now. Maybe he can get out of that slipstream range. Should have better tires at this stage. Yeah, into Adenauer Forst. Probably more grip on the exit. It's 1.1, 1.2 now. Philo with a good committed run though. Keeps that gap roughly the same. And not letting the American driver run away with it. Now we see the
Yeah,
rear
you've got to
stepping
remember
out.
though, these guys are teammates in different cars, so got to kind of be careful here what they're doing, because you don't want to go bang each other and then have a massive problem when you go out the cars.
Definitely something to avoid, yeah?
Yeah, you got to remember they're in different cars, but yeah, part of the same organisation. That's the last thing you need.
So 1.4 now for the Apex Motorsports driver or team. USA is nearly creeping out of that slipstream range. Philo for TDR in that number 1 machine, hanging there, just still has the very, very low end of that slipstream range. Now a big slide coming out of Bergberg. This will cost him the toe, and will we see Yeli in that BMW for GT Finland Racers now go for a move before Woodcoffee? He has the toe, he has the run. 2 turns. Will he put his car alongside? Philo might be covering the inside line before Woodcoffee. Yeah, he does. And stays on track. 2 seconds now for the 24 car, so that is good news for Windfire. Philo having to defend that position now. The tires are giving up on the green AMG. Still defending that position out of the carousel. No drama for both of the drivers. But Yeli with a much better run. He has the tire advantage for now. But couldn't get his nose alongside, so has to stay behind through Hohe 8 and Hedwigshöhe. It is still the Philo defending a position. That gap to Windfire 2.6. Now Wippermann, yeah, still okay. Down towards Eschbach and Brünchen. Yeli, we go on board and get the view out of that beamer, out of YouTuber's corner. Good traction, good acceleration for the BMW. Uphill we go over the curb into Plantskampen. It is still 3/10. Oh, and Philo struggling to get that car turned. You see Yeli so much more grip. He had to upshift early, very early, to not hit the rear. Then we probably will stay behind until the Döttinger Höhe into Schwalbenschwanz. We see the brake lights. Philo keeps that position just for now. Struggles a little bit now to hold that racing line. Again, Yeli is so much more the pace with those tires, and Philo lost it on the wet puddle. Still a bit of wet bits going on. Camera replay. Where was Philo? I think so. The very, very end of Galgenkopf. It's still wet, and I think Philo just touched that, and then touched the grass. And boom! Slides it alongside the barrier. Doesn't pick up any damage. Still has a little bit of a toe down the straight, and he will be pitting this lap. The fuel is low. So Windfire now 5 seconds to Yeli. So Yeli was within a second starting last lap. Now it's 5 seconds being stuck behind Philo for that. So it's lap 14, end of lap 15. See driver's lap, so 2 more laps to go. What's the gap between the Shadow and Dude? 5.5 seconds. Have a look at the lap times. On the out lap, we cannot really tell. But I think in that gap stayed roughly the same. It was 5 seconds-ish. Philo coming out in P4, so found a gap between Shadow and Dude, and has now a bit of a tire advantage. Best tires for the rest of this stint.
Yeah, going back to Philo, he could have extended that stint if he wanted to, I suppose, but
No, the fuel wasn't
just, 2 laps
wasn't
short.
lasting.
The fuel weren't there.
Yep, he had not enough fuel. That was like on the very edge, and to make it, and would also lose too much time
And then the
then
driver
on
change
those
as well.
one tires here.
Because Mojo's doing the same, getting some fresh tyres
Yep.
as well, ain't he?
Probably it's still two laps worth. I could do at least one more, but feeling like the tires are not that good anymore, and has a big gap to Jayland in P7. So that is,
Yeah, the tyres are so important around the track. I imagine they could have been looking for some last-minute weather changes as well around the track, but just not coming.
it is not coming. No, not in this stint by the looks. Maybe you have the pleasure to see some nighttime wet weather racing.
It is possible. It looks like there is some on the scope. We just gotta wait for the driver change to see what happens.
Ooh. Spoiler alert. So also after the end of my stint and the driver swap, the broadcast will continue in part 2 here. So we will cut that stream. Part 2 is also on the channel. So we'll have like a roughly 30-second break in between streams, but we should be okay to not miss that much of the racing action. So yeah, just that little warning. So we will be switching the stream parts very soon after the driver swap sequence. Or shall we do it now? I think it's probably a good idea to do that now, because we can go then without any disturbance in the next one. So yeah, I'll do that. So we stop the broadcast now for roughly 30 seconds, and we will continue with part 2. The link is in the chat currently, so thank you for that. So see you in a bit.